Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 15 and technically 14 because yesterday, of course, came out fishing bounties. We have been stacking them, still no legendary ones by the way. I checked like 7 times off stream yesterday and even used the alt accounts, or the 2 other profiles that we have on the 3 profile thing. And I have seen 0 legendary so far. I'm not sure if we're just getting really unlucky or if they made the legendary chance lower on fishing bounties or what. But yeah, I am at like 30 checks total across all 3 accounts probably. And maybe not 30, closer to 20-ish probably. And I have seen 0. But, of course, one thing that we'll be able to do, which is one nice thing about fishing bounties, is they did put it on the Forager paths. There are one right over here for when we're doing the beach, and there's also one all the way up north for when we do, like, either the bell plant or the bone zone or the nettle route. Any of those all have it. So we could end up getting some pretty decent synergy. The most notable one for today is probably bass, a little bit trout as well. But bass is probably one of the more noteworthy turn-ins. The main reason being is that we could just end up routing it automatically as we go and do our normal fishing route. We were already catching one every single time, and then we simply go and meet all the catch conditions, and then we just go bring a whole 24 inventory of bass, and he's just going to eat up all the bass. He'll just take every bass we have, and, we'll be good to go. But that is pretty much the game plan, is to do our normal forager routes. No particular level range today. Figured we just go for about 5-ish hours, and whatever we get, we get. No real target goal other than, hopefully, fingers crossed, we get a fishing bounty. One other thing we get to do halfway through the stream also, which would be kind of fun, is we get to check out the lobster. So the lobsters will be completed in soon. They'll be completed in pretty much halfway through the stream in about 3 hours from now. Basically, we're checking to see if they give over 1,000,000 XP. I assume they do. I don't see why they wouldn't, but of course, this will be the first time that we get to do it as a 23-hour one. So as long as they're giving more than oyster, we'll keep doing it. But if they somehow give less than oyster, then we won't. But I would assume they give more than oyster. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't give more than 1,000,000 XP when we use it 11%. So I'll end up finding that out about halfway through as well. But otherwise, our main game plan is, yeah, just standard forager loop. You know the one. The only main difference is we'll be checking fishing bounties here and there and then delivering them every now and then. Mostly bass. Because that's the most zero-time thing we could do while doing this. But otherwise, yeah, a lot of free XP from the updates yesterday. Since I was already going to be catching this 1 bass per cycle. And now as we catch this 1 bass per cycle, we get free XP. And then all we have to do is deliver it to him whenever we're around that area later. Or soon, because I'm about to run out of space. I'm kind of running low on spare space here. I've been doing some of them off stream, but... there was a point I had like 6 of them, and I had to just do a couple of them. It's why we have it like an extra level and everything, that and from 8th Keen last night, of course. But, yeah, still been poking them a little bit. Still no rare ones. I'm not sure how we haven't found a rare one yet. I feel like we're going like 2 times, 3 times dry, because I really feel like we should have seen one by now. If these were cooking bounties, I would have already seen like 5 or 6 within this time. So we're just either getting really unlucky, or the chance of getting a rare fishing thing is just less for whatever reason. But I'm pretty sure we're just getting unlucky. But hopefully we'll get it sometime today. As, yeah, I haven't gotten to do the legendary fish thingy. Obviously, it's not like anything like too crazy. It's kind of like almost like a shiny in a sense, like in Pokemon or something. It's like, oh, a shiny appeared, we gotta go catch it. It's always gonna be like that, where we just get, more money, more everything from it. Except it's as a bounty rather than just as a random occurrence. I would love if they were just random occurrences, though. Like if you were just roaming the rooms and you just saw like a shiny fish. Or, like a legendary fish that you had to catch for better value. Unfortunately, it's only through the bounty board. It doesn't naturally occur. But it's definitely something they could consider in the future, potentially. Or if the bounty board were to spawn it, it would, like, automatically spawn it in the world. And then you would know, oh, the bounty board, I should probably go get that so we can go claim it in. It'd be cool if it was kind of like a random thing. But I guess that would kind of change their gameplay loop a little bit in that you would want to go really wide on a lot of rooms. Which, of course, would benefit Forager, but be quite a bit of a disadvantage to a lot of other skills where, you're kind of stationary the whole time. It would also be weird for some skills, like a shiny bandit or something. Oh, wait, why am I going all the way over here? I'm not checking the board. I'm going, like, up here as if I'm going to, like, check the bank over here. Soon, though. Okay, they reset in 5 minutes. Oh, I could do this mana ray real quick. Oh, no, do I get rid of this eel? I think this was from this current set. I'm going to do this real quick. I already have exactly 6 inventory. We'll do this where applicable, because the mana rays are right here. There's a bank right there that we go and put them all into. So, yeah, if we can get some fishing synergy pretty much for free or, without going out of our way much, we're going to go for it. Might as well. Like, obviously, it takes a little bit from our Forager, but the XP that we're gaining while we're doing the fishing is substantially higher than otherwise. Plus, we'll need some amount of fishing supplies, so this gives us a good excuse to pretty much get it all. So at any applicable time, we'll, you know, be able to get a little bit of fishing XP when needed. And then I'll go re-grab the eel one, I guess. Unless there's something else I could do pretty easily in this zone. I don't think there is, though. Obviously, bass is the biggest one, since we'll always be routing right on top of it every single time. And then you just do the path the other way around as we go head to the other storage bin. The only problem there is we're going to kind of hit a dead end then. Is the only slight issue with this board. Because it doesn't, like, perfectly mirror itself unless we wait a little bit at the other side. But for now, we'll grab probably the eel. Let's see. Anything else that can we do here? Manta ray turn-in? No, let's take eel. I'll do eel while we're over in the area. The problem with the manta ray turn-in is we'd have to go catch another 6. Alright, so we'll grab all this, head all the way back over. Go and get the other thing reset. Might even throw a fish down just to go and let the timer go a little bit longer. Oh, but then that's going to set off our fish for the cycle, so never mind, I can't grab the fish here. There's the only weird thing about going all the way over to that bank. I'm still not sure how to route that. Because when you do the mirrored route, it's going to be a bad timer. I guess we could always go wide circle or something, but, yeah, we're going to have a really weird timer when we go into this next room. As this room won't be respawned by the time we bank, I don't think. I don't know, maybe it will. If we're taking the whole room, yeah, I guess it would. As long as we don't take the kelp in the other room, we should be fine. Never mind. We're not running any cycle. We're just going to have to bank with a really weird partial inventory. I also can't grab fish here, otherwise it'll be off cooldown for next set. And I wanted to be back on timer. So it's going to get ruined in a couple minutes when the message board gets reset again. Gotta really start getting some more of those bass in. Though we can always just leave the message board to sit there for a little bit. It's not like we have to do it the second they spawn. Because I don't think we're going to have these cleared in a few minutes. Because I got to go grab, like, basically 4 of these completed. And that's going to take, you know, a couple sets of these. It's not going to happen instantly. That's going to be like a good, like, 20-ish minutes. It's not going to happen instantly. So we'll grab this, get our XP in. Still only using 5%, unfortunately. Made a few more 11%, barely any, though. Obviously, we have all of them banked for whenever we need them. I just haven't bothered getting around to it. Probably should soon. Get that alchemy XP in there as well. Really want to get to tier 7. We're getting so many good resources at this tier that I would love to go and use at some point. But the problem is I'll just keep moving the goalpost if I try doing any alchemy, which is why I've been, like, pretty much not doing alchemy. Because if I was to do alchemy, it'd be like, oh, we're moving the goalpost to, you know, like, I want to get tier 7 now to go get all the tier 7 potions. But then once we're in tier 8, it's like, oh, you know what, I should go do all the tier 8 stuff now. And then once I do all the tier 8, it's like, you know what, we should go get the best in slot at tier 9. Since we already have half of it banked. So that's one of the main reasons I've been trying not to do too much alchemy. And so we can get more into Forager. But also because I know it's just going to lead to a chain reaction. Or if I do all of tier 6, it'll be like, oh, I gotta go to tier 7 now. And if I do all of tier 7, it's like, oh, I gotta go to tier 8 now. And if I do all of tier 8, it's like, oh, I gotta go tier 9 now. And if I tier 9, it's like, oh, I gotta go, you know, max so we can make every potion in the game. This is gonna be a chain reaction. So we're just leaving it where it is. We'll make the XP pots as we need. Alchemy grind is planned. It's just obviously after Forager. Want it to not distract us because it definitely will if I try going into it. There's also a few grinds I still gotta do beforehand, like some Mind of a Tube and combat grind and stuff like that. I also got to get the merchant things going. I need to go get 6 more merchant levels, though, with how broken high rarity tasks are, particularly for merchant, but for everything. It should be pretty easy to go do. I was doing this on my alt accounts because it's by far the quickest way to go get knowledge points. Even without every shortcut, I think they're getting more knowledge per hour than they were before the update, which is kind of crazy. Just because of the 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times multipliers. So even though they only have access to half the shortcuts rather than every shortcut, they're still getting more knowledge per hour after the double bounty board, plus the rarity tasks. Like, those 2 things in combination is giving more value than having every shortcut compared to the previous state of the game, which is kind of crazy. Because they're missing, like, 2 of the most important shortcuts. The one that goes right through the top middle and the one that goes through the bottom middle. With the top middle being by far the most important one, but it requires 233 detective. And right now they only have a little over 100. Which actually, they can do fishing bounties right now, but they won't be able to do smithing bounties, unfortunately. I'm not sure if I should go pivot them to start AFKing them or something. But when smithing bounties come out, I will only be able to do it on my main account. I believe it requires Milestone 2. And they actually do not have Milestone 2 smithing. They have like level 80 something or something, but they don't have all the way. And it would cost them like the rest of their gold stacks to probably get there. Since I don't think I have the smithing components or the, you know, the mining components to go with it. So yeah, they won't be able to go to the bounties. You need level 100, aka Milestone 2, to be able to do it. which obviously our main account could do easily. But neither of our alts have that high. They have it in Bonerite. They have it in Stonemason. But they don't have it for... Or one of them has it in Stonemason, I should say. But they don't have it for smithing, unfortunately. So maybe that's something I should go AFK them for over the next 2 weeks. I haven't decided yet. Currently, they're still doing Forager. But it might be the smithing pivot time. Because in 2 weeks, that's enough to gain the levels. They're gaining almost 2 levels a day, if we keep up with it. They need like 20-something over 2 weeks. That should be the, you know, like 20-ish levels, give or take a little. That should be pretty much the rest they need. Alright, how are we doing on the bass task right now? We have completed 1 task. Which means if I was to go over there, I could turn this in and then grab eel. I kind of want to wait until we can turn in 4, though. And given that I'm getting 2 per lap, that means we gotta go do, math. 9 laps. I gotta go do 9 more laps of this. Then we'll go turn all of our fish in. Then I'll grab eel and double check what the bounty board says, doing it on the guy, or, you know, right in town square. And then after that, after we go and clear out that board, we should be good to go. So that'll be the game plan. Because even though they just reset 2 minutes ago, you know, we still got like 50-something minutes to go do them. So I think the game plan is to keep doing this route until we get all of our free passive XP without even going out of our way at all. Grabbing the 1 bass every route, technically 2 bass, since we're double grabbing it every time. And that does count towards the bounty, luckily. And then, after we do all those sets, we will then go and turn it in for 4 of them at a time, which would then allow us to do eel, as well as do, you know, whatever other synergy we have on the board by that point. And hopefully we see our first legendary one. That's like basically the main goal of the stream, honestly. We're probably just going for like 5-ish hours regardless, with no particular goal. But the main goal that we have is really luck-based, and is to get a legendary fish task. I want to see it at least once. Even though I'm pretty sure all we have to do is just like put down some bait, walk away a little bit, catch the fish, and, you know, bring it back. It should be really quick. Like, the task should take like under a minute. Like, it'll probably take longer to get to where we need to get to than it would be to actually do the task. Like, actually catching it probably is quicker than the process of getting to the location to catch it. But yeah, at this point, yeah, it looks like 9 more laps. So we don't need to keep that page open then. 9 more laps, we'll get all of the fish we need. We'll go turn them in, grab whatever the new bounties say. Hopefully get some more bass synergy. Bass and Manta Ray on this route are the easiest 2 to take. However, if we do get some good trouts, trout is on level 20. So there's a really good level 20 route we could do where we could grab 1 trout every time instead of, you know, the double bass. We could do a double trout. So, those are the 3 main tasks we want to see. That and eel just because they're so close. So, eel, bass, Manta Ray, and trout are like the 4 ones that we care about right now. Which is actually great that we're at this level range because that's pretty much everything it tells me to go catch. Because I believe it tells you, similar to cooking bounties, where it tells you to catch your most recent 5. And our most recent 5, out of our most recent 5, 4 of them are great for our Forager cycles. So we are, I didn't even like try to align it this way. I didn't really think about this ahead of time. But yeah, it works just like cooking where it does your most recent 5. But 4 out of those 5, technically 5 out of those 5, is just flounders are kind of weird because you can't pre-bank them. But 4 out of 5, or even 5 out of 5, depending on how you look at it, of our current fishing bounties are all good for our current Forager route. As eel is just right next to the turn-in point, so you could always do that very free regardless of what you're doing. Flounder is technically free, but it doesn't bank, so it doesn't work as well. Bass, we're literally already grabbing. Even before fishing bounties came out, we were still grabbing this. Manta Ray, we just got to go a little bit out of our way over there and go to the message board. We could always bank it into the thing if we had to. And Trout, which doesn't work for this loop, but for the level 20 nettle loop that we're going to be at very soon, you can grab 1 free trout every time, aka 2 free trout, kind of like how we're doing with the bass. So we are at the absolute perfect range to be doing this, which is kind of crazy that it worked out that way. I even try aligning it that way. The whole reason I wanted 25 was not to align it like this, because that ended up canceling puffer too, which is great. So we don't have to do puffer. But it wasn't to try to align this, it was just for lobster. So we can start doing the lobster venture and see how much better it is than oyster, if at all, now that they made that change last Tuesday. Because it took us basically a whole week to go do that change. It's like the one thing we haven't tested from last week's Tuesday patch is the 23-hour lobster, which will be coming in 2 hours from now. Oh, we have hit full meter. I wasn't even paying attention. I think we like just barely hit it, so I don't think we wasted that much. All right, let's go put these in. Of course, as with the rest of this grind, we are still putting this in the Forager. So we will go and drink this. Get our EXPs in there. Throw that into Forager, of course. Forager once, Forager twice. Is that a level? If not, this lap definitely will be. There we go. 3 more levels, and we can start doing nettles with trout if we ever get any synergy on that. We could also go there beforehand, but it's kind of a waste of time. Although I was doing it some earlier off stream. Only when I had like a lot of tasks for it. Like if I had like 3 or 4 trout tasks, it's like, fine, I'll go head over there. Grab a couple of them with the nettle, even though it was a low level nettle. The fact that you can't buy them at shops makes it like not horrifically bad. The trouts, I believe you can. It's the nettle that you can't for the fire potion. The biggest issue with nettle though is it requires rack, and rack is just a nightmare and a half to go get. Not sure why they made it so horrifically bad and put the bank in the middle of nowhere. I really hope they make it better in some way, in some form. This is probably the worst forager resource in the entire game to try to grab. The only one that's probably worse is Periwinkle. Poor Periwinkle. I think Periwinkle is the only one that is like worse overall to grab than rack. But they both share very similar issues in that they are both a resource that has basically no or literally no synergy, that also has no tool associated to it, so you don't get the 10% extra bonus or however much you have upgraded your tool. Like, there's so many negatives to it with like no downside other than the fact you can't buy it from a shop. And that's even less of a reason to do Periwinkle, because you can buy Periwinkle from a shop. It's why when we were at this level range, we were just doing wall plant and everything. Because Periwinkle is definitively, like, the most dead resource in all Forager. It's just so much better to buy from the shop. Whereas the only thing keeping rack, like, even remotely viable, otherwise it would be as dead as Periwinkle, is the fact that you can't buy it from a shop. So you have to do at least some of it beyond just the first time bonus. The only big upside of that, though, is the rack combined with the nettle does make the highest yielding XP potion currently in the game. Relative to its level range as by far the highest, and even across every potion. I think this fire potion is still the best all the way until, like, the Chronopolis potion all the way at the end. Like, if I go check the XP for this, it is 32k. And the Chronopolis potion is 32k. So it's basically the best potion you ever get to make in any tier. And it's on par with, like, the best possible potion all the way at the bottom. But the problem is the supplies are just so hard to source. But if you could source them, you get to make the best XP potion, like, 30 levels early. Which is, like, the main appeal of making that potion, from what I could tell. Beyond the fact that you would also have fire potions if they're ever useful. But the main appeal of it is you basically get access to the best XP method 28 levels. Or no, 27 levels? Math. Yeah, 27 levels earlier than you otherwise would, if you can source all the supplies. But when accounting for all the times of sourcing the supplies is just not worth it, at least on a lone wolf. Obviously, main accounts would just buy it from people who are gathering it with their main, with their big caches of stack, stacks of cash. But yeah, it's not viable on a lone wolf. But for main accounts, honestly, I can see that being a pretty well traded item at every tier. As for people that really want the quicker alchemy XP, it'd be worthwhile, as it's the quickest alchemy rate in the entire game. But when accounting the whole process, it's not worth it on Lone Wolf. It goes from being the highest to probably one of the lowest, honestly, even with that big of a XP bonus. Like Nettle, you can pretty much zero time, but racks are just so slow compared to anything else. And the fact that you can't offset it, you have to get the exact amounts as well. It's not like you can get like 1,000 Nettle and 500 racks and then buy the other 500 racks, like a lot of other things in the game. Like, for example, we grabbed like 1,000 something wall plants, but we're ultimately going to get like 3, 4, 5,000 kelp, or however many it's going to be. So if I need to buy more wall plants, I just buy more wall plants. We don't need to worry about it that much. Obviously, I grabbed some to offset the cost, but, you know, we just grab, buy the rest of the wall plant from the shop thingy and be good to go. But you can't do that with the rack. Like, if you're short 500 racks, you either got to get those 500 racks or your 500 Nettle is useless. Right, how are we doing on fishing bounties right now? We keep poking it every time. We are 2 down. Okay, I need to get 2 more completed, which means at this point I got to do 6 more laps. And then after 6 more laps, we can go turn in all of our bass, because we just grab them from the bank and then turn them in. And then we can go do eel and whatever else we have on Synergy, because I haven't checked this hourly board yet since the reset. But we'll wait until then. Also, we were able to get a decent amount of combat in the other day as well. I don't think we got any upgrades since then. I got a couple things banked, but nothing more than the legs we made yesterday. Oh yeah, we made legs yesterday. I highly doubt anyone's only watching these and not like the fishing thing we did yesterday. If anything, it would almost be the other way around. But yeah, for anyone that did miss it, if you're just watching for whatever reason, only the Monument series is, yeah, we did end up making on the stream yesterday. We combined into the 3-star legs there, or the 4-star leg, I mean. We ended up doing that while doing the fishing bounties the other day, as we did have those supplies from off-stream combat from the other night. But everything I got tonight for off-stream combat, nothing special. Like a few like partial upgrade materials, but I can't convert it into anything. So ultimately, pretty much nothing other than XP and money and everything. And you know, the wall plants. I forget how many wall plants we have. I want to say like 1,200-ish, somewhere around there. Not like a crazy high amount, but you know, it'll save us money later. 1,200 saves us almost like 10 gold. So you know, it starts adding up. And those are for the half heal potions as well, because we grabbed them at tier oh, sorry, not half heal. Almost half heal. They were the 48% heal potions. It's basically a half heal. One step lower than half heal potions. Close enough. But no, tier 8 is the actual half heal potion. And then max ones are half heal plus. But we basically have half heal minus potions right now. I wonder if they're actually going to be referred to like that at some point in the future. Because honestly, that's probably going to be how I refer to the 3 highest healing potions. Is half heal minus, half heal, and half heal plus. Tier 7 is half heal minus, because it's 2% less. Tier 8 is half heal, because it's exactly 50%. And then max tier of tier 9 is half heal plus, because it's 52%. That's definitely what I'm going to refer to them as. I'm not sure what the rest of the community will, but 100% that's what I'm referring to those 3 potions as. Half heal minus, half heal, and half heal plus. For tier 7, 8, and 9 healing potion. Which are realistically the only 3 healing potions that are ever going to be used. At least in the end game. Obviously for stuff right now, every healing potion is fine on a generic mob. But eventually, when real bossing and stuff comes to the game, those will realistically be the only 3 healing potions anyone ever uses. Unless you're like early game Iron Man or something. But you know, if you have trading enabled, those are realistically the only 3 healing potions. Half heal minus, half heal, and half heal plus. I think we're 5 more laps to go. Yep, 5 more. Every set we end up chipping 2. We'll then be able to go bring a whole inventory of bass after we go and drop everything, or, you know, bank everything. I always say drop sometimes when I mean bank. Sometimes I also use drop to refer to not taking something on cycle. I probably use drop in like 4 different ways sometimes during these streams. Because it could mean we're dropping a resource, it could mean we're not doing it in the set. It could mean we're dropping it off in a storage rift. It could also mean that we're doing a task where we have to drop something to a location. Or, you know, drop it off at a location. Which probably is starting to get really confusing sometimes. As I'm using the same word to describe like 4 different things. But yeah, I don't think we're going to get to stone today. Basically, as of today, we're halfway through the 1-month mark. So do we think we'd be able to finish this in 15 more days? I feel like the answer is yes. It depends how much slower tier 8 and 9 is, but honestly, tier 7 has not been like any slower, it doesn't feel like. I'm not sure why. I was calculating it as being a decent bit slower. And yes, it is definitely like slightly slower, but like barely. It feels just like tier 6. And tier 6 felt like tier 5. And tier 4 felt like tier 5, or, you know, just 1 over each time. But, if you compare, like, tier 4 to tier 7, like, yeah, tier 7 is definitely slower. But it's, like, so gradually moving up that you don't really feel it. Unless tier 8 and 9 just really skyrockets or something. But otherwise, the time for completion hasn't really been moving much. And currently, we need to get, how many more levels? We need to get 133 more levels. And we have 15 days to do that in, if I wanted to try to do that in 15 days. So what's 133 divided by 13? That's like 8 point something. Let me get a calculator in a second. I don't have one open at the moment. But let me go calc that. What is 133? Well, technically, we got to count for what we have today. So I actually got to make that number a little bit smaller. Because I gotta calculate that based on our number we'll have by the end of today. So that will technically be 15 days properly. So if we wanted to finish by exactly the 1 month mark, aka 30 days. And let's assume by the end of today, after passives and everything off stream, we have level 25. Which is right at stone. Though I'm probably not doing stone today, though. I don't think we'll have enough time. But that means we need to go get 125 levels. 125 divided by 15. We'd have to average 8.3 levels a day. So we'd have to, like, actively train about 8-ish a day, and then, you know, passive the rest. But it also means some days, if I'm, you know, overly passiving, we'd have to do more. Because on any day we go all in passive, we're only gaining, you know, like about 2 levels or so. But that might happen a little bit more during, like, late tier 8 or just tier 9 in general. But it's not too bad. Obviously, that will be a little bit slower at the later end. But at our current level range, like tier 7, 100% we could do over 8 a day. Like today, we started at 16. After passives and everything. And we're probably ending at 25 after passives and everything, which means we would have gained 9 today. But it does mean tier 8 and 9 are going to be, yeah, 8 and 9 are going to be a little bit rougher then. Is if with the amount of time I allocate today, I'm only gaining 9, that's going to be way less when we do tier 8 and 9. If I'm only gaining like 9 levels on a day like today. So we might have to step up the grinding a little bit to make up for the days that we're not grinding as much. But on average, yeah, it's like 8.3 levels a day. Technically 8 since the passives have covered the rest. Easily. That's not too bad. It's going to be really rough at around like the higher stage though. Like I don't think we could do 8 levels a day at tier 9. Maybe we can. Like passive will probably cover 1.5. But that means I would still have to manually grind 6. Which I think is over 12 hours, I'm pretty sure, at tier 9. Like, it's not a short amount of time. That is a pretty long amount of time there. But hey, we almost reached our other 2 side milestones. We need to get 34 combat levels. And we need to get 2 more basically cooking levels. You can count that as 2. We're basically there already. Like 2 and a 10th. Whatever you want to call that little fraction there. Because those were some of the side goals I had while we do Forager. And honestly, we're getting pretty close. We'll be able to get 1 more combat synergy soon. I think my game plan is we still do Wall Plant plus Death Crow for the next section. For like tier 8. And then for tier 9 for the half heal potion. And then for tier 9, we'd be able to go do all the other stuff like the combat synergy into plant while getting potatoes or the howberries. We'd be able to do it for the water lily with the hero beast, stuff like that. The only problem is if I do end up doing it that way, we're at the point where we're getting quite a bit of diminishing return on our crows. I think they're a 15% penalty right now. And if we were to do a whole nother set, they're going to reach 25% penalty. It's the only slight issue is our combat range is kind of getting at the point where I can do the synergy. So maybe I just have to go in AFK combat a little bit and get to the point where we could do, you know, carnivorous plant and all the other ones. The only problem with that is I guess we'd level up to, like basically it would inverse what I can do at the final level range if I did it that way. Because that means we'd get a ton of healing potion but won't have as much synergy on the other stuff on tier 9. But I guess that's kind of fine because realistically, we're going to need to do that anyways. Because for combat after the fact, like we're eventually going to be 500 Forager and still doing combat in the zone, obviously. Since we only have like tier 2, tier 3 completed. Well, we'll have 500 Forager completed. But that means I'm going to get a lot of tier 9 while doing the other combat. So I guess that's fine, doing it that way. Like if we had to do only Death Crows or only combat synergy for tier 9, it wouldn't really matter because we have to come back like a billion more times to do the rest of combat anyways. Or we'll obviously get, you know, billion times more combat synergy. Like multiple times over. Except all of it will be tier 9 material. It will also help us fill holes in material that we otherwise wouldn't get. For example, right now I'm getting a ton of starfish, which makes our best in slot blue combat potion. But I'm getting almost no water lily. But when we go do combat, I'm gaining only water lily and no starfish, so it kind of evens out. I think we'll still have more starfish by the end of it all than water lily, but it'll make the numbers more even. Like, let's say at tier 9, I get like 7,000 mortar, 7,000 like starfish, whatever it comes out to by tier 9. Let's say I get like 7,000. What I'll have doing Forager, I'll probably only have like 500, if even that. So that disparity is going to be really big, but then combat will, you know, offset it. That'll bring that 500 up to like 5,000 or something, which will still be less than how many starfish I'll have at tier 9. But at least the disparity won't be like nearly as bad. But yeah, based on someone else's numbers that I saw one day, not sure if they were mentioning it to us or just mentioning it aloud, like about a week ago. It looks like tier 9 is going to take about twice as long. Not sure about tier 8, but tier 9 looks like it'll take twice as long as any other tier. At least compared to like tier 7 right now. So we could basically just add a 2x to whatever a resource is, and that's probably about how many we'd need to gather. So for example, if this set ends up picking up, I don't know, let's say 4,000 shells from the beach. If we did the exact same percentage for tier 9, it'd probably be about 8,000 shells. By my current guesstimation. So the grind is just like 2x, probably tier 7, roughly. Seems to be how it's scaled. As far as tier 8, I have no clue. Maybe it's like 50%. But tier 9 looks like it's about 2x whatever grind you have to do for tier 7. Which means we basically have to go, in a sense, get 4 more milestones completed, in a sense. Even though we only have 3 milestones to do, technically 2.5. Just because 9 almost counts as like 2 whole milestones would likely how long it'll take. And 8 probably scales enough where it's like almost 1.5 or something. So to some degree, it's kind of like we have to do 4. Even though we only have 2.5 remaining. But as far as like time duration, it's almost like doing 4. But not quite, because passives also get to bypass it quite a bit. Also, speaking of things, I need to go check. How are our bounties doing? Are we almost ready to go and turn them in? Because I believe it's about time. I said about 20 minutes. It's been slightly over 20 minutes, but... yeah, I just gotta catch one more bass. Okay, so after we go do the next circle, which is perfect, because I need 11% for it anyways. Oh, wait. Could I dip the 11% into the bounty turn-in? Ooh. Oh, we gotta do that. I gotta do a partial loop, and I gotta turn in around the time that we go use this 11%. Because I can turn in, like, 5 tasks. All at the same time. Oh, that will work out perfectly. Alright, let me go do that. So what we're gonna do now is do a partial loop on our next loop. Where I'm going to do up to this room. And then turn back. Store everything away. And then drink the 11% once we get to the shop. And then I'll be able to double knowledge point it. And use it for 5 bounties. I'll be able to use it for 4 bass bounties. Unfortunately, one of them was a low rarity one rather than the higher one, but that's fine. But I'll be able to use it for 4 bass bounties and 1 eel bounty. As we could easily get the eel bounty done within 2 minutes. That's not going to take that long. It's like 1 step away. Okay, that will be perfect. Alright, so we're going to take these 2. Then everything in that room that we need. Then we bank. Grab everything we need and just go and use the potion in front of the fisher guy then. And that should put us at like a perfect amount of knowledge points as well. Oh, it's going to be a nice turn-in then. That means all these would also get 11% boosted when we go and do the bounty thingy. And that might almost be enough knowledge to go get another point. Probably not, but it is a lot of knowledge points. And then we get to see if we got a legendary fish this hour. Because we still haven't checked that yet. So I'm not going to use the XP here. Just because we're going to be using the 11% in a moment. So we'll grab this, we'll grab this, we'll grab that, that. And then from here, I guess we would just walk back? I was going to tell you, but... I think we just walk. That's one thing I haven't actually tested yet. Is it quicker to walk from here to there, or from there to there? I'm pretty sure from here to there is better, which is why I normally just walk it. Like, walking from this room to that center area, I'm pretty sure it's quicker than having to teleport all the way over. Though I haven't actually timed it yet, but it sure feels quicker. Mostly because you also have to put into consideration teleport time. It's not like the teleport is 0 time. It'd be cool if it was, or if there's a quest that makes them quicker or something. Because you still have to go through a loading screen. I would love if there was a quest that made teleporting, like, instant. Like, maybe, like, a 1-second delay rather than, like, the 3 or 5 that it currently has. Alright, so now I grab all the bass. Because I should have all of these bounties completed. I just need to turn them in. And then we go use the 11% potion on them. So we go to ingredients, we go to bass, we grab the tier that's relevant, we grab a full inventory. Because we have 4 of them to go turn in. And we'll be able to 11% every single one. And then as the 11% is ticking down, we'll go do the eel bounty as well. Unfortunately, the eel one's only hunt. It's not turn in, but that's fine. Better than nothing. I thought it was turn in as well, but it's not. Alright, so let's drink the 11% here. This will easily give us enough knowledge points for the next point as well. 11%, put this in the Forager, of course. Put that in the Forager. And now he's turned this in a billion times. Oh yeah, you can also do it through the trade screen. I wasn't doing this earlier. But, yeah, you can either use it on him, which is what I was doing earlier, or you could trade it with him. Both end up working. There's a fishing level, nice. Forager, put that in as well. And there we go. Alright, and now let's grab our eels real quick. And then we'll grab whatever other bounties are on the board. As we get like a billion unlocks. Alright, we'll grab that, we'll grab that, we'll grab that. Grab the other side. And then we need to go and see what bounties we have. Because now we have a nice amount of area to go fit 5 bounties. Still got 1 bass synergy for later, for when we go back to the bass very shortly. But for now, let's go check what fishing bounties we have. See if there's any synergy that we can get real quick. While in the area. Alright, grab our 6-1 right there. I guess I'll grab the 7 just because it's right there anyways. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go check the shop real quick. Might just sell these instead of banking them out. We'll see in a second. Actually, before I do, let me go and see if I have a bounty here. What are our bounties? No legendary still. Got a little bit of bass energy. Love it. I'll grab the trout for later. Everything else, I think I just ignore. I don't think I want anything else here. Mana Ray. How do we feel about Mana Ray turn in? If it was catch only, I'd probably do it. Turn in makes it more awkward. Oh no, we can grab it for later. I guess it's fine. Oh no, I'm abandoning it. It's fine. Alright. So we didn't really get that much synergy there. That's fine. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm just banking these. That's fine. Alright, we're good. So that's a pretty bad board. Like every single board I've been getting lately. But we'll be able to go and turn in 2 basses right now. And this trout is for later. Once we get level 20, we can do that trout for free. But that should be good for now. Alright, let's go put away these eels. And let's go back to the loop. As we're doing the loop, we still get 2 more basses completed automatically. And we'll be able to get that trait done automatically, other than to turn in once we go and get to level 20 Forager, which we are 2.5 more levels away from, which is why I grabbed it now, because we'll be able to get it for free really soon, in the next like 2 hours or so. But back to the normal loop. But yeah, that's well, every single one of my bounties board has been looking like it, basically, by the way. Every single one is just disappointment. I have no clue how I haven't seen a legendary fish yet, but how many times we've checked it. I gave our account negative RNG or something. Which makes me scared for when some RNG mechanics actually do get added to the game. Because my hardcore and old school RuneScape definitely has like negative luck as an attribute. It has at least 250% negative luck. And our Brighter Shores character might be cursed with it as well. I'm not sure why. Anytime we make an Iron Man like account in any game, it gets cursed with at least like negative 200% luck stat. Hey, how is Shuno doing? I've seen him pop up here and there. How do you compare with the new feature again? Shuno, compare, if I could click the right person. Compare scores. That was a new feature that was added yesterday. Let's see. He's max combat, wow. He really went for that max combat rush. Oh, we're at the same tier. We get to see how much slower we go than him. Or how much quicker we get to go than him. I didn't realize that. We're like same level. Oh, we're currently 5 above him right now. He'll be like 10 above us tomorrow, probably. Yeah, he did the max merchant leatherworker. Anyone who did that just made so much money. There were like 3 things you could have done in this game at optimal times that would have made your account really broken. And basically all of them were if you maxed Chronopolis early on. Because one of them with the combat rework last year around this time was if you did 500 detective with raid dens, you just got so much free combat XP. And then the biggest one this year was if you did 500 merchant and leatherworker, you just got so much money. Like literal platinums. Like multiple platinums. Like you're measuring your money in number of platinums, not number of gold pieces. But there's like the two things. If you did detective off of raid dens last year before the combat rework, or if you did the merchant detective like to max, like level 10, you know, level 500, milestone 10. If you did merchant detective, merchant leatherworker all the way to max. So anyone who maxed Chronopolis early is just so far ahead. Because they got the mega combat boost. But then they also got the mega money boost. That no one else gets to have if you didn't do the grind. Like, we did obviously partial both the grinds, so we, like, partially benefited. But obviously we never finished either of the two grinds. And only partially did both. So we did benefit from it, but not as much as the people that did 500 detective before the combat rework last year, or the 500 merchant leatherworker before the most recent milestones 2 weeks ago. As those people, they're loaded compared to an average account. As far as how much combat they skipped and how much money they got for free. Though in all fairness, I do feel like how much gold I have now is pretty much infinite gold. Like, it's not actually infinite gold, but for anything we need to use it on in the near future. Like, if I was to max everything in the current state of the game, we would still have positive gold right now. Like, we'd still have over 100 gold easily. Even if I kept every potion from alchemy, which we do plan to do. We'd still have over 100 gold and still not know what to do with it. Not to mention, combat makes a lot of money still. It makes it a little bit worse than before the milestone update. But when accounting for luck potion, if you're under the effect of luck, you're making about the same, if not slightly more, compared to before the combat update. Plus now you can AFK for like, you know, 9 minutes at a time. Which also reminds me, talking about that, I need to go get 6 merchant levels at some point soon. I need it so that once we finish this venture slot, there's actually one other thing I forgot to mention when we were mentioning all of the things that we got to do around the time that we get 500 Forager. There's plus one more thing that we got to go do. Aside from the combat, aside from the cooking and, you know, all that, and the alchemy that we already did. But I got to go get the other 6 levels I need so I can do grapes plus cinnamon 6 with our ventures. Because realistically, the distribution I'm probably going to do for venture is grape plus cinnamon stick plus 1 fish. And we'll just keep doing that. That's likely going to be my spread at any given time for ventures. At least while there's 3. If they ever add a 4th, we would either double fish or do 1 fish plus 1 mining. But it'd probably just be double fish because it takes way less time. How are we doing on the current bounties? I need to catch 3 more of this fish. Well, technically 6, but you know, 3 more interactions with it. And that one just gets auto-completed. Nice, another fishing bounty down. And this one will just get done passively, and this one will get done once we have level 20 Forager in like 2 hours from now. But once we have that Forager level, we can go do this one for free. In the same way that we're taking bass for free right now. Because even before the fishing update, we were already taking it, but now it's like double the value. We're not quite double. I think when we're on task, at least a 2-star task, we're getting about, not counting the turn-in, we're getting about, I think, 3,000 more XP per. So we're getting like 30 to 35,000 more XP per each one we take. Not counting turn-in. Counting turn-in, it's, I think, almost double. Because, what, 1 bass is giving us slightly under 10k. But for turning in 6, we're getting 186k. The problem is you got to put into consideration the turn-in time. Because that turn-in time is not time we would normally be doing in Forager. Which is why I'm not really counting it. The only XP we should count is the amount we get for free when we catch it. Because all the turn-in XP, while it is a lot, we have to go out of our way to turn it in. It's not 0 time, like just picking it up every single time. Like just time allocated to it that we're not foraging. Whenever we go all the way over to the fish shop. So we're getting really close to the big 5555. We got 5454 right now. Close, not quite. Just gotta make 2 of those 4s 1 number higher. Because we will have that by the end of this grind. The 5555. Because we only need 101 more levels. Which Forager alone would cover. Not counting all the other levels we'd gain along that way. Like the few fishing, the few combat, the few cooking, everything else. Probably even 6 merchant levels, as we were saying earlier. Which I have been doing on the alt accounts. Even without the good shortcuts, they are so good with the bounty boards. Double bounty board with rarities on them is so crazy for merchant. I'm honestly really tempted. I'm really tempted. After we finish Forager, I am so tempted to max merchant. It is just so free. The skill has always been free, and they've only made it freer like every patch they've ever done. It's crazy how free max level merchant is right now. And how much knowledge points we'd end up getting from it. Like, it is so good. I am not sure if smithing and stonemason bounties will even save those skills. It might literally be better just to do max level merchant and just use all the knowledge points on the smithing and stonemason. Which is something I probably will do when we go do, whenever we do actually do level 10 merchant. All the knowledge we get from it, I am likely putting on smithing and stonemason. Especially if the bounties aren't enough to save them for cost. I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping most of them will break even on 1 star. The main thing I'm concerned about are the carpentry supplies, is I don't have them banked. That's like the main thing that eats into your profit there. Like the ores and stones I don't really worry about too much. We got that covered. But the carpentry stuff is my main concern with the bounties. As they both likely consume a very high amount beyond what we have. And by that I mean we don't have tier 6 or above, which is the level we need right now. Technically we'll need tier 7 stuff. And we'll need a tier 5 for both. Honestly, Hope Forest grind, probably going to be the last grind we ever get around to. I will likely have max Hopeport, max Mines of Matubin, and max Chronopolis. And maybe even max Combat. Before we max, or even get a single max in Hope Forest. The main thing that will make me pivot to Hope Forest a little bit, though, but more so into Woodcutting Carpenter, is whenever they finally announce Chapter 5 is coming in, like, you know, a couple weeks, couple months, whatever. Once we have a more solid date of it existing at some point. I would probably do Woodcutting Carpenter just for the building supplies. Just so we have some on reserve for the skill. The biggest issue with grinding something like that is we don't really know how much we're going to need in advance. So that's one other thing to consider too. Even though Merchant's been nerfed into the ground, or sorry, not Merchant, Leatherworker's been nerfed into the ground. If I'm not mistaken, Merchant actually makes more money now than it has at any point in the game. Because I don't believe they've nerfed any money gains from Merchant with the update, while also giving 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times tasks for more money. Which is kind of sad, because I believe Merchant actually makes more money than Leatherworker now. Which in the previous state of the game would be like unheard of. But I'm pretty sure Merchant at the higher level range is like over 3 gold an hour. While gaining the best knowledge rate in the entire game. Simultaneously. Which reminds me, I'm going to need to use those knowledge potions whenever we do that grind. I guess that's one of the other reasons I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to cash in all my knowledge potions because they mentioned you won't be able to use it at the beginning of Stonewall Hill. They'll be locked off for like a month or however long they are. So I want to use most, if not all, my knowledge potions before then. And I just have a bunch of knowledge points that I had before the update that I haven't cashed in yet because we haven't bothered training Merchant en masse. So maybe that's something we do one week. Maybe we do Merchant week. 1 week dedicated to just spamming down some Merchant. It's very tempting. And obviously dump all the leveling into smithing and stonemason. Could technically put some into alchemy too once we reach the dead zone, as I can use it to get through the current dead zone. I would at first have to go make all the potions I currently have though, up to tier 6. But then when we hit the dead zone in tier 6, I could then just knowledge all the way to tier 7. So that'd probably be my main targets then. Is knowledge through smithing and stonemason tier 7, because I don't have that many supplies for it due to the way that the conversion on mining worked. That way we'll be even on 888. And then put the rest into alchemy to get past the next dead zone, which is pretty much everything from about 625 to 643. So that's about 20 levels, roughly. I would have to go through that dead zone with knowledge points from Merchant. So we'd have to do about 20 alchemy levels. So what would be the spread? I would have to do about 20 alchemy levels and probably about 40 smithing and stonemason. I say 40 because obviously bounties will be doing some to get some levels. Because in 2 weeks from now we're doing smithing bounties, and 2 weeks from now we're doing stonemason bounties. And that should get me to the early stages of tier 7 for both of them, but, you know, not all the way max. But then the rest of it, I guess we just get from Merchant. That might be the pivot, honestly. I was going to do a little bit of a combat pivot, but I kind of want to do the Merchant pivot. They just keep buffing Merchant so much, I can't really foresee a world where they keep buffing it even more. Like, we're getting to the point where they might start nerfing it rather than buff it. It's receiving so many buffs that, you know, at some point they gotta nerf it. Or maybe not nerf it, but you know what I mean. Like, it's more likely that for it to get more nerfed than more buffed at this point. It has been buffed so much. It can only really go down rather than up. Unless they somehow add a third merchant board or something. Like, it really can only go down. They'd have to invent a new kind of buff to make that thing go even higher. So it's probably going to be my grind, honestly, as soon as I do that. That and because I got to go use up all my knowledge potions. Which, actually, how many do I have? I want to go do the math on that real quick. Let's say I hypothetically want to save like 10 or 20 knowledge potions for later. No, let's just say we want to use all of them. I am going to go check my bank, see how many knowledge potions I have. And we divide it by 5. That's how many hours we can run it for. If we divide our amount of knowledge potions by 5, I can run that many hours of knowledge potions. Which means that's about how many hours of merchant we got to go do. Roughly. So let's do the math real quick. Because I forgot how many we got compensated for. I want to say 200 something. So it's that number divided by 5. Let me double check. Withdrawal. Potion. Knowledge. We got 284. 284 divided by 4. Let's just say 280 because I'll keep a couple spares, I guess, in the bank. So 285. They last for 12 minutes, right? No, 14. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I gotta do this math weirdly. Never mind. I gotta do some other math. Give me back there. Right, we gotta do some weird math. Okay, clear that. 284 times 14 divided by 60. We can get 66 hours. I got 66 hours of knowledge potions, which means I gotta do 66 hours of merchant at some point. Which actually close to like 68 or 70 because there'll be some downtime where obviously not under the effect of a potion. But yeah, it's like 67 plus hours. You can say almost 70. Is how long we'd have to do merchant for at some point. Merchant week? I don't know, we'll see. Might need to go pull out the merchant week. I'm sure if I can get that in before my trip. But I kind of want to, just so we have all those knowledge points good to go. It allows me to skip basically... It basically what it allows me to do is it allows me to repair every hole in every level range we have, aside from cooking, with our knowledge points. I'll be able to fix our alchemy hole, I'll be able to fix our smithing hole, and I'll be able to fix our stonemason hole. And probably still have some left over. That maybe we'll go fix our cooking hole with. It just feels like a waste putting into cooking. But if cooking dishes are actually going to be useful, then it's basically the same thing as putting into alchemy. Because right now, it's less value than putting into alchemy, but, you know, if you could eventually eat all the dishes for good buffs, it's about the same value as putting into alchemy. It's just we don't know what those buffs are yet, so we don't know which one has better buffs. It depends how crazy they go with cooking buffs. It's probably one of the reasons why I didn't come out with milestones, even though you can store them. They're probably figuring out what they need to do to balance them. Because those cooking recipes, you can make some of them like crazy high amount. Like eggs per hour. You can make so many eggs per hour. So they can't make the buff from that like anything too crazy. Just because the speed at which you can make them is just so absurdly high. But then you also have to balance the inverse. Like, what do you do for a lobster dish that takes so long to make? Because that lobster dish takes longer than, I'm pretty sure, the longest potion. Like, you know, if you do the potent machine. Like, it literally takes longer than making a potion in the potent potion machine. When accounting for, you know, having to get all the supplies from the shop and everything. Alright, Forager level's about to come in any moment now. I think all of our fishing bounties have been met, so we don't get any extra fishing XP now, other than just the base amount. Alright, when did we get the next set? That's in like 10 minutes. So in about 13 minutes from now, we gotta go check the bounties. See if we can get any good synergy anywheres. Maybe I'll even grab my current mana ray when I'm over there, because I gotta go over there anyways to go grab the bounty tasks. So maybe I should have kept that mana ray. Because I forgot, I would have to go there at least once to go grab the tasks. Which means I could have grabbed the mana rays for free during that time. Since we're going to be over there anyways. All I got to do now is just remember to take it right around that time. But I could have just grabbed it beforehand, should have just kept it. We could always abandon it if we don't want it. It's always better to have too many bounties than not enough. Because you always abandon it at no cost rather than, you know, not have it at all. So just gotta remember to try to do it in exactly like 11 minutes from now. So we can both grab it and grab the board at the same time. Come on, Forager level, you're almost there. Also making pretty good time on Forager XP. What's kind of crazy is I'm still getting over 1 level per hour. I was not expecting that for tier 7. That was not in my initial math. My initial math said we would not get 1 level an hour at 7. We're still getting 1 level an hour at 7. We haven't even been going for an hour and we've already gained 1 in a partial level. Because we started at 16. We're 18 right now. Obviously we started partway through 16. I forget how much though. But we're like 1 level and a fraction in an hour. In all fairness, we are at the perfect level range to be doing this set I'm doing right now. The XP rate from this set does start going down over time. Because this is the best method you pretty much ever get for Forager. You know, relative to its level range. So this does start falling off, obviously, once we get like 10, 20 more levels if we're still doing a similar set. It picks up, again, a little bit at level 32. But, you know, if we're still doing this set at like level 30-ish or so, we'll notice it being a lot slower than it is now. Compared to doing it at like 15, 16, 17, so forth. Oh, so I'm running really low on luck potions. The 5 I have on me right now are literally my total remaining. I guess some of the tier 3 resources, which one this is, still banked. From when we were doing Gatherer, back when it was still Gatherer. But, yeah, we don't got that many. We don't have that many. Very few. But we can make about 500 as potion. Which is, what, 3,500 luck charges. And given that you need like 100 something kills per level, it's enough to last us for like 30-ish levels. Like it's enough to last us all the way to milestone 20 if I was to go make them. Not sure if I will be, because honestly our gear is just so stacked right now that I kind of want to stop using luck potions for a bit. Especially on the enemies that aren't giving us like better ratio. Because our gear does not need to be any better. If I'm getting any gear at this rate, we're just selling it. We are just too stacked on gear at the moment to really care about better gear. There's almost no upgrade we can get. Like, I'm gonna get a 4-star drop and just gonna sell it to the shop at this rate. We are so geared for our level range. It's not really worth buying the supplies from the shop and doing the higher tier ones. Like, it kind of is, it kind of isn't. It's hard to do the math on it due to it just affecting a luck-based meter. Because it's hard to tell if you're getting a drop because of luck or because of the base value. Which makes it really hard to calculate how much value a luck potion is giving. Because you can't do it based on the value of every 2-star or higher that you get. Because obviously you're still getting 2 stars and higher even without a luck potion. So it's near impossible to calculate out in the current state of the game with the knowledge that we have publicly. Like what the value of a luck potion is. Because the 2, 3, or 4-star drop you could have gotten may have just been a natural 2 or 3 or 4-star drop, not influenced by the extra luck factor. Because even though it's making it more common, it's not like they don't exist without it. So you can never know if it came because of the luck potion or just because, you know, you would have gotten it regardless because of the natural drop rate. Which makes it impossible to calculate for. It's obviously more loot per hour, but it's hard to calculate the cost per extra loot that you're getting. Like if you're spending 15 silver, let's say, for per luck potion, and you're getting, I don't know, 10 charges. I think the 10 charge one's around there. It's just really hard to calculate out the extra rarity drops that you're getting relative to that 15 silver. Because you can't just simply count every single drop that you get that's 2-star above. Though you can count if you're losing money pretty easily. Because if you're using a potion and getting literally 0 2 stars or above during that duration, that means you just got negative money. So negatively, you can calculate it pretty decently. But finding out the actual number that it's giving is a lot harder. But it's really easy to tell if a specific luck potion is giving you no value at all, though. But per hour, the calculation is weird. Because we're missing numbers that are kind of required for the formula. Alright, what time is it right now? We still got like 6 minutes. It's almost time to go do fishing bounties. Please, give me one legendary one. That's like the whole goal of today. I know it's technically not in the title, but it's partially in the title. I want to see our first legendary fishing thing today. I know it's not like anything like over the top crazy, but come on, how have we gotten none? I hope this doesn't happen with the new smithing activity. I hope the new smithing activity isn't this rare. Where you can check the board like 20 times across your 3 accounts and find 0 of it during that time. Because on the day of 2 weeks from now, on that Monday, when smithing bounties come out, I really hope we get to try it multiple times. A new little puzzle thingy that you gotta go do for it. Because if it's anything like fishing bounties, there's a non-zero chance we get it 0 times during like a 3 to 5 hour smithing stream. And if they're 1 hour bounties, that's even more likely. Because I can't check it on my alt account, so if we go for 5 hours, I can only check it 5 times. As neither of my other 2 accounts have 100 smithing at the moment. Milestone 2. Yep, now I wanted. All these random NPCs is always blocking stuff. I think the most annoying one is the one by the fishing stall. Or depending on your camera angle, you can't even like click on the fishing guy. There's just some woman there that's like shopping for over a year. She's been shopping there for a year and 3 months and still hasn't decided what fish she wants. Kind of like that one other NPC that's been in the bath for over a year. Which is kind of funny because I believe they make the NPC there the opposite gender of what you are. But because we accidentally made ours female at the beginning, because I didn't realize it because all how the thing works since we just did the randomize or something at the beginning, just to get our character out quickly. But it did the opposite, so I think it's a guy there instead of a female. But he's been stuck there for over a year right now. Still in that bathtub. It's one of those things I feel like RuneScape 3 and World of Warcraft kind of do somewhat decently. Where like the world changes over time. Which could be seen as a good or a bad thing. Old School RuneScape doesn't really do that. Like there are still NPCs doing the same thing for 20-something years. In that game. Kind of like how Brighter Shores has some stuff that's been going on for over a year. Like that one guy in the bathtub or the that one woman who's still shopping at the at the fishing shop. Well, World of Warcraft, RuneScape 3, and a few other games like that do kind of change their world over time. Maybe not like drastically, but sometimes drastically. Though I'm pretty sure they still have NPCs in World of Warcraft that's been there for like 25 years doing the same thing. In at least some region in there. Oh, it's almost that time, isn't it? Keep forgetting to keep track of time. Yeah, after this set, we got to start moving over there. So we got to start moving north as we do this set. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to make the board in time. We're going to be a little bit early, but it'll give me time to go grab the mana rays. I believe it's catch home. Oh, no, it's delivery as well, but I can just grab them from the bank later. It's fine. As long as we catch them ahead of time, we could just, you know, grab them from the storage rift and bring them in later. Keeping them on this is not relevant. It's one of the reasons why I've been skipping Flounder tasks. Even though Flounder is technically even closer than Bass and stuff, as far as getting back to the shop. The problem is you can't pre-bank them, so if you put Flounders in your inventory, you have to go deliver. You can't just simply do Flounders and then, like, hold on to them and store them or something. Like you can with every other fish, other than Sardine as well. Like, if you're doing Sardine or Flounder, you have to turn it in. You can't just, bank them and go to Forager. Which is the main reason I've been avoiding them. Even though they're technically closer than, you know, Bass. But you can't bank them, so you'd have to immediately turn them in. Which we don't want to do. Because we're currently trying to synergize with Forager, which does not synergize well with things that cannot bank. Alright, let's go check our bounty board. Grab our mana ray before it expires. Hopefully make perfect time to grab whatever else is on the board. That'll be good to go. As long as we get there before this XP pot goes down, we should be fine for it not to be expired yet. And if it is, it's not too big a deal. We're only going to lose the one mana ray task. Alright, mana ray, as well as whatever else is here. What do we have? Alright, give me that mana ray. Oh, we still got a whole minute. Look at all those flounders. Do I grab some of these? You know what? I'm taking them. I got a plan. I do have a plan. Because I just realized we can use the fact that you can't bank them to our advantage. To do a store all on them. Which is what we're going to go do right now. Alright, so we have met the condition for Mana Ray. And now let's go meet the condition for all of the Flounder. Because what I'm going to do now is grab all the shells on the way there. Grab all the Flounder that we need. And then when we click the store all, we're going to be good to go. The only problem with that is that doesn't mean I need to go catch 16 Flounder right now. Which is kind of awkward. That's one thing I didn't factor in. I gotta actually catch them 3 times over. I didn't factor that into this plan. Not sure how I didn't. Right, give me that one, give me that one, give me that one. Go get all of our flounders then. If nothing else, at least get the one set. I don't want to just go catch all of them real quick. And then we'll see what synergy we have on the board and then go do our turn in. The first 6 we gotta drop, the other 12 we hold. Alright, there we go. Alright, now I'll grab this one kelp, wait for the other thing. Now we need to go get 2 more sets of these. Could have probably grabbed more kelp than one. I think at the pass I would normally grab all 3. I was hoping 1 would be enough. Well, apparently wasn't. But now we just need to grab 1 full set, 1 partial set. And then we can go and do a turn in then. I'm gonna have to do a bank set real quick though. But then we should be able to grab everything. Alright, so let me grab the other 2 kelp. Bank everything that aren't them, which will work perfectly because you just use store all. Since they don't use, they can't be banked. Which is actually one of the few instances where it is beneficial. Because we actually want to keep them in our inventory right now. So we can go click store all here. Grab the other things we need real quick. Actually, did we grab the other things? Yeah, because we have exact. So I could do this, bank that, and now I grab withdraw item, ingredients, bass 6. And then the same for mana ray. And now we just grab the rest. And now we go turn in. Alright, and then once we go turn in, we'll have a new bounty board there. And we'll be good to go. Right, grab that. Grab until we have a full inventory. And we just turn everything in at once. And we should be good to go. Grab the other little fishy. Comes right to us. Perfect. Alright, that should be every condition met. Let me just double check. Mana ray, check. Both the 2 flounders, check. The bass for high rarity, check. Alright, now we just go deliver all of it, and our bounty board should be good to go. And the only thing we still have left is the trout, but I can't do that until we get level 20 Forager. Also, I could probably use an 11% potion here as well. We should pretty easily be able to push that over. Not through the bounties necessarily, but, you know, from the little bit that we'll go do next. So let me go use an 11% here. We'll be on a little bit of a timer, but we should be able to make it, hopefully. Put that into Forager. And hopefully we can go get all these down real quick. Get that in there. Come on, trade. Get that in there. Get that in there. That should be for even more as well. And get that in there. And now we should have new bounties here. Come on, give me like double EO or something. Wow, it wants me to go do trout. Wow, does it want me to go do trout? What on earth? It really wants me to go speed through the Forager levels we need. What is that? 1 eel and everything else is just trout. And no rare ones. Unfortunate. It just hates giving me high rarity things. I have no clue how we've gone this long without seeing a 3-star or, you know, epic or rare one. Like we haven't seen a single 2 times or we haven't seen a single 3 or 4 times yet from the tasks. Not a single one. Okay, I gotta figure out how to get a few more knowledge points. I might just have to catch eels or something. Because I want to do it while we're still under the effect of the potion if we can help it. Ooh, 2 more sets of eels not gonna do it. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get it in. Oh well, rip. Alright, let's go back to our foraging cycle. Let's have to not use the other 11%. Oh yeah, let me grab the other thing while we're here. Because I couldn't grab it earlier because of the thing. Oh no, should I go camp some trout? The game really wants me to go do trout right now. Should I go do trout? It wants me to go do trout. I think we're going to go do some trout. We'll take a trout break. The problem is my thing is really bad level range right now for this, but the game really wants me to go do trout. So we'll go do trout. Is it going to be on the previous level nettle, which is unfortunate. But it's more XP than nothing at least. Where's my other scrappy one? Okay, we got it. Alright, we're good to go. But yeah, fine game. We'll go do trout. You really want us to do it. Actually, I'm going to do this the other way around so I can grab the other trouts later. Just so we only have to do 4 of them right now. So let me grab this, grab a little bit of that, grab the nettle. And we're just going to do 2 inventories while offsetting with nettle. As that should give us 24. Hopefully it will. We'll find out in a second. I have no clue if this gets us 24 or not. But it should. Because we're getting about 3 fish for every... Oh no, we're getting like 2 point something fish for every 1 not fish. Roughly. So we should be able to get our 24 within 2 inventories. So within 48 we should be able to. As long as the ratio is like 2 or better. Which it should be. But of course this would be a lot better if this nettle was 1 tier above. Which it will be later to stream, but for right now, it will not be. It's why I'm saving the 2 catch only for later. Just so I don't have to turn them in when we come back here and grab the free trouts. Whereas right now we'll go turn them in because why not? Though I could wait till the bounty board because we don't have the auto refresh on bounties at this level range. So I could just turn these in later when we go for the next set of tasks, which is probably what I'm going to do, honestly. I'll catch them now, but we'll go back to normal Forager. But for now, we'll just catch them and then turn them in at the end of next hour, or, you know, at the next hourly reset. There's no point in doing it now because there's no bounty tasks I need. We already have them all. So I'll turn them in after the next reset. But it does feel slightly bad doing when we know we're like 1.5 levels away from that being upgraded. Because of course that would be the main synergy we would get otherwise. I'll be able to get another set of 3 and then we go and bank. So that'll be a full inventory. And how many fish do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, we got way more than enough. Because we're going to get 14. As long as we're getting at least 12 here, that's what matters. And we definitely are. And I grabbed 4 on our way in. I grabbed 6 items that weren't them. So that means we can do the same thing on our way back. We can grab 6 items safely that aren't fish. And still have way more than enough fish. As long as we grab 24 within the 2 sets. And how many more do I need? I need only 8 more. Though if we overshoot, it's not that big a deal. We only need 8 more now. So I'll just grab every foraging item as we go by. Including you, little bone spike. But I'll just do it as if it's a foraging route, and then we'll just grab our 8, and we should be good. Not the best foraging route for our current level range, but it will get upgraded a lot in a level and a half. Make up for some of the bones we didn't get earlier. Also, I'm deliberately not doubling that so we can double the femur. I mean the ram horn. So I'll grab this, I'll grab that, I'll grab that. We only need 8 fish, so we should be able to get away with grabbing everything on our way there. And then we'll do the same nettle alternation that we were doing earlier. And then we'll get their 8, and then we'll go back to Forager. And then I'll ignore these 2 for later, and I'll wait until the turn-ins at the end of the hour then. Perfect. Alright, so we'll turn those in like 50 minutes then. But I want to have them now so we can just grab them out of the bank when we're over there. As going over there now just to turn them in is going to be a waste if that's the only reason we're going there. Which is one nice thing about being able to like store the cooking stuff and obviously your fish and everything. is you can just make them ahead of time, or, you know, obtain them ahead of time and then deliver them later. You don't have to worry about delivering them immediately, which is nice. And luckily nothing expires in this food. There's no, like, expiration mechanic. Last game I played that has had something like that was probably Pal World. And personally, I felt like it did nothing in that game. Like, if you do it for more of, like, a survival-esque game, I guess it kind of works. But in that game, it was just more annoying than useful. The fact that food could expire. Like, it didn't really serve any gameplay purpose. It just made things slightly more annoying. So I'm really glad it doesn't do that in Brighter Shores. We still have some things banked from day one. Like probably some tier 1 potatoes or something. Or tier 0, I guess, at this point. How many more fish do I need? It's fine if we overkill it, but I can't underkill it. Oh, perfect. Exact number. Wow, that worked out perfectly. Exact number. And then we go teleport over. Perfect. Look at that. And then I grab the other 12 later when we come here for real when we're doing level 720 nettle. Perfect. Wait, we'll get them one at a time when we do the other loop later. But for now, that is all we need. I'll turn them in at the end of the hour. Let's go back to our normal Forager route. There is one slight upside of fishing bounties existing right now, but Forager bounties not existing right now. Because we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing right now if Forager bounties existed. Because half of our bounties would be Forager and half would be Fisher. So we wouldn't be able to do like this mega fishing route. You know, you'd still be able to do similar, but half of those would be Forager. Alright, let's go head back to the main hub. And then reset our cycle, and we should be good to go. Let's get back to the beginning of the cycle. Also, just in case, let me double check. I don't think there's anything left on the board, but we're like one tile away. I might as well check it. I'm pretty sure it's empty. Yep, alright, we got everything. We are good to go. Alright, so we'll grab this, we'll grab this, we'll grab everything on the way there, we'll bank. Might have to wait a second for the refresh, but we should be good to go. And then we'll be back on cycle. And at the end of the hour, we'll go turn in all the fish. And then hopefully by then I have the Forager level to go and actually catch these with the higher level. As that nettle over there upgrades in 2 levels, 1.5. Hopefully we can get that level by then. I might even wait to go turn them in until we have that level. Because we have like an hour and 40 minutes to do that. There's no way we don't get that level, or you know, all the level we need within an hour and 40. So I might just wait until closer to then so we can get the better nettle. So we can get the synergy on them. Doesn't matter for the turn-in, but it matters for the, any other trout that we do going forward. Up 5-4-5-5, 1-5 away from all 5s. Unfortunately, that's 100 more levels. But by the end of the grind, we'll have the 5-5-5-5. Even higher than that. But it feels weird how gauging how close or how far we are based on this number. Because this is 132 levels away. But I feel like if this level said 368, I feel like I would feel closer to max compared to it saying 718. Because 368 definitely feels closer to max than 718 does. Or, you know, Milestone 7, level 18. That's the only, like, really big downside with the Milestone system. Well, there's a couple things. One of them is how weird it is to say each number. But, and how many different ways you could say it. But the other one is, this level range doesn't feel as close to max as its bigger number does. It's definitely a less intimidating number, but it doesn't feel as close to max than the, you know, actual level that we're at. Even though it's the exact same distance. Because level 368 definitely feels closer, even though that's the same number as 368. Yeah, we might have to drink at 11% at a weird instance on our next set. Because now when we have to drink, the 11% is all off cycle because of the fishing bounties we were taking. Because now our knowledge meter is a little bit off. It's a little unfortunate. But if we waste some 11%, it's not really that big a deal. We just go mass make them later. But you do need to go make some more off stream soon. We have enough for today and tomorrow, but we'll need more soon. As long as we never run out on a given day, it shouldn't really matter though. But I really just need to go find a spare hour or two and just make a ton of them. Just to get it out of the way. I keep making them as I need them, just making like 1 or 2 inventories. You know what I keep doing? Is if I'm taking some cooking bounties off stream, which I've still been doing to poke up our level to tier 5. Because I haven't been checking them like religiously like we have been fishing bounties the last day. But you know, cooking bounties, you know, if I'm in the area and I was like, I might as well, I'll go take some. But if I need to go wait a little bit, I'll go and make a couple potions rather than making food. So we'll go make like a couple of inventories of potion rather than a couple of inventories of, you know, something for chef. So I've been doing that lately. That's how I've been making all of these potions. They're in the in-between time where I'm waiting for the cooking bounties instead of making something for cooking. Just because the potions are more immediately useful than the food that you can't even eat yet until a later patch. I'm gonna drink at 11% here, and if we can't use it, that's fine, and if we do, that's better. But hopefully we can make this 11% in time. I'm just not sure if we're gonna get enough knowledge before it expires. We're gonna try. I think we can. Find out in a moment. Oh yeah, that's something too. Today's Tuesday, right? That means tomorrow's Wednesday. Because tomorrow the cow boss comes out for Old School RuneScape. They did it as like a meme. Where it's both the easiest boss in the game and the hardest boss in the game for the 13-year anniversary of the game. Well, technically 25 for Old School overall. Or, I mean, for RuneScape overall, but like 25 or 13 for Old School specifically. But yeah, they released it as a joke, but also not as a joke because it's actually coming out tomorrow. And I kind of want to kill it some. I'll probably just do that off stream. Not sure if we would do a dedicated stream just for slaughtering a cow like 3,000 times. I'm not sure what the time to kill is on it, but hopefully it respawns near instantly, because I'm pretty sure time to kill is like 10 seconds for the Mega Cow. Or at least the normal version of the Mega Cow. Though I probably shouldn't do it tomorrow, because what if there's a glitch that like auto kills your hardcore or something? So maybe I'll wait till Thursday, actually. Because it might have added a mechanic on it that like instantly kills you for some reason. This is a joke. I wouldn't put that past them. Yeah, level and a half to go. Also, one thing that I do find really weird, ever since they changed bounties, if you crunch it all the way down, the icons go away. Which is really annoying because now I have to make it slightly wider. But because we have to make it slightly wider, it now makes the scroll bar appear whenever we look at this screen. I guess there is a solution to that I should probably go do. It's moving this slightly down. Aha! There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Let's get exact, though. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Never mind. Problem solved. I forgot we could just move it down. That makes my inventory a little bit smaller, but it's like barely any smaller. Which is even any smaller at all, let me see. A little bit, not by much though. Alright, there we go. Yeah, the downside is it makes our inventory ever so slightly smaller, but it makes it so there's no scroll bar here, and we can still see the bounty icon. There we go, perfect. This has been bothering me since they changed that with milestones, but yeah, we could just do that. I'm sure I didn't do that earlier. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we still have an army of trout bounties. Don't worry, trout. We'll turn you in eventually. Let's give it like an hour, hour and a half. We'll turn you in. I'm waiting on the level 20 nettle. Which actually, what's our timer right now if we were to do that? Let's see, math. 1 hour and 30-something minutes. Yeah, we can get, I think we can do that. We got an hour and a half, basically, to go get 1.5 Forager levels. I wasn't expecting tier 7 to be this quick, but I think we can get a level and a half at this level range with what we're doing. Even in the previous system before the extra XP, we were getting 5.8 million here. 5.8 million is now officially not quick enough to get a level. However, we're getting more than 5.8 million now. Our shells are giving like 13,000 instead of 11,000. Our kelps are giving like 11,000 instead of 9,000. I'm not sure what the XP difference is, but it's definitely making up that other million, so we're easily still getting over a level an hour. So getting that done in an hour and a half should be free. And then we'll go pivot back to fishing bounties. And then hopefully we can finally get the first legendary one already. That'd be so weird if we go this whole stream and still don't get one. If we end the stream without one, I think it would be over 30 checks across all 3 accounts. We'd be about 30 fishing bounty checks without getting a single 3-star above. Which sounds really unlucky because I'm pretty sure they're not that rare. Like, they're rare, but they're not that rare. Where 30 whole boards, you don't see a single one. Also, my alt accounts are at a level range where they have the auto board as well. I haven't utilized that much yet. Where you can auto refresh their board by doing tasks. But, yeah, they're at the level range they could do that. Because you can do that at Milestone 2, which is where they're at. I haven't really messed with that mechanic yet. We did for Chef on this account, because we do have that for Chef right now. But, haven't really messed with it with the fishing bounties yet. Mostly because, obviously, we're focusing on the main account, not the sides. The sides just do enough to go get their passives at the moment. I'm going to start playing them a little bit more at some point again, but obviously the main priority has been on the main account lately. I just never want to level them like too much, just so we still have like early mid-game accounts to go fall back on. I guess at this point they're kind of mid-game. Because the whole goal for them is to make them so they can do everything. Get them to tier 3 everything so they can do every quest as well as, you know, every dungeon, every bounty, stuff like that. And then from there, probably just go get their combat up. Though I also have them doing max Forager right now so they can go get the monument. Though they're a good, like, almost a year away from that, so good luck. They're almost a year away from completing monument, whereas our account's going to have it in the next few weeks. But I do have them pivoting on monument at the moment. One byproduct of that is they do get to bank a lot of passive alchemy. Something that was previously pretty expensive for them to train. But would immediately come very free if we already have all the Forager supplies. At least at some level ranges. Because it allows you to do... Obviously the first one's already free. But it allows the boost potion to be free. It allows the Hope Forest potion to be free. It allows the... Oh wait, that's it. Okay, well it gives you 2 potions for free. Right at the beginning of a set. Like, it basically gets you all the way from 0 to 16 for free. If you do the Forager grind. That's not a lot, but it's more than nothing. It's basically 1/4. Oh, that's almost 1/3 of alchemy completed for free then. If they were to get max Forager through passives. 1/3 of all alchemy would be, no cost. That'll be annoying whenever do it though, because the alchemy passive you can only do for 11 hours. Which is really short compared to most passives. I hope they change how they stack or something in the future. Because 11 hours is very short compared to most passives in the game. Like, absurdly so. Because pretty much every passive is 23 or 24 hours long. And then there's alchemy. That's only 11 hours long. Not ideal. Alright, Forager XP is coming in nicely. So basic game plan at this point is to get to Nettle. Go then turn in all of our trout. Then we can do trout at perfect synergy. And by then we should have almost a double fishing board to go for. Because we'll be able to grab the last one in the last 10 minutes of it. And then we'll have a nice new refresh on it. So it's pretty much the game plan. Get a Forager level and a half. And then we get to turn in a mega amount of fish, as well as get 2 bounty boards back to back. As it'll be about the time of the reset time. And beyond that, I didn't really set any goal for the stream. Because I didn't want to have to force us to have to go do stone today. We're 100% doing stone tomorrow, though. Tomorrow's stream does not end with without a fully completed stone set. But, I'm not going to try to rush all the way there today. I'll probably have it by the end of the day while I'm watching some stuff later tonight. But beyond that, yeah, I'll just be focusing on just getting it up slowly. As long as we're training it, it'll get to where we need to be. Not really in like a particular rush to get it up. Like obviously we are in the sense that we're focusing on it, but you know. Like if we get it done in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, doesn't really matter. It'd be cool if we could do it in under a month, but it's not really that big a deal if we don't. But of course the earlier we can get it, the more we can benefit from it. You're just going an extra week or 2 or 3 without it is not going to be that big a difference. Compared to going, you know, the whole year and a half that we've already gone pretty much without it. We can live another few weeks without it. It's going to feel weird once we finally have our first 500, though. That's one thing I've been trying to avoid for the longest time. Getting a skill max so you no longer gain XP for it. Luckily, Forager is one of the few skills in the entire game where doing it post 500 is actually worth it. Because we could do it for the rest of our Hope Port combat. And get really good synergy on it. It's like the only slight upside of it. Is it's only one of a handful of skills where doing it post 500 is actually a thing you do. While training other skills. Because most other skills in the game you don't actually do post 500. The most important ones are Alchemy. Every single production skill for Chapter 3. And that's about it. And Forager when you're doing it with combat. As well as woodcutting when you're doing it in combat because you need it for supplies for mines of bitumen and stuff. But that assumes a lot of 500s. That's assuming like 500 woodcutter, carpenter, bone wright, blacksmith, and stonemason. Which some people have, but not that many. It assumes a lot of 500s. Because the main combat synergy we'll be getting resources for is Forager, woodcutting, and a very, very, very small amount for botanists. Such a small amount, you might as well not even count it. So basically, just woodcutting and Forager are the only two we'll be able to synergize with combat. Mines of bitumen does not have any good mining loop with combat. There's some you can somewhat go out of your way for, but you gotta go out of your way for it slightly. Like, for example, while you're doing skeletons, you can mine the bean ore if you really want to whenever you bank. But then again, you technically never need a bank because you're just getting the drops, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. Oh yeah, you do, because the reagents. So whenever you bank, you could then kind of do the bean ore if you want to. But they're not really being synergized together necessarily. Because at that point, you might as well just camp bean over and over and over again. Like, mining's weird, where when you bank the resources, you technically have mining synergy, but no room with a mining ore has a combat in it. There's a lot of them next to it. There's a lot of them where you bank and you go through a room that has them. But none of them directly in the room itself have combat plus mining. Unlike Forager and woodcutting, where you have Forager plus woodcut, or you have Forager plus combat and woodcutting plus combat. Technically botanist, but it's only for the fear potion, so that's pretty irrelevant. So you might as well just not count that one. But woodcutting and Forager have multiple options, all of which are decent. It's one of the reasons why we have 0 levels in the Hope Forest right now as well. I do plan to stock up a lot of woodcutting XP while doing combat. I just gotta be careful to actually distribute it correctly though. Which means when we really start pushing combat means I also gotta start pushing woodcutting. And just ignore Carpenter and just hope we get enough supplies. Poor Carpenter. But there is a good chance when we go like a mega combat push, like if I want to go push like 500 levels or something. Or even go all the way to max. A lot of that's gonna also be a woodcutting grind. Because whenever I decide I'm gonna go max combat soon. Whenever we decide to go do that. That also means we're maxing woodcutting. As most rest of the combat that we'll have to do by then is going to be in that chapter. As I'm going to do all of mine to Matubin, or most of it beforehand. Because I want all the reagents for alchemy. We're going to do all of the rest for this chapter. Because we're already going to be level 500, so we'll get like a ton of tier 9 material. Even though we're not getting XP, we'd be getting a ton of tier 9 stuff. That makes some of the best potions in the game. And then for Chronopolis, we're basically already done. I'm leaving 1 tier for each. Just so near the end of our grind, we could fall back to each one more time. But beyond that, Chronopolis is already done. Mines of Matubin, we only have to do 100 levels for. Not counting the final level. Hope Forest, by the end of this grind, is going to be like 1/3 the way done. And if I ever do more combat push in the future, it'd probably be in here. In the near future, just so I don't have to do woodcutting with it. But then it's just going to be all in on Hope Forest. Like, our maxing combat grind would almost just be a Hope Forest grind simultaneously. Just because of how much woodcutting we'll be doing during it. During that, I might also want to go get Botanist up a little bit. Hopefully the Botanist bounties would be up by then. As I do need the XP pots from Hailberries plus Stockleaf. It's really important that we get those XP pots by then. I think they make 10% or something. Just because they're not buyable from the shop. And I need some amount of knowledge point potions when we do that chapter. So it is a grind that we're going to need to do. Either through bounties, or if bounties aren't up by then, we might just have to do it manually. And that should just train that skill normally. Why does this spawn taking so long? Normally it takes like no time. What did I do different in this route? Did I forget to pick up something? That normally shouldn't have that much delay, if any at all. Alright, we're almost at our next level. Then we need to get one more, then we can go turn in all of our fish. Get a double set of bounties. And then, yeah, go do the trout. Because we could do it with nettle. I'm not sure if we're going to camp nettle, but obviously we're going to, you know, grab the nettle as we grab the fish. I'm not sure if I want to switch over to a nettle-only grind. Because I'm pretty sure this beach is still giving more XP than the next tier of nettle. We'll definitely try it out while we're there, though, of course. But I'm pretty sure the gameplay loop we're doing now is still better than it. The only reason we're waiting on the nettle is because we get better synergy for it while we're there. Like, we might as well get an extra, like, 3,000 XP per nettle. If we're going to be there anyways, grabbing nettle. It just makes sense. Okay, good. We're making pretty good time, too. We still got a solid, like, hour and 20 minutes to try to get this level range. And that 20 minutes will easily get that fraction, and the hour will easily get the full level. So we don't even need a rush, and we're already going to make it easily within the timer. But yeah, that's the only big issue I could really start seeing with the 1 hour bounty boards, or like starting to get a lot of them. Like, we're already, just with this one bounty board, starting to set up our entire grind around the 1 hour timer. Imagine when there's like 10 of them, how much you'll set up your grinds versus like synergizing them. There's one big downside I could see with that feature in the future. Is even just with one of them, we're already making our whole gameplay cycle based around it. It's only going to get worse once there's 5, 10, 20 of them. At least they all reset at the same time. If they reset at different times, that'd be a nightmare. At least they all reset at the exact same time for everyone. I'm so glad he didn't set that up to like a how old school RuneScape did, or RuneScape back in the day. Not sure if RuneScape 3 still uses it. But basically, every single person in the entire game has a different timer in that game. And it's determined at the start of your account. So if you get bad RNG for it, you either just got to remake or you're out of luck. Luckily, I got a pretty good RNG on it. That's pretty much right at the hour. Kind of like how Brighter Shores is 5 minutes after the hour. But when they did their last MMO, they made it RNG for every account rather than static across everyone. Because for Brighter Shores, it's a global timer, whereas in something like Old School RuneScape, it's tied to your account. You don't know what it is until you touch a farming patch, or until you get a random event because they use the same timer. But it's way easier to tell from a farming patch. So you could go hours into an account not knowing what your farming timer is. And you have to have membership too, so... You have to pay money to even see what your timer is when you start an account. Like if you start in free-to-play and go for like 100 hours, then go to members, and then find out you have a bad farming timer, you're just out of luck. There's just no way to change it. Alright, almost one level to go. Come on, you're almost there. Double knowledge point will definitely get him over. Now we're on our final level for Nettle. Oh yeah, that means we gotta grab some racks today, don't we? Gosh, I hate rack. We gotta grab some, though. I might just do it like the previous tier and just grab 2 inventories. I feel like I should grab more, but I can't be bothered to grab more than 2 inventories. Even that's already pushing it. This is so bad, but we need some. The problem is every nettle that we bank that we don't have the fire thing for, or the rack for, is just wasted nettle, which is so much nettle. Like, I think previous tier I got like 500 to 1,000 nettle. Yeah, I got 48 rack to go with it. I didn't even get 100. I didn't even get 10%. We got less than 5% in the amount of racks to nettle ratio. And I have a feeling the same thing's going to happen at this tier as well. And honestly, every tier. The only tier that will kind of matter is honestly the tier 9 nettle. Only because, since we won't need the XP, it won't matter as much if we take it at tier 9. Or, you know, once we already hit max level. Like, at max level, it won't really matter as much if we grab rack. Because, honestly, the amount of racks you get per hour isn't, like, the worst. It's more so the XP rate that's so bad. So if you're no longer getting any XP for it, it's not, like, as bad in a sense. Because its biggest downside is how bad the XP rate is. But if you're doing it just for the resource, it's not as horrific. So tier 9, we might do it a little bit. Not to train with, but like post-max if we ever need them. Because that's a really important potion for getting max alchemy at the final tier. As unless they add another one, it should be the highest yielding potion in the entire game for XP in the current state of the game. If I go check view rewards, it is 103,000, and this is your best potion all the way until like the final several levels, where you get one that's 1,000 better. So it's your best potion for almost the entire tier 9 grind. Is the only thing that becomes better XP rate than it is the very last potent potions that you only do for like 7 levels. So it really helps you get through almost all of tier 9. Like, you could technically do it all the way from 16 to 43. We're not going to. There's no way we're grabbing that many. But you could. If you have trading enabled, you probably would. If you were, like, loaded with multiple platinum. Well, we'll definitely do some. But other than tier 9, I don't think we really care about that potion too much. I'll grab, like, a few dozen here and there, but, tier 9 will be the main one that we, like, actually grind it for. But not actually at tier 9, I mean, like, post-tier 9. I guess technically tier 10 in a sense. Because we'd want to do that after we hit max level. Alright, speaking of levels. That is level 19, one to go. And then we can go do our fishing bounties again, as we'll be able to go get the nettle synergy. And hopefully by then we'll be at good alignment for the board, though I think we're going to get there a little bit too early. Aren't you getting XP slightly too quick? Which I guess isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we're actually going to be ahead of schedule for the board. Because I was hoping it would align within like 5 or 10 minutes, but we're going to be there like 20 minutes early. If not 30 minutes early. Yeah, it still surprises me how quick Tier 7 is going. There's no way Tier 8 and 9 doesn't get slower. Because every single level we keep going up, I keep waiting for like, okay, when's it going to get slower? When's it going to get slower? When's it going to get slower? And every single time it's like, nope, still pretty quick, still pretty quick, still pretty quick. We'll see if the cliff actually is at 8 and 9. Because if not, yeah, it's just so quick compared to the previous state of the game. Or maybe it just kind of feels like that. I'm not sure what the actual time completion difference is. But it sure feels quicker. Especially when you account for how many knowledge points you even need to go get a level and everything. Especially with the better XP pots and such. Like, there's no way it's not quicker now. It's just how much quicker it is hard to tell. Because it's not that much quicker. But it is definitely quicker than the previous format of the game. But not by like an absurd margin. Like we're talking like 20, 30% maybe. We're not talking like 50, 100, 200% quicker. Like 20 or 30% or so. Across the entire grind overall. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier, but this actually happened a couple days ago. But we actually finally re-hit top 50 overall. Obviously, we're not really trying to push for any rank, but we are indeed top 50 once again. We were as high as top 10 at one point. We have fallen. Well, it's mostly because 10 months we were mostly just keeping up with dailies and not really grinding at all. But, as well as, like, you know, the quests and everything that came in. But, yeah, we are currently 50. Soon to take 49, apparently, today. We are slowly moving up. Because whenever we do play pretty efficiently. It's just the last 10 months I've been barely playing. But when we do play, you know, we try to go through everything as efficiently as we possibly can. Where applicable, I am wasting one tile here every single time. I just can't be bothered to click around. But mostly efficiently. So whenever we do play, our number just keeps skyrocketing. Because, of course, compared to passives, you gain so much from playing actively. Like, even at Milestone 9, even though passives are going to be kind of broken then, you would still get more XP playing actively. Though we'll be a little bit tempted at tier 9 probably for how much you have to do play active just to equal the amount they have to do passive. The temptation to just passive it would be very high. You've already seen how strong it was at level 8. I can only imagine how much stronger it is at 9. Where it like skyrockets like mega number. Because the margin of difference is almost like 3x. Yeah, we're at a 4th of a level. Oh yeah, we'll easily make it. We got an hour and 10 minutes. So we should have 20 minutes to spare by the end then. Which who knows, maybe we throw some cooking bounties in there since we're going to be in the area. But I'll check the fishing bounties first, see what we have, if there's anything worth doing. See if we can finally get our first legendary fish. Because if I was to do every fishing bounty that's currently on the board by the time I get there, there should be about the time that it gets reset. It would probably take like 10-15 minutes to do them, and then by that point, it'd be reset time for the next set. I'm not sure if I'm going to be moving over to Nettle at level 20, though. Just because the thing that you need to go with it is, you know, rack, which is so annoying. We'll grab some racks to stream, but I don't plan to grab that many. Like, I want to say a couple hundred, but I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing what happened last time. Where I go for one inventory, it's like, ah, this is so bad. Then I go for a second inventory, it's like, yeah, that's enough. 2 inventories already overkill. We'll be fine without them. Pretty sure similar is going to happen again. It just feels a little bit of a waste because I know every blood nettle we ever grab is technically just dead content. As we're never going to grab the racks for them on any tier other than 9. 9 is literally the only tier where we'll grab equal number of blood nettle to rack. But aside from tier 9, it's just never going to happen. They're just going to rot in the bank. Unfortunately. So it looks like we've gained about a fishing level since yesterday. And that's all actual training, no venture. Because we did the venture that got us to 25. Which means I've done a level and a half of fishing. Just between bounties and the little bit of fish that we keep catching like this double every single time. Just between the small amount of bounties and the double thingies. Just from the bounties alone, not even like actively training fishing. We've gained a level and a half since then. It's not too bad. And of course, that's not counting lobster venture because we don't claim that till another hour. So we gained about a level and a half of fishing just from doing bounties here and there, and from catching one single bass every trip that we do this. That's not awful for how little we've put towards it. Because if you count actual timed fishing during all that, there's probably only like an hour of fishing, and we gained a level and a half. So that's not too bad. Obviously an effective hour. Obviously we split across a long period of time. There's only about an hour of fishing. For a level and a half or so. But it depends how you count this bass that we keep taking. Because the actual process of taking that bass is like, I want to say 5 seconds, 10 seconds. If it's over like a long period of time. Like every 2.5 minutes, I'm spending 10 seconds grabbing it, roughly. Also, amazing how many more people are training fishing now just because of the bounties. I feel like I would only see like 2 new players here at any given time. Now there's like 4 people there and not a single one's really that new. Other than maybe that 552, but that's not really new. Like, it's still low level, but I wouldn't consider a 552 to be a new player. Probably like anything under 300 is probably new player, I would say right now. I guess to some degree you could say any number under 1,000, but I don't know. Once you're starting to get to like 400 or 500, I wouldn't really consider that new player anymore. Like, that's enough to get to all the way to the current final chapter. I believe you only need like 300 something for that. Or 400 something, low 400 something, 1 to 2. I don't remember, it's been so long. There's gonna be one thing that's gonna be weird about upcoming chapters though. Like, every person who's played the game, like, even at all, is gonna immediately just be able to go through every chapter. Like, they could release chapter 20 and it's like, oh yeah, go get level 1,200 or something. It's like, yeah, I did that like 2 years ago, or by that point. I did that like 7 years ago by the time chapter 20 comes out, but you know what I mean. Like, the requirement to get through the chapters is gonna be laughably low. Like, within a single month, you could probably reach final chapter from a fresh account. Like, by the time we have like 25 or something. Which it might still keep going, but you know. Like, into chapter 25, you could probably do it in a month. Like, you could probably do 1 chapter per day if you had enough time. And just make that your goal every single time. For your, like, first month of gameplay. If they ever have that many chapters in the game. Because if I remember correctly, we got to chapter 4 within 2 days of the game launching. Would have probably gotten on day 1 if we would have went a little bit longer. But within 2 days, we got to chapter 4 completion. Like, doing 1 per day is definitely realistic. Especially with all the reworked and everything. There's some of the better XP methods I guess you technically don't get in early game. Like bounty boards and stuff like that. Because if I'm not mistaken, you don't even get cooking bounties anymore at level 10. You now get it at level 50. Which is quite a bit of a nerf to early game cooking. Because those bounties, some of them are giving you like an entire level. I remember doing it on my 2 old accounts. Like, I was turning in some bounties and literally gaining a cooking level in return. But now you don't get bounties until level 50. So it's actually a little bit of a nerf to Chef in a sense. Is those lower level ranges, like the really low level range, is actually slower than it was before. Those bounties were a really big part of getting through the early game there. But then, of course, there's also a lot of other things that make it quicker. But that's one of the few things in the game that's actually slower in early game now. Level 10 to 50 Chef is slower now than it was before the update. Not that much slower, but if you were someone who was really utilizing bounties, or training only with bounties, then it's slower than that. If you're training somewhat normally, it's not really that much slower. Oh, wrong way. Detective is actually another one that's somewhat affected by that, but not really. Because before you could do raid dens as early as level 4 for Detective. But now raid dens are at level 28. So you have to train a lot deeper before you get access to them. For the most part, this doesn't matter because the investigations were already kind of better at that level range. But there's a small gap where it's kind of awkward now for detective compared to before. Because you don't have a raid den at 4, 8, and 51, was it before? I think it was 4, 8, 18, and 50 something. 51, I want to say. But now you only have one raid den at 30, whatever that was, 30 something. It was like 33. Or 28, I mean. But in that same range, you would have had 4 raid dens before. Now you only have 1. But inversely, there's skills that are now quicker. Like, I'm pretty sure alchemy is now quicker. No, you don't get a potent until later. Never mind. I forgot those potents come at the higher tiers. So no, alchemy is actually kind of slower as well. Because there are no potent potions in all of tier 1. They're unlocked at later levels. I didn't notice that. Weird. Every single potent potion is not unlocked at the base tier. The activity is literally locked behind tier 1. Before you got it at level 35. For the healing pots. Which at one point were actually profit as well. For that specific one. Then they made it not profit around botanist. And now they made it this system. But yeah, alchemy is another one that's kind of slower. As potent potions are the best XP rate. And you don't get your first one until level 108. So until level 58. Whereas before you got it at level 35. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, every potent isn't even on level 1. Though the potion that you do unlock at that point is like the best XP potion you could ever make. If you bought it from other players. It's the rack plus nettle one. It's not worth doing on Iron Men, but, or you know, on Lone Wolf. But every main account would just buy these like crazy. It might actually be, honestly, I'm not sure what trading economy is doing these days. But I feel like one of the most traded items would be everything you need to make these fire potions. Is anyone doing the alchemy grind? You literally just do them the entire time. Like there's like a level 30 level range or so where they're the most optimal potion to make in every tier of potion making. Other than tier 0 and that's it. Tier 0 is the only one. But aside from tier 0, it is the most optimal potion to make for every range. Until you get to the Chronopolis potion. There's probably not that many in circulation. So there's probably high demand for it, but not that many people trading it. Which I feel like is probably going to be the case for a lot of items in the trading economy. Where there might be high demand for something, but not enough people selling that item that's in high demand. But the amount that the high demand people are paying for it probably isn't worth enough people to go out of their way to go get the resource. I don't know, I kind of want to go check a third-party resource thingy real quick. Does anyone know any of the websites that you use to go trade in Brighter Shores right now? I feel like that one Brighter Beer guy would know if he didn't already make his own website or something. Because I'm not even sure what the third-party sites are like. I kind of want to go check it. Let's see if I can go find it here. I can bring it up on screen too, I guess, technically too. But let me see if I can find it first, just with a quick search. Brighter Shores Trading. Trading. Oh yeah, that's a website that has a thing. That's just a wiki. Player-to-player trading. Where's the website for it, though? Why is there search thing so bad? There's a special name for it. What I forget what it's called. But they're like nowhere's near the top of the page. Player-to-player trading, video and trading. Here it is. I think I found one. Let's see. No, that's real world trading. Where's the literal trading? I found a real world trading site for currency for the game. Which all my accounts can't even trade to begin with, so that wouldn't even matter. But I can't even find the official trading thing. I'm surprised their search results are so low. Like I'm on the front page of Google and they're not even showing up. Maybe if I add the word trading website so that the wiki doesn't come up. Player-to-player trading, Brighter Shores. That's the official website. That's the wiki still. That's some real-world currency trading. Let's see. That's just a fan site thing. Yeah, I can't find it. I know they exist, but none of these are that. Hello, Jets. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. Alright, half a level to go. Technically less than half a level. I'm not sure what our end goal is for the stream, though, but, you know, number go up. I guess the end goal is to try to find a legendary fish. Though even if we do, we're not going to just end the stream because we found a legendary fish, though. I would love to try to get at least one this stream, though. Just to see how the mechanic works. Just want to see what it is, if anything. Alright, there we go. One more set of double knowledge points, and we should be there. Then we'll go turn in all of our trout. And then we'll go do nettle plus trout, as well as check our current bounty board. As we haven't checked it yet this hour. But we got plenty of time, because it just reset 3 minutes ago. So we got a solid 50 minutes before we got to do it. And we'll easily get it done in under half an hour, so we're good to go. Good solid 20-30 minutes to spare. So even though these were set a few minutes ago, it's just not worth taking right now because my whole board is filled. Oh, you know what that almost had perfect synergy with? Though we're going to be a little bit early. Our lobster bounties, or lobster venture. They're ready in 48 minutes. Unfortunately, I'm going to be at the shop in about 30-something minutes. Probably about 30-ish. So it's not going to have perfect synergy. But maybe by the time I finish all the bounties and go back to them like one last time, maybe around that time we'll be able to get some good synergy on it. Obviously, we got to go for it regardless. It's not that far away. We have to walk there. It's literally right there. I think we could live walking one room away from the bank location. But, you know, if we can get it for free, that'd be better. If we could get it for, like, 0 downtime. But, you know, walking over one room of downtime is not that big a deal. The main thing we want to see is if I use an 11% potion, do we get over 1 million XP? If the answer is yes, then we got to keep doing lobster. If the answer is no, we got to stop doing lobster. I would assume the answer is yes, unless they made the XP scaling really weird on it for some reason. But it should be more than 1 million. And if it is, then we keep doing lobster, and if not... Hello, oyster again! I sure hope it's over 1 million. I don't see why they wouldn't now that it's 23-hour. Unless they forgot to change some of the numbers. If they're still using the old 11-hour number rather than the 23-hour. Because that's the only reason I would see it being lower. Is if they forgot to change the number. But it's been out for like a week now, so I feel like someone would have brought it up if there was a given tier that had the wrong number on it. It's not like they just did that yesterday. That's been out for since last week's Tuesday. It's been a full week. This has been the first opportunity we've had to claim it since we didn't have the fishing level for it before. To do it at an optimal level range. And I already did all the other first time bonuses before it while it was still 11-hour. Which is actually great that we got those in. Because I got all my mining 11 hours in and all my lobster 11 hours in before they made it a 23-hour timer. I'm so glad we did. Because we were prioritizing those right after the Milestone update, but they didn't change it till the week after. Which saved us about, like, 2 days worth of venture time. Because otherwise they'd be stuck at 23-hour rather than 11. Because for the first time bonus, it only cares if you complete it. It didn't care if you completed it at the 23-hour one or not. So getting them all done at 11 hour, pretty nice. Almost kind of want to do that for the Willow Water now. Though I say that, I think I've already done all Willow Water. Yeah, we did. Because they changed it with Botanist, we were already done with all of them. Well, other than the one that's coming up at tier 5, but you know what I mean. Like all of them that we can do. I still don't get what the point of the Willow Venture Water thing is, though. Because there's some update thingy that said that it doesn't benefit you at all? So what's the benefit then? It holds like twice as much water or something? Which I think is what it does. Like, it is so useless. It is easily the worst venture in the entire game. Which is weird because it's the most recently added venture in the entire game. So you think you would make some of the more recent ones, you know, a little bit better. But it's both the most recent, yet also the worst venture. It's 11 hour instead of 23, and it gives you basically no benefit at all. And costs you a lot of resources to do. You actually make negative money from it. Unlike every other venture in the entire game that's profit. It's set up so weird. You lose money, it's 11 hour instead of 23, and it does nothing, basically. I'm not sure what they were thinking with it. It is so poorly balanced compared to every other venture in the entire game. If they ever do fix it, though, honestly, I might just go get Botanist up with only Willow Water. If they ever make Willow Water actually viable, we might max doing only Willow Water once every 23 hours whenever they buff it to not be horrifically bad. And also hopefully make it 23 hours instead of 11. Because until bounties and other things come out, I am not touching that skill. The only thing that would ever force us to do it beforehand is if I really need some XP pots for the chapter. If I'm going to start doing combat there and I just really need the knowledge pots to put into woodcutting and carpenter and such. More so carpenter. Because at that point, I do need to go train it for like 20-something levels so I can go get the next tier hogberries and hailberries and dockleaf. I believe that makes 10%. Actually, let me double check. Is that 10% or 9%? Makes one of them. It's milestone 4. Yeah, it only makes 9%, but it's still better than using a 5% or 6%, that's for sure. Because that'd probably be the highest tier potion we're ever going to be able to use for the chapter. As I'm likely not going higher than that. Unless they magically make Botanist really good all of a sudden. But assuming Botanist stays at similar balance, I'm probably not going higher than that for the entirety of the woodcutting and carpenter grind and combat grind in that chapter. So we'll only have access to 9% pots the whole time. Which is fine. It's not amazing, but we can live without them. Unless they do a Botanist rework. Where they overhaul the whole skill twice over instead of once over. This is definitely the least balanced skill at the moment. From like a usability standpoint and, you know, just actually training it. I would definitely say it's the worst skill to train right now. Whereas the best is obviously Forager for Monument, Combat in general, Merchant, a Leatherworker. Even though Leatherworker's been nerfed into the ground, it's still really good. More so the Merchant part. Like, Leatherworker got nerfed into the ground, but Merchant's still really, really, really good. If not the best it's ever been. The production skills in Chapter 3 honestly aren't as needed anymore, even though we got them pretty high. They'll probably be useful in the future, but the problem is right now, luck potions basically override them. And while you do get luck potions technically from Botanist, or, you know, the supplies from it, you can just buy it from the shop. It's not one of the untradeable ones. I'm actually really surprised this isn't one of the untradeable ones. Because that would have been a way to make Botanist really, 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 really not horrible. Is if the supplies to make the luck potions were untradeable. Or not untradeable, but, you know, unbuyable from shop. Because it's pretty much the only thing you get in all of Botanist that matters. Yeah, it's not the one that is untradeable. I mean, unbuyable. Which I found kind of weird with the list that they did. Because instead they made it so the XP pot from that chapter is unbuyable. Rather than the actual good potion. Which I don't know why they did that. Because they didn't do that for any other skill. It's the only chapter where the XP pot is shop locked. It would have made a lot more sense to put it on luck potion instead. Like the actual only good potion from the chapter. Because fear potions are pretty underwhelming. Especially the higher tier fear potions, just because their duration is so high that it's irrelevant. Like, by the time you hit 15, 21 minutes, you already have, like, infinite time. The difference between a 21 minute that we're using now and a 30 minute is basically nothing. It's the difference between having to drink one more potion per hour. The 30 minute one, you have to drink one less an hour. That's it. Like, that is so trivial. Because we can make that at, I think, tier 6. I technically already have some from when we did at lower level alchemy. But you can make it at tier 6. And going 3 tiers higher only saves you 5 seconds per hour. And I'm counting drinking a potion as 5 seconds. Might even be less than that. That is how little of a benefit you get from doing the fear potion grind. Is after 3 tiers, going from tier 6 to max, the benefit you gain is saving 5 seconds an hour. Which goes without saying is very absurdly bad. Is actually the smallest amount of benefit of any potion in the game as far as going from the next tier to the next. Because that's 3 tiers. That's not even 1 tier movement. That is 3 tiers up, it saves 5 seconds. And those 5 seconds extra that you save costs you probably an extra 20 silver for those 5 seconds saved. Because the, you know, the ingredients, if you didn't forge them yourself, or more so botanist them. It is so bad. That's one of the other reasons we don't really care about botanists. Like, the XP potions are nice. The luck potions are really nice. But the fear potions you get are just abysmal. And when accounting for all value, it's just a skip at the moment. Not to mention, a lot of the cooking supplies you get from that chapter, you can get from killing stuff. The brambles all the way up north give you chestnuts. And the, there's one other ingredient you get from killing something there. I forget what it was. Oh yeah, the apples. The outlaws that you kill in the chapter give you apples. I think the leek is the only one that you don't get from killing something. You have to still go and get them and grow them yourself. But both apples and chestnuts you can get from just killing things in the chapter. Obviously, you won't get as many as if you compared to botanists, but, you know, you'd still get a good handful of them. Particularly at tier 9. Because in the current state of the game, the only thing you're really missing out on by not doing botanist is better Hope Forest XP pots. Like, that's the whole list. Because luck potions you can just buy from the shop. Everything else is just irrelevant from the chapter, or you get from other sources, other than the leaks. But you could always just skip leaks with cooking. Like, the only reason we've been doing it is we did so many from Gatherer back when it was still Gatherer. So for this tier, we had, like, infinite. So many. I actually still have, like, 2,000 spares right now. I need to go sell for, like, 8 gold later. But you can just skip them in your normal routing. You just ignore that dish completely. It's somewhat annoying, kind of like lobster too, in that it requires so many ingredients. Where you need not only pastry dough, but also the chicken to put in there. It's not more annoying than lobster, but it's probably like the second or third most annoying thing to make. So to be able to fully skip it isn't really that big a deal on the cooking grind. I say that, though. I haven't actually had to gone through it without it, since we have, like, infinite of them right now. I don't know. I don't feel like it would have been that much slower if I didn't have them. The XP rate per hour when you're making them is pretty bad, too, if you don't have them for a task. Like, you literally only do them for bounties, and that's it anyways. Like, they're not good enough XP to just, like, camp them over and over and over again. Just because all the extra menuing you have to do through the bank just makes them so much slower. Unless they ever add, like, a withdrawal pass action to the banks. Which I really hope they do eventually. It would help a lot with Chef for dishes like that, but it would also help, obviously, amazingly for Alchemy. If you could repeat last action for withdrawal. Though Alchemy would definitely benefit from it more than Chef. Although they both benefit from it quite a bit, though. Alright, we're almost at our level. We said at the double knowledge point, and yeah, this seems where it's going to align. So as soon as we get this double knowledge point, I'll make sure to do that in front of the shop. And then we can go and turn in our 24 fish. We have our 24 trouts ready to go. All already caught and banked. So we'll go and use 11% right in front of it. Go and turn them in while we get the last of the knowledge point. That'll get us to level 20 and we're good to go. But first I gotta get to like 180% or so. Probably 190 just to play it safe. So that's what, 3 more trips? So we gotta do 3 more circles around here. Then we can turn in our fishing bounties. Then we can grab the current hour bounties. And then we'll have a little bit of time to kill until the next board gets reset in like 20 minutes after that. And one of the things we could do during that too is claim our lobster in 35 minute for the first time. See if they give over 1 million XP or not. And if they do, we'll keep doing them. And if they don't, we go back to oyster. Back to me. I need a sip of water. Throat's going all weird. Mostly from the weather lately. I was just getting some hiccups all of a sudden. That's not helping. Oh no. Back to me. Hopefully go away in a minute. I'll just drink it away. I grabbed plenty of water today, so we're definitely not running out. Learned from the other day and grabbed 3. 2 wasn't enough. Ugh. I forgot to use the XP pot. Oh, well, too late now. It's only 5%. We can live without it. Alright, this trip and then 2 more trips. And then we go turn in our fishies. Do it at 11%. And then for the rest of these trout, I can get them with the level 20 nettle synergy. That we'll get as soon as we get that level range. And then hopefully we get a legendary fish and we'll catch it for the first time. Honestly, at this rate, I might not even need the knowledge points to get this level. We're still going to be dumping into it, of course, though. Until we got Monument completed, every single knowledge point's going into Forager. Then it's probably pivoting over to smithing and stonemason. As I really got to bypass tier 7. I'm hoping that bounties help with that as well. As they're both getting bounties in the next month. Smithing in 2 Mondays from now, and stonemason in 4 Mondays from now. Unless they get delayed. But they likely wouldn't. They're probably almost already completed. But, yeah, I'm hoping that's enough to push it over to 8. But if not, knowledge points will, of course, do the rest. Because the way that we did mining with how it got converted, I have very minimal tier 7 material. Tier 7 is going to be rough. So I kind of want to skip to tier 8 so we can mine all the stuff we actually need properly. And get proper distributions for everything. Because all my distributions are really weird since it was all mined before the update. So it's all over the place as far as what we have and don't have. But once we get to tier 8, it should even out to be a lot more 1-to-1 with the new system. And at that point, maybe we'll just max out that chapter. Because now that we got 1 500, what's stopping us from getting 1 billion 500s? Because if we're gonna get 1, you know, we gotta keep going. We can't stop at only 1. Let's start our chain reaction and just get like all of... No, I don't plan to do the chapter 2 grind for a while, though. There's a lot of rebounds they gotta do in that chapter. I'm also kind of scared of the chef grind. As I'm not really prepping for the chef grind, I'm prepping more so for the alchemy whenever eventually we do it. So the amount of chef supplies we're gonna have is gonna be really rough at some level ranges. Especially with the way that I plan to do fishing, where we're doing almost this oyster and lobster only. Not counting a few bounties here and there occasionally. But my actual amount of banked fish is going to be very low. Other than like a billion lobster and oyster. But yeah, hello Archie, welcome, welcome, I've also been well. Alright, one more trip, and then we go and, go turn in our fish finally. Then we go check our fish for the hour, see what bounties we get. Go do whatever ones are relevant. If not all of them, we'll see. Because honestly, every single fish at this level range is basically relevant. Eel is right next to the shop. Flounder, unfortunately, you can't bank it, but, you know, for going there and then going back, it's not that bad. Like, Flounder's pretty good if we get a lot of Flounder, if we can get, like, 2 or 3 or 4 tasks to go do at once. Bass, we were literally doing without a bounty task, so obviously we'll get it done with a bounty task. Like, I'm literally doing it without it, so... if we get those, that's literally just free value since I'm grabbing it anyways. Rays are right next to a bounty board and pretty free to go get. And trout we can go get for free while doing nettle. We do have to go a little bit out of our way for trout, but for the level 20 nettle, it's like the best value we could ever do while going out of our way. Which we're going to have any moment now. So I'm not too worried about that. Alright, do we go there with what we have now? I'm just concerned that that's not going to give me enough. Because none of these are a legendary one. Like, I kind of want to go and turn these in right now, but... that's assuming we're going to get 19% from turning in 4 common fish. Unless I recall, we're only getting like 4% for them. So let me do like a partial inventory. I think I'm just going to do this room and then the other room. Then bank, and then that should be enough. And then we'll go use our 11% over there. I'm just concerned if I go right now that we're going to be like 5% short on knowledge. But if I grab the rest of this room, we should be good to go on knowledge. So we'll grab this entire room, go head over there, use the 11% right in front of him. Hopefully get a task in real quick. And we'll be good to go. And that should be more than enough to now to go and get it. Because even if all of these are only turning in 4, that's way more than 10%. That we're going to need by then. Actually, probably only 9% we're going to need. I will grab that, grab that, grab that, head back over. And that would, of course, also get us to level 20 Forager. Perfectly in time to go do our trout. Unfortunately, not perfectly in time with the lobster. That would have been so funny if this was like 30 seconds right now. Unfortunately, we didn't get that perfect. Nice! Level 20, though. Nice. Got our racks. I mean, not our racks. We got our nettle. Rack is the one after it. Alright, let me go bank all these. Let me go grab all my trout while we're here, too. I'm going to need those. Unfortunately, no lobster to go pull from the thing. What am I looking for? I forgot what the thing was called. Oh, yeah, trout. Give me a nice set of trout at the correct level. Looks like we got about 200 something at the previous level, too. When we were doing that tier 5. That was when we were doing the nettle over in that area. Only reason I don't have that many right now is because I haven't really been doing nettle much since the last 2 sets, ever since we got the level for it. Because we only got the level yesterday. So all the trout that we have are just from today and yesterday then. Alright, let me use an 11% right here and see what we get. So of course this will still go into Forager. Turn in all his... oh, no, don't put in that. Put in the trout. I mean, put into Forager. Next knowledge point after this set will go into that, but not right now. So we'll do that. We'll do that. I'll use this on Nutworm. We will soon, but not for this pot. But the next knowledge point we get, we'll use on that. Alright, there we go. Let's see what we get. Come on, legendary. Nothing again. Alright, well, I guess we're doing trout. Let me do eel real quick while we're under the effect of the better one. And then give me a whole array of trout. And then we'll grab the bass since we can get it for free. And the other one I'll probably just ignore. Let's see, how many catch-onlys did we get? Wow, I only have to return 6? That is so few. I guess I'll go grab the flounder and turn that in while we're there. The problem is I would kind of have to walk weirdly to go do flounder. It'd be way better if we could do mana ray. Oops, why am I going over here? I don't have enough yet. I'm going there as if I already have all my eels. I'm still missing one. Oh no. Alright, now we have enough eels. And then I guess we just take a, just the bass and just ignore the, flounder. Pretty sure just ignore flounder angle. Oh, it is catch only, though. Ah, that does make it a little more tempting. Oh, no, I guess I'll grab it after I do the trout. But here, have this while we still have 11% extra XP. Oh, wait, it was catch only. Oops. I can bank those then. All right, let me go head over to trout. Head over to over there. So this I'll just leave in the bottom, and I'll turn it in later. For now, we're just going to catch everything then. So we're going to go do a nettle plus trout route. So we're basically just going to do a forager route with nettle and just grab the free trout. Normally, I would only grab one. I'm not sure if I'm going to grab 3. Normally, I would only grab 1 since the whole point of this cycle is to get forager XP. But I don't know, maybe we'll grab more than 1. But I might just do it for a change of pace over here. Right, let me move that one all the way to the back so we can turn it in later. Alright, let's use our little potion. And now we have nice solid level 7 nettle. Coming in with 14k XP, not bad. How much was Shell giving earlier? Oh, it's more than Shell. It is indeed more than Shell. But I'm just going to do normal forager route, I think. And just grab only 1 trout. Just so we can camp this area a little bit for better XP. Since most of them are just catch only, we don't even need to turn them in later anyways. Get to actually keep them. Okay, we're just going to run normal nettle route for a little bit. And just grab the fish only on double. That does mean I got to go do this route like 15 times. But it's decent forager XP at this level range. It'll be one of the only opportunities we really get to do this exact cycle, so... Or at least at this amount of XP. These particular cycles only worth it while Nettle's good. And we just literally unlocked Nettle, so Nettle's really good right now. A little better change of paces so we're not at the beach the whole time. Oh, wrong way. And then we grab all these, we grab the other 2 Nettles. We then bank. And in every single cycle we grab double fish. Or, you know, we grab 1 for double. And that's how we're going to do all these tasks, is with 1 single double trout each time. Kind of like how we did the bass with 1 each time. Same thing, but on trout. Same overall strategy as what we were doing before, just with a different fish. And due to fishing bounties, we just get free value every time. We would have already been doing this even without fishing bounties. But with fishing bounties, you know, really good XP. And hopefully by then we'll gain like 2 forager levels. So we can go check out racks for a little bit. We do want some. We're not going to grab that many racks though. And that makes the really good XP potion with the rusty nettles. The main thing that's bottlenecking us is the racks. We're going to have a ton of these nettle. So once we finish the first task, I should go grab the other one that's over there too, because it was only catch only flounder. I just dropped those to the ground later. And when we go back to the other cycle, I can just pick up 6 flounder and then drop them on the ground for some free fishing XP. Because whenever you're taking them on task, even on a 1-star like that, it's kind of worth it if you're already in the area. Because we're gaining almost double XP per fish that we're catching. So even though they're not the best fish I could be catching, with the extra XP bonus, it is becoming the best fish we can catch. If we're doing it to correspond with a bounty. So I'll grab that in 2 more trips then. These all will clear out my current first trout bounty. As soon as we catch it 1 more time after this one. Also, I never grabbed that other nettle. That nettle is okay to grab if you're camping the pool, like we were before. But otherwise, it's too far away if you're not camping the pool. There's just way too many tiles that you gotta walk around. It's only close if you're taking the top right trout while you're taking all 3. Otherwise, it's too many tiles for too little value. But yeah, one of the rare times that we don't spend all of our time at the beach. One of the few level ranges where we're not, like, only on beach. Because nettle from, like, 20 until stone is kind of okay. But then it starts kind of falling off until you get to the next better loop and you get to the bone zone. The biggest issue with this loop is, you only get 5 nettle instead of 6. If you could grab the 6 conveniently, this would be more viable. But the main thing holding down this loop compared to the other one is you can't grab the 6 nettle without wasting a lot of time. Oops, I did not mean to grab this fish this set. Oh no, we're going to have a weird awkward number now. That means I'm going to have to awkwardly grab 1 again. To at some point even out the fact that I just awkwardly grabbed one. Let me do it right now so we don't forget about it. But yeah, I gotta remember not to grab it on second trip. You only grab it when it's double. Otherwise it's not worth. But I'll grab the double single just to even it out. There we go. Because this also lets me go grab the other bounty now as well. For later. Because there's just a catch-only easy one. I'm so sure grab the other ram horn. Too late now. We'll grab the backup bone spike. It's there for a reason. The fallback bone spike. Pretty much all routing just does this as like fill area. Every bone spike over here. If you accidentally didn't get the right number, or if your cycle just needs it for 1 or 2. Oh, I forgot to go get the task. Oh, we'll get it next cycle. I know I needed to do something else while I was over there. I was supposed to go grab the other task. Doesn't matter, though. It's not like it's a trout task. It's just flounder for after we finish this. Because I think at this point, we're going to keep doing this cycle until we run out of trout tasks. Then after that, we'll go head back to previous cycle. And on our way to heading back to previous cycle, I'll go catch a 6 flounder for free double XP. Or however much extra it's giving. I don't think it's exactly double, but it's enough to make it better than our best fish. Like, the amount of extra XP we would be doing flounder on task, even though it's 20, or even though it's 15 levels below, technically 16. Even though it's 16 levels below our current fish that we need to be catching, it's still worth it when doing it on task. Like, it'd be better than doing our best fish off task. Oh, no, the misclick. That's pretty much the game plan at this point. Camp this until all the trouts are done, and then head back to the beach. And that will give us at least some amount of nettle for later, so we don't need to worry about it. And then at level 22, we can start grabbing racks from the beach. Not sure if I'm going to grab a bunch, but we'll have to grab some. We got to at least first time bonus it. How much does this game cost? It is free to play. Up to chapter 2. So everything that we've been doing, like the Forager grind and everything, 100% free to play. But chapter 1 and 2 is free. Everything beyond that is like a monthly subscription thingy. It's definitely worth trying out. It's still in a pretty developmental stage and probably will be for at least another couple years though. But it's free to do anything in the first 2 chapters, as well as combat. Is the only thing that's paywalled at the moment is chapter 3 and 4. Which does have some fun stuff, but you can easily play most of the game without having access to them at the moment. Particularly chapter 1. Like, every gameplay loop in chapter 1 is pretty much unaffected by the other chapters, almost. Which is kind of nice. Chapter 2, not so much. But almost every grind you would do in chapter 1 does not have that much of a downside from not having any other chapter. Like, for example, the Forager grind that we're doing right now is pretty much the exact same if you were free to play or members. There's not really any advantage we're getting other than, I guess, maybe more money from some of the money-making things in the member areas. Aside from that, for better tools. Aside from that, the gameplay loop is exactly the same. Yep, we got that. Thank you. I don't think we're doing that passive tonight. Actually, what is our passive goal? I guess our passive goal is to try to get to 25. Because that gets us the next good one. The anemone. So, it might not be the end stream goal, but my before bed goal is definitely to get to 25 Forager. Because I'm going to need that for the next good AFK. Because we're definitely not doing worms tonight. That'd be really bad to do. Anything that's fishing bait is pretty bad. Not to mention, you get 10% net bonus on the anemone, whereas you get 0% on worm. And that alone is already making it worth it. But also because the anemone is actually a good resource on top of that. Whereas the worms are nothing. So it's a double reason to go get 25. But I'm not sure what level we're ending on this today. I guess like 22, 23 I aim for, somewhere around there. Like a bare minimum want to get to doing some rack, so definitely at least 22. But before bed, regardless what we end at today, I gotta go get 25. I still have to say, the music cycles through quite a few different songs in this area compared to the other area. Like the more ambient ones that Chapter 1 has. Because the beach never plays the song that we currently have in the background right now. Not sure how loud it is on stream. I keep always changing the audio balance. Hopefully you guys can hear it. It is somewhat quieter. There we go. Turn the music up a little. This area has such quieter music other than the global tracks that play here. Also, I still haven't been using the hotkey, nor have I set it up on Steam Deck yet. I probably should at some point. The hotkeys for the auto action. Oh, also our lobster's getting really close. Also, that's 2 trouts completed. 3 to go. Which at this point means we gotta do 9 more laps. And after 9 more laps, we'll switch over to the previous loop. But 9 laps to go. Which means we've done 6 so far. They take up pretty quick. We've already gotten a third of a level just from 6 laps. That means another 9 is gonna be, like right around there. Like, at least 3/4 a level, if not slightly more. Because we'll have a double knowledge point to put into there as well by then. The only reason we didn't have more already is because we had to put 1 knowledge into passive. I should be able to double this. Right here. And then we just grab the bones and grab the 1 bone spike to offset. Actually, we're not even going to need the 1 bone spike this time. By the time that we hit the 3rd ram horn, we should be able to double it. So we can skip bone spike this route. With where all of our doubles landed. But if they do land weirdly, then you just end up, you know, grabbing 1 or 2 bone spikes. Doesn't really matter that much. But they aligned really well for this lap. Oh, so before I forget, let me go grab the flounder right now. It's right over here. Oh, we're going to need to catch this when we go to our other layout. I just dropped them on the ground. It's on our way to getting back to our normal loop at the beach. And obviously the bass we'll be able to get for free as well when we go and catch them once per cycle. But let's go finish out all the trout, and then we'll worry about that then. But I'm really curious to see what kind of other gameplay loops end up opening up with the future bounties. Because this is really making the 1 poke fish method that we've already been doing so much more viable. Like, there are so many forager routes where you can get the 1 poke fish where applicable. Like, every single fish can be done that way. Like, the new sardines can be done on Bone Zone. Salmon can be done on Bell Plant. And everything else can be done on the loops we've already been doing. Most notably Nettle and the beach. The beach has almost all of them, though. Because the beach got bass, the beach got flounder, the beach has manta ray. It kind of has Gennard to some degree, though Gennard's a little bit out of the way. It has pretty much everything over there, other than a few of them. Is there such a big difference between 1? I'm not sure if it's coming out on stream. But for whatever reason, moving it up by 1 right there is moving it up so much in volume. Like 6 compared to 7 there. Yeah, this one's a little bit louder than some of the other ones. Whereas everything else here is like so quiet compared to it. There's one of these slight issues with some of the ambient songs in this game. Like, all of them feel like they're 20 or 30% quieter than the default songs they could play on the global track. Which to some degree makes sense, because, you know, you kind of would want it for the more ambient ones. But then you kind of get blasted when it does a normal one, like the one that's currently going. Oh, we need a double bone spike. That made sense, because we didn't need a single bone spike last time because where the doubles landed. But because of that, now we need all the bone spike. Well, that's what they're here for. Up 10 minutes on lobster as well. I'm not sure if we should go there immediately or wait until we finish trout. I kind of want to finish trout first. Maybe I'm just going to rush some trout then, once we get near there. So I'll keep doing this loop until we have like 2 or 3 minutes left on that. Then once we do, I might just spam trout until we get the rest of our trout, I guess. And skip doing it with the wide forager loop. Because if we do trout only, we can get the rest of these done in like, you know, 2 minutes. But for now, we'll grab one per inventory still, but might have to spam them a little bit to make our lobster in time in about 9 minutes. I can also bring in my trout then as well. So I gotta make sure I have that trout objective completed by then. I could always move it up, but I think the solution is just to spam them and go back to our previous beach. Because we'll have enough nettle and everything by then. This is more so just for a change of pace, but also because we need the trout. But once we don't need the trout anymore, then, you know, we might as well go to the other method again. Well, we got a solid half a foraging level from this. That's not too bad. Oh, I forgot to grab the bone. Oh, too late now. You're supposed to grab that bone there to delay this so you get there on spawn. I'm still gonna grab it. It's just gonna be late. Waste a little bit of time doing it this way, but we're only wasting like a second or two. I normally want to grab that beforehand because it sets the timer up. It loads the timer up while you're in the other room. But the other reason you do it is so that by the time that thing spawns, it'll already be spawned by the time you go up to it. Otherwise, you gotta wait like a second or two. So it's really easy to tell if you accidentally skipped it. But you shouldn't ever have to wait for that nettle. But if you do, it's because we missed the bone. I think we'll do one more lap normally, and then we're just gonna camp the rest of them. And just do it while doing the nettle that's in the room. So this will be our last loop for this for now. Then we're gonna go camp the trout until we get it done. While grabbing the nettle between each one. And then, which we'll still do whenever we come back here for trout, by the way. We'll just go into the pool and grab one nettle in between each triple trout. Which is not great for Forager XP, but you know, we're getting like 14k, 15k per thing we touch. Because I did that wrong, now my ram horn is off cycle. Okay, it should be back to cycle now. All the bones should be fixed. So grab this, grab a double on that, grab you, go do the loop one more time, bank everything, and then we'll just go spam trout till it's done. Then we'll go into the main hub area, turn in our one trout set. And by then, no, we're not gonna have a new bounty board by then. But by then, I'm hoping that we have the lobster done. That's the main reason I'm going there. Just hoping that lobster's done around that time in 6 minutes. Should be. And the main thing we're looking for with the lobster venture is if we drink 11%, if it's giving us over 1 million or not. It should give me about 1.1 million or more. And if it is, then it's better than oyster, and if it doesn't, then it's not better than oyster. Save that for later. We'll save that for the 11% we'll be drinking on lobster. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll have the other meter by then, but we'll use it for 1 point. It's fine. Sometimes I use the 11% without getting any points on it, so getting one single one in it's gonna be fine. Alright, so game plan at this point is we go and grab all of the nettle again, and then just go straight into the pool. And then just start nettle looping on the pool until we get our other 12 trout. And then by the time we get that 12 trout and get over there, the lobster should be ready, hopefully. Fingers crossed, we'll find out. Hopefully it'll be perfectly ready in time. And then we just head back to our other loop. And it should all align pretty much perfectly. So put all that in there. Alright, so now I'm just only grabbing the nettle. Nothing but the nettle. So we'll skip the bone. I'll skip the nettle that's over there because we'll just head straight to the water. So we can keep getting the double nettle loop. Because we only need 2 nettles for the fish loop. The third one actually doesn't do anything. So in basically every loop you do, there's always one nettle that does nothing, which is kind of sad. Because of where they're positioned. There's always just one nettle that's dead content. When you're doing the loop, this one's the dead one, and when you're doing the other loop, the one in the corner is the dead one. Alright, so let's just spam these until we get 12. So we'll do 3 of these, grab a nettle, do 3 of these, grab a nettle, keep doing that over and over again. Until the fishing bounties are completed. And then we'll go turn into triple. Grab a nettle over here. The only time that this nettle is not dead content is this is the closest nettle to a trout. But it's very far if you're doing the Forager loop. I guess we could grab double nettle when we go for the other one. I think there's like barely enough time to go grab it. I'm gonna check. So I'm gonna grab both of these. I am actually gonna grab double nettle here. It should be spawned by then. I hope it's spawned by then. We'll find out in a second. It should be. And we gotta catch 5 more. Yep, there we go. Because there might actually be enough time to grab both of these and then head over here. I wasn't doing this earlier because my nettle was pretty low level. But now that's actually like the highest thing we could take right now. Let's see if I grab both of these and if I can make it time in trout. The problem is I think the trout's going to spawn before I get back there is the problem. Yeah. I don't know, I guess it's still kind of worth. But the trout does spawn before you get back. Doing it in this order so we can end near the nettle. And then one more set and we are out of here. And then we'll go turn in the objective. Head over to the other beach and we're good to go. And we should have enough inventory for lobster without having to go and bank. So we won't have to waste time banking, luckily. And the rest of our fish will be 4 trout then. Just gotta wait for the spawn. And then we just telly away. Any moment now. And how we doing on lobster timer? 3 minutes to go. Yeah, we'll make it pretty much exactly on time. I have to wait like 30 seconds by the time we get there. Otherwise, it could be almost perfect. Alright, so we catch this. We now teleport away. That should be every bounty completed. So we're good to go. We already have our 6 allocated there. Oh, thank you for the buy. Good luck on the grinds. Alright, so let's go and turn this in. I will then go and wait at the other thing, and then we should be good to go. And then hopefully lobster is ready by then. Looks like we're going to be a little early, unfortunately. But there's no point in banking now because it doesn't really help us at all. I could drink the 11% now, though, and head over there at like the exact timing. I don't know, I'd rather use some of the 11% on the bounties, though. Also, we did claim every bounty, right? Let me just double check while we're here. Because we're a little early. Yeah, we grabbed them all already. 10 minutes to get refreshed, though. Alright, we'll bring him this. And since lobsters stack on only, I believe, 2 tiles or something, or 3, we should be good to go here. But yeah, unfortunately, we're like 1 minute something early. So really quick, I'm going to go do a quick bathroom break, and then we'll go grab this. So I'll be back in like 1 minute. Alright, we're back. Alright, it's time. Moment of truth. Is this over 1 million XP? Please be. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. But you never know. Over 1 million? It is 1.2. Okay, we're doing lobster now. Nice. Yeah, you do lobsters or you do oysters until you can do lobsters, until you can do oysters, until you can do lobsters, and you just keep repeating them. Oh, only 100 though, but that's fine. Because doing double oyster gives you 300 oyster, but you only get 100 lobster from doing 2 sets of them. That's fine though. Alright, now we go bank all this. Now we grab my 3 flounder just for first time bonus. And then we go do our normal forager loop. And we'll just get the bass for free while doing that. Alright, so let's go grab a couple kelp. Even grab an extra one since we're kind of in the area. Grab the 3 flounder, and then we just go right into our forager loop. And then we'll just drop the flounder on the ground since this is catch only. And there's no way to bank them. Otherwise we'd bank them, but they're unbankable. So to the ground you go. It's definitely not worth trying to sell these things. If it's for a bounty, we will, but we're not just going to sell them for the sake of selling them. 100% not worth. And the only reason it's worth turning in for the bounty is for the EXP, not for the money. Because these things, I think, even with a bounty, is only making like 4 or 5 silver each. If even that. They're pretty cheap. And if we were to sell them outright, they're only 2.7 right now. I drop them on the ground. Thank you for the XP. Alright, now we go back to normal forager loop. I do have one too many kelp, but hopefully that's not an issue. We'll find out. I might just have to skip the further kelp, I think, this time. Actually, I'll even do it now, just because the loop should still be on set by skipping this one. We grabbed the 1 extra kelp in the other room while we had the 5% or the 11%. Actually, 11% still going, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Oh, can we get this one in time? I hope we can. Oh, I don't think we will. Come on, get in time. That'd be perfect. I don't think we will, though. No! Oh, that would have been good. Because we're still on a bounty for that, too, getting a little bit extra XP. That one's also catch-only, so we don't need to worry about delivering it. And now we're done with bounties until, like, a few minutes from now, because they're actually being reset soon. Because, what? It's almost the end of the hour right now, right? It's, yeah, we got 6 minutes until our next set of bounties. So I'll probably go check them and see if we get a legendary one. We'll check it when we go to the northern one, or this western one over here at Starfish Point. Yeah, we'll grab that soonish. But we'll get like 3 more sets. Pretty much as soon as this one gets cleared is about the time that we'll need to go grab them. Not because we need it to be cleared, but that just happens to be around the same time. A lot of things are like aligning almost perfectly. Though we did get to lobster like a minute early, unfortunately. That's still pretty close. Better to be slightly early than slightly late. It's kind of hard to try to perfectly time a 23-hour, though. That was pretty close, though. Alright, now we can grab the kelp. I believe we have to grab it at least once here. Because how much inventory space do I have left? 5, and I'm grabbing 5 things. Perfect. Okay. So we should be back on normal set now. Honestly, I should just not grab that 1 kelp that was in that 1 room. All it did is allow us to skip this 1 kelp, which I think cost us more tiles than it saved. Right, let's turn all this in. Do I use 11% here? Pretty sure I still use a 5. And just waste a little bit of knowledge. Right, store all this away. 2 more laps, and then it should be time to go get our bounties. As each lap's taking about 2.5 minutes, and bounties are reset in 4 minutes. So Tantan, welcome, welcome. You're on the stream, so I won't see you answer for another 2 to 3 hours. Oh gosh. All good. Wait, what was your question, though? I still can't believe we haven't found a legendary fish yet. Also, what is Renio doing over here? Didn't he max Forager the other day? It seemed like he finished Monument, based on what level he was at. Because he was grabbing the tier 9 jade pieces. Which, of course, is the final piece you would ever need for the Monument. So he's either finishing his final level right now, or he's here for I have no clue what. Maybe fishing bounties, I guess. Yeah, I don't think he bothered with fishing bounties yesterday since he was all in on finishing Monument since he was so close. You should be max Forager now. You're finished your level of Forager, Milestone 5. Nice. Halfway there, kind of. Kind of halfway there. Numerically halfway there. Though, honestly, I've not felt much of a slowdown yet. It must be tier 8 and 9 that really start getting slower or something. Like, 7 is definitely slower than when we started at, like, 4 and 5. But it's not that much slower. Like, we're still getting over a level an hour at this level range. Like, it's not as good as, like, the almost 2 levels an hour. I think we're getting at, like, tier 4, but it's not that much slower. Must really start curving at, like, 8 or 9. I know for sure 9 curves, but I assume 8 is where, like, really starts to get the curviness. I don't know, find out when we get there. Won't know for a couple days. At least for Forager. I somewhat did it with mining, but it's hard to tell because how short we did mining for the other day. Around when the Milestone update happened. Because I was messing with mining some, but we weren't like training it, so it's hard to tell. Obviously we drink 11% here. Not quite a level. But our main goal for today is definitely to get to rack at level 22. Bare minimum. Then hopefully to get at least 1 legendary fish, but that's completely luck based. We don't have much control over that. Hoping at the time you get to base 5, they have an easy way for a lone wolf to sell all bank stuff. Yeah, that's really annoying. Having to mass sell stuff like that. There's currently no way to do it. I definitely got a lot of junk I need to go clear from my bank. I haven't been. Unfortunately, some of the stuff I did clear, I ended up losing value on because of the change that they made the other week. So I ended up selling when it was low, and then it got converted into like 1 billion money. So we're still missing like 50 gold from that. Still never got a response to that, by the way. Not sure if I ever will. Let me see. I didn't check it this morning, though. Let me see. Did I ever get a response to the email I sent? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Just the Google thing and something from... Oh, this is the one that had the Epic Games too. Gosh, I haven't been on Epic's game launcher in like 5 years. I think the last time I used Epic's game launcher was what's it called? Darkest Dungeon 2's beta. Luckily, Slay the Spire 2 that's coming out on March 5th is not on Epic Games, so I don't need to worry about that. But I think Darkest Dungeon 2 is actually the only game I've ever bought on Epic. Because their beta for the first year was only on Epic until it launched on Steam. But I think that is the one and only game I've ever bought in the history of Epic existing. It's just so inconvenient to use compared to Steam. And there's almost never any exclusives on it that I really care about. And even if there are, they normally just launch on Steam later. And only have like 1 year exclusivity normally. Like if Slay the Spire 2 was on Epic, I would get it. But luckily it's not, so I don't need to worry about it. Honestly, I don't even remember what my password is for it. I would have to go reset it through email. It's been so long since I've even needed to log into it. Actually, I don't even think I've downloaded it on this new computer that I got like 2 or 3 years ago. It's been that long since I've used Epic Games. I don't even think I have it downloaded. It's still giving me emails from when I did it on the laptop. But yeah, I don't think we're getting that 50 gold back that we lost. At this point, it's been a week since I sent the email, and I've gotten no reply. Which is pretty much how most of my emails go to them. That's why I don't really bother giving feedback or anything. Like, they almost never reply to emails ever. Like, I have less than a 50% success rate on them replying to emails. It's like a 30-something% rate that they actually reply at all. But yeah, now that we did the lobster venture, it does look like when it comes to fishing, going forward after we finish Forager grind, because we will be doing some fishing bounties while doing it. But aside from the fishing bounties I grabbed for free while claiming this venture, 95% of all fishing XP we gain to max is going to be the venture only. Because now that they made lobsters actually viable to do, all we're going to keep doing is just switching from oyster to lobster over and over again. Obviously right now it's lobster. But, you know, once we get to the next milestone at level 7, it'd be oyster again. But we're just going to do that all the way to max. And every single day I will only check the fishing bounty board once. While we're doing Forager, obviously we'll be checking it more than once. But after Forager grind is done, the only time we'll ever check it is when claiming our lobster or oyster once per day. But during the Forager grind, we'll be checking it a bit more often just because it's almost zero time to go check it. It's so close. Kind of like the same reason why we were training alchemy for a week while we did so many chef bounties. Like, it was so close already that it was closer than the teleport. So it's kind of worth checking them. And for the same reason why we do Forager, we will check fishing bounties, but beyond that, that's pretty much going to be all my fishing XP. After we get 500 Forager, we're pretty much never directly training fishing again, aside from the few bounties we get every day when we go buy this. But aside from those bounties that we get while doing lobster and oyster, that's it. Lobster and oyster will be the rest of our XP all the way to max. There's not really much of a need to do anything else because the venture is so strong. Doesn't mean we're going to be missing a lot of fish, but it shouldn't really be that big a deal. Plus, we're still going to get some from the bounties. Because some of them are catch only, in which case we get to keep all the fish from them. Hello, Natalie! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. But yeah, they definitely got to add something to make it easier to sell all your junk for lone wolf accounts. Like, obviously, the main way that you would do that on a trading enabled account is you just sell it to someone who's collecting all of them for some reason. And just, like, scrap them. Like, bulk sell it to them for a cheap price. But, yeah, lone wolf doesn't have any way of doing that. Like, if you have 10,000 of some stack you don't need in your bank, there's no way to get rid of it easily. Like, it'll take, like, almost an hour to get rid of it. Like, the one I'll be having soon in that regard is my leek stack. I got, like, 1,800 spare leeks by the time we get tier 5 cooking. And I'll never need that leek ever again. But if I want to go sell them, it'll take, like, 15 to 20 minutes to sell them. And it's worth selling them because it's, like, 8 gold. It's, like, over an hour's worth of gold in, like, 15 minutes. But the problem is it takes 15 minutes instead of, like, 1 minute to go sell them all. There's just no way to, like, bulk sell them quickly. It's likely something they'll address at some point, though. I would assume. Even if they had, like, a lower price that you had to do it for. Because even at that price, it'd probably still be worth it. Because right now, everything has 3 prices. The average price, the price you buy it at, and the price you sell it at. But even if they added, like, a mega low price that was lower than the low price, it would still be worth it if you could sell them all instantly. Like, thousands of stacks all at the same time. So instead of taking several minutes per, or, you know, instead of taking, like, almost half a minute per inventory, you could just do a whole stack of thousands within a couple seconds. But you would get an even lower price than the low price or something. Because even if it was half the low price, there would be so many things it would still be worth doing. Some of you would still go manually to the shop. But even at half the low price, there are so many resources you would still trash for if you could do it instantly. At that value. You mapped yesterday they will take over a year to complete just the bounties. Yeah, it would take about a year and a half if they do one every other week. Or not just the bounties. That was bounties, dungeons, and no, it was just bounties and ward event, I believe. I forget the math already. I believe it was just bounties and ward event. It would take them a year and a half to finish both if they were add one every other week. Do you think they will keep to that pace of speed or drop more content for each profession? I feel like they are going to still keep up with the, you know, big update every other week or, you know, substantial thing that you can actually do. And they seem to be doing, like, an update every single week, though every other week is going to be quality of life. But, yeah, I think they'll be able to keep up with that. The main thing really comes down to, are they going to do, like, a bigger update where they do, like, 5 or 10 at once or something? That's the main thing we don't know. Like, will there ever be a time where they try to release, like, 5 bounties in one day, for example? Just so it doesn't take as long to go and release them all. Because I can see them doing that based on a chapter. Like trying to get all of Chapter 2's 3 out in one update. Since none of them have one, it would make the most sense, you know, kind of do all 3 at once. Like, I could see something like that happening. Not sure if they're going to do that, but it'd be nice if they did. If they got ahead enough that they could do something like that. Gosh, it's already been 3 hours. Doesn't feel like it's been that long. But yeah, I think our main goal today is just to get to rack for now. And then we'll do a little bit of rack. And then off stream, I'll just grind the other 2.5 so I can start AFKing the whatchamacallit. So I guess our goal for today is to get to level 23 on stream. Because that allows me to use the +2 potion to get some of that better XP for when I AFK to go grab dinner. Then afterwards, I can grind a little bit more to get the actual 2 levels. Kind of like what I did the other day. Where we +2 boosted to, I think, Feather or something. We're going to do the same thing to +2 boost to the thing for a couple hours. It wouldn't be worth doing for a whole night, but if we only have to do it for like 2 or 3 hours, it's not too big a deal. Though even if we had to do it for a whole night, it would probably be fine as well. It just gets a lot more costly doing it that long. But, you know, the cost is pretty trivial with how much we have right now. In order to get better XP and a better resource. Like, it costs some, but it's not really that much at all. It's worth it for the benefit. Hey, speaking of new players, I'm not sure why. It feels like all the new players head here. Is there like a certain fishing level where you really have to do bass or something in early game? What does tier 1 fishing look like? Because I feel like I always see... Oh, that's why. Okay, I found out why. Yeah. The new fishing layout goes from eel to flounder to bass. It was set up quite a bit differently at the previous level 0. But, yeah, you gotta stay at each activity a little bit longer. That's why I keep seeing so many new players there. It's like the 3rd fish you get to. And if you're trying to get all the level requirement to get to Chapter 2, you're probably going to do some amount of fishing there. Which would eventually get you to that bass. But that's why we've been seeing so many newer players there. I didn't realize they moved bass to that number. Because I could have sworn before it was like level 25 or something. But yeah, now it's level 12 and there's not as many fish that you have to do beforehand. But you don't have to do puffer anymore before because you got moved to tier 2. You don't have to do, I feel like there's one other you had to do before. Not Mana Ray. Maybe it was only puffer then. But the level disparity was a lot shorter before. Because Flounder was at like 0, or over here. Flounder was at 0 before. Eel was at 2 or 4 before. I think it was 2, and then Pufferfish was at 4. And I think the upgraded eel after that was at like 8. Oh yeah, that's what it was. You like doubled eel within that time. Like you doubled back onto eel already by the time you hit 8. But now you have to camp each of them. Honestly, is another skill that almost seems like it's slower at lower level range. I haven't actually played at that low of a level. But the disparity between when you reach a better activity or not is actually worse in new Milestone 0. The XP curve could be better potentially. Because maybe that really good XP curve that you had for the first 20 levels now applies for the first 50. But, which I assume is the case, based on the level disparity there. But otherwise, yeah, it's kind of worse at lower level range. Unless all of 0 to 50 is like 0 to 20 before. In which case, yeah, I guess it is quicker. And then maybe that's why it's set up that way then. Which I assume is the case. I haven't actually tried it yet, because I didn't bother doing that in the beta. But, I assume that's the case. Is 0 to 50 is basically what 0 to 20 was in the previous state of the game. Like, time-wise. Like, that really quick rate that you got from 0 to 20 is probably the same at 0 to 50 now. Because otherwise, the disparity between a lot of the early game activities is really wide now on some skills compared to before. You gotta train a lot more levels to be able to move from object to object. Whereas for every other tier, it's less levels by the time you reach Milestone 2. When you have, you know, all the activities unlocked. But it's kind of weird because at the lower level range, you actually need more levels before you can get to a new activity compared to before for every skill. But the really quick XP rate probably goes for way longer. Because before you would hit a mini wall at level 20. But now all of 0 to 50 is probably that mega quick speed that you would otherwise have. That's the only problem with having our alt accounts already like somewhat mid-game. Is, yeah, I didn't have any account at a low enough level to actually see some of the milestone stuff. Oh, wrong tile. Because they're currently in a weird in-between. Where I can't have them doing all the bounties because I don't have like level 100 smithing. They're only at like 80 something. But they're also too low, too high a level to be able to see like the really early game stuff, like what that one Androx guy's doing right now. To see what the XP curve is around there and everything. So they're weird in between. Where they're too low to do some of the higher stuff, but too high to do some of the lower stuff. Which is kind of unfortunate. Like smithing bounties, I'll only be able to do on my main. Like all three of them got the fishing bounties yesterday, but only the main account will have the smithing on 2 Mondays from now. I said hello there, Drew. Welcome, welcome. I've always been well. And there we go, level 21. Well, I technically earned this earlier when we're moving back. Just now noticed it. But, yeah, I guess we'll go for 2 more levels this stream. I think we'll be our cutoff then. And then I could use a +2 potion to passive the thing I need to go do later. And then off stream, I'll just get the rest that we need before tonight. And at level 22, we'll go do racks for a little bit. I won't do racks for a whole level. That would be insufferable. But I will go do racks for some amount of XP. Oh yeah, the bounty board is ready. Wait, let me go check bounties on this set. I almost forgot. They reset like 15 minutes ago and I didn't re-grab them. I did all the ones on the previous bounty board, but I forgot to re-grab them at the reset time. Let's see if we finally got a legendary one. We should be able to see it 1 or 2 more times this stream, checking the bounty board, not counting this one. So counting this one like 2 or 3 more times. Hopefully we get at least 1 legendary fish, so we can say we've caught one at least. But it's crazy because we've been grabbing them for almost like 24 hours now, not counting sleeping. Like I've claimed it like I've seen it every hour since like noon yesterday. So over 24 hours, not counting sleep. And we still have seen 0. And it's counting a handful of times that I checked on the old accounts too that I didn't see it. We're over 30 checks across them all. And we still haven't seen a legendary fish yet. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay, oh, there we go. We found one. What is this? A legendary Gennard at Pirate Hideout. There we go. How many do I have to catch? Only 1. But it gives you 212 XP. Interesting. Yeah, you only have to catch 1. Oh yeah, don't I need some kind of special bait for it? Should probably go buy that. Alright, so this is good, this is good, this is good. Honestly, everything's good. I do have to go a little bit out of the way for the trout, but we can start stacking them for later. Alright, so let me go buy the bait right now. Let me go ahead to town, go to the storage rift. Let's go buy the bait and everything. Let's go to, I can do eels while I'm over there too. So let's go to Hopeport Garrison. Let's go do eel and then eel. I'll do the turn-in one first, and then I'll bank everything when we get the other one, so I won't bank yet. I'll bank when we get the other set of 6 eel. And then we'll go grab the food from the shop. I believe we just get it from Melv's place. Just like how he sells all the other bait, he sells like the legendary bait as well. I might just preemptively buy some too so we have it in the storage rift so I don't have to go all the way over here every time. Luckily for this current synergy, it's not that bad to come all the way over here. But in the future, we're just going to want to grab it from storage rift. I'm not going to grab it now because I want my, I don't know, maybe it would have been worth grabbing now. I just have a really weird inventory setup right now. And I kind of want to bank after we get the other eels. Yeah, let me use a 5% here as well. So I'm gonna grab all these eels, turn the eels into them, grab another 6, bank everything, and then we go buy the bait. That way I can grab a full inventory of bait. Not sure if we're gonna need more than one. But if we do it correctly, we should only need 1 bait. Well, we might mess it up since we've never done it before. Alright, so we do that, we do that, we do that. We now turn all this in. I then grab another 6. And then we go bank. And then I grab 24 legendary bait. And then we go try catching the legendary guy. So we'll turn him in. We'll now catch the final 6 we need for the other task. Well, technically 5, but we might as well grab 6 if we're already here. They spawn pretty much as soon as we get here. And then we'll have a full inventory to turn in perfectly. And then we'll go buy 24 legendary bait. If it takes us more than 24, we got a problem. I was not sure how expensive it is. I assume it's not that expensive at all, though. Given that they want these to actually be viable to do. Also, we did only get a 3 times rare one. We didn't get a 4 times here. Not sure if they're any different. But let's go and put all this away. And yeah, let's go catch our first legendary fish. Pretty sure we just like drop this bait somewhere and then like poke it. But we have to be a certain distance away. Alright, let's go grab a full inventory of bait. Another new player, level 3. Full metal number 4. Come on, one more level and you'll have double 4. Alright, do you sell the bait? Or do I have to talk to you? There it is, legendary bait. Oh yeah, they're like free. Perfect. Alright, 24 better be enough. And then we just teleport to Gennard now. And then we can go back to our normal loop once we catch this thing. Oh, I should probably go bring it in though. I probably can't bank it. I might have to deliver it immediately. Well, if that's the case, maybe I should go grab the bass real quick so I can go do all my deliver at once. I didn't really factor that in. Oh, but here we go. Legendary fish. Catching legendary fish requires legendary bait. Bought from Mel's Fishing Supplies. Already got it. Place the bait in the water and wait for the fish to approach. Standing too close will cause the fish to swim away. Once the fish takes the bait, approach quickly and catch it before it finishes eating. Alright, where is it? Right there? A shiny fish! Yep, only one over here. Okay, he's running away. That's fine. I'll do it right here so I can have one tile to go do it. Place bait. Alright, how far away do I have to go? Oh, wait. I thought the animation would go quicker. How long does it take you to place some bait? Alright, there we go. Looks like 2 tiles is fine. And then we go for it. Alright, easy enough. Nice, and that does consume the bait, which is to be expected. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me go get all my other turn-ins, because I'm pretty sure I can't bank this. Let me go double check. But I'm pretty sure you can't bank this guy. He's not used for cooking or anything. It's like the flounder and everything, where I'm pretty sure you can't bank it. Let's see, are you bankable? No, okay, so let me just do all my bounties right now then. And I'll just turn in all the ones that are delivery related. So let me go grab my bass immediately. We're just gonna rush down the bass. And then we'll go rush down the trout real quick. Is it worth going all the way over there just for the trout? Probably not, but I want to go get these all turned in. Then the other one will get done passively then. But for now, let's grab you, grab you. Grab like 1 kelp while we're there. And then we'll go turn that in for a bunch of XP with all the other stuff. Yeah, nice little change of pace as far as catching one. I wish they were more common, though. I also wish they could just randomly spawn. Kind of like how shinies do in Pokemon. Grab a double shell while we're here. And then this thing should be spawned by the time we come back. Perfect. Alright, and then the only thing I need to go get is trout real quick, and I'll grab the nettles as I go to trout. Alright, teleport over to north. As that's everything we need for our delivery. Alright. Save for later, I think, right? Oh no, we're at 200% meter. Oh no! I'm gonna have to do this while doing everything else here. That's fine, though. Alright, so we'll go use 11% as soon as we get next to nettle, and then go get all the nettle. I'll ignore the other thing, though. We'll grab all the nettle and grab our 6 trout. And obviously put that into Forager. Too bad I can't get the delivery in time. I don't think we would be able to. It's too far from a teleport for this 11% to last that long. Alright, there we go. Grab that, double that. Skip the bone for now, because I need at least 6 inventory for the fish. I don't want to over-encumber here. Alright, grab the other nettle. And now we grab our trout real quick. So grab you, and then that nettle over there. And then hopefully it'll be almost spawned by then. And then I gotta remember to return to where that guy is. Because that'll be our starting tile. And I just gotta grab 2 more then. Just want to grab a spear while we're here. I believe there's this tile right here. Yeah, it is. You can tell by his animation. And hopefully it should spawn any second as soon as we get here. Perfect. I'll grab these, grab the double nettle, and we're out of here. But the other one hasn't spawned yet, but it will by the time we get there. Then we grab nettle, and then telly over. And then we'll go turn all these in for 5%, and that would be our first legendary fish caught. Yeah, it's pretty simple. You set down the bait, walk like 3 tiles away, and then go poke it. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, only 1, so you don't get like that much XP for it. Compared to like a 6 turn-in, it's not actually that much better. It's definitely worth doing though, of course. But it's not like insanely better. Alright, now we teleport to Hope Park Garrison. I'll turn all this in on 5%, and then we should be good to go. And then we go back to our normal loop. And then we get the other bass done for free. We should also go check if we have any of the bounties. I don't believe we do. I think that was everything on the board. Pretty sure that was everything. We're luckily at a really good level range where every single task is not bad to do. There's not a single task that can show up that we would ignore at this level range. There's definitely some level ranges where we would. Like pufferfish. But at this current level range, there's actually not a single task we would ignore. They all have Forager synergy. In one way or another. Relative to our level ranges right now. So let's double check. I'm pretty sure I already grabbed it, but I want to see if there's any bounty here. No, okay, we're good to go. Alright, all fishing bounties completed until the next hour. Let me go turn in our first ever legendary. Get a nice bit. Nice, 69. Huge. Get in the other one, and get in the other little guy we have. And then the bass will get done automatically. And all this will just go bank. Alright, we're good to go. Now we go back to doing Forager. Until the next hour. But yeah, I do wish the legendary guys were a little bit more common. It's always nice to see another activity for something, but yeah, you barely ever get to do it. There's just one little shiny guy just hitting around. I wouldn't mind them expanding the whole shiny system, though. I do like the premise because Pokemon games do it really well. Or some Pokemon games, I should say. But Pokemon games, some of them have done the shiny system really, really well. Where just like a random chance that you find something really rare that would be always worth going for. And I guess that's what they're kind of trying to go for with that. The problem is you need a task to be able to take it. It's not like it just randomly happens. It's not like I'm going to find like a random shiny shell or something. Like you kind of already know ahead of time with the bounty board that's going to happen. So if they could add some randomness where it could just happen in the overworld would be nice as well instead of just the bounties. Like still keep the bounty system, but having a small chance that it could still happen without a bounty would be nice. One that you wouldn't need like the bait for, you know, something you could just do automatically. Like if we saw like a shiny kelp or a shiny shell or, you know, something similar. Because the only issue with how it's set up now, if they're going to keep doing that for every bounty, is you have to have a bounty to go with it. It doesn't just naturally appear. So the RNG factor is getting the bounty for it, not actually finding it in the overworld. Which the upside of that is it makes it so you just don't keep roaming the world, I guess, is why they're doing it that way. But the downside of it is you're at the pure RNG of the message board. But the upside is it's not just meta to just walk around the whole area of a chapter just to try to find them. So I guess it kind of works. It's like an in-between of the two systems. Like, it's still luck-based, but you know ahead of time exactly when it's going to happen. And the main benefit of the way that Brighter Shores sets it up is it makes roaming not worth doing. Because in most Pokemon games that have a system like that, the main meta is literally just to go through as many nodes as possible. Because the more rolls you get, the better. But in Brighter Shores, you can't really manipulate rolls. Because it's on a, you know, an hour timer. So there's really no way to manipulate trying to get more rolls. So it allows them to control how many rolls you get per hour a lot more conveniently. Since there's a pretty hard cap. Unless you have, like, the infinite mission one. We don't get that again until, like, Milestone 8, though. But aside from the infinite mission things, there's no way to manipulate getting more rolls. Yeah, I wouldn't mind every single skill having that. Like, obviously, the version of that for combat would be, like, elite enemies and, like, you know, something like Old School RuneScape or RuneScape. If they do that for combat. Where that'd basically be the equivalence of the shiny thing. Obviously, for resources, you could just have a shiny one in a given area. So they can kind of apply that to almost everything, then. And just do it through bounties rather than random chance. Where the bounties are the random chance aspect. Because I wouldn't mind every skill having basically what's the equivalence, effectively, is of those legendary fish. Obviously not the same gameplay loop, but you know. The concept of like a shiny thing that you can get occasionally as a bounty. That then gives you way better loot. I just wish it was an actual unique you needed, though. Like, imagine if that made, like, the best food dish in the game. Like, you got a legendary fish task, and then that was used to make the best fish dish in the game. Or at least a really, really, really good one. Because that'd be a lot more rewarding than just a little bit of extra XP and gold. Which hopefully they'll try to incorporate at some point in the future. Like, imagine if you did that for, smithing or, stonemason. And it gave you, like, a guaranteed 3-star equipment or 4-star equipment or something. That might be a little bit too broken, though. But, you know, like, stuff like that. Where that fish could have been used for, like, the best fish dish in the game. Or a really good one. If you did it for stonemason, smithing, bone right, it could be used for a guaranteed 3-star, 4-star or something. Stuff like that. Like, things that are actually useful. Obviously, for potion, it could be even a more potent potion than 14%. Or, you know, all, like, the strongest ones. Where they're, like, really limited to supplies, but, you know, you could have a few that are just, like, absurdly good. Like a 20% XP pot or a plus 150 combat pot or something. But it requires a resource that you'll get barely even, like, one of an hour. And for balance purposes, they might also want to make those untradeable even for trading people. Because if there was a potion like 50% stronger than every potion, then you would literally never use anything else other than that potion, even if you could only get one an hour. There would definitely be some piece of content in the future where it's like, oh yeah, you kind of have to use that potion. Because it might be balanced around using like the really strong thing. So I can see that backfiring in that way too, but I don't know, it just feels weird only getting like a little bit extra silver and XP. Especially for how rare they are. Like within a full day cycle of checking them constantly, we've seen it once. Although I don't believe we were over drop rate. For sure you're supposed to see it at least a couple times a day if you were checking that much. Oh, we finished the bounty. I almost forgot we had that. Alright, well, all of our fishing bounties are done finally. That was the final one. We'll still gotta keep catching the fish though, of course. But the last 3 laps we were getting extra XP on it. And it was catch only, so we don't have to deliver it, luckily. So now we wait for the next hour, and until then, Forager. So we still got like half an hour for the next set. Wonder if you can catch 2 legendaries in the same pool. Like, what if you just stacked like 6 legendary fish? There's just gonna be like a whole army of legendary fish in one room. Like the whole room just filled with shiny fish. Because I'm not sure if he replaced one that spawns or not. But if it did, there is 6 spawns in a given room. So that means if you technically held on to them and you aligned them perfectly, if they are replacing an already existing fish, you could end up having 6 shiny fish in the same room. So you could have like 6 shiny manta rays or 6 shiny Gennards or whatever other ones they could be on. Because I'm not sure if you can get like a shiny bass or something. I'm pretty sure it's only like the moving ones. Otherwise they would have to code them differently, which would take more effort. So they probably just did it for the normal moving fish. Because the way that the bait system works, I don't think it would really work on like a sardine or a trout or a bass, since they're not really coded to move. But at this point, we'll finish out the 2/3 of a level that we need for rack. We'll then hover to rack for some amount of time and then figure out what we're doing for the final level then. And then I'll go grab dinner while using a +2 AFK potion to go do our actual good AFK at level 25. But do it at level 23. And then when I finish eating later tonight, I'll go and grind the other 2 levels so we don't need to use the boost potion tonight. And that means going into tomorrow, first thing we're doing is stone. We are starting tomorrow's stream by doing Stone Monument for tier 7. I forget how many pieces we need. I know we needed 450 for the last one. I forget how many we need for next. I want to say 500 something. I just want to go check it right now while we're here. But tomorrow's game plan is to go do Stone Monument plus, we'd finally be able to go probably do Starfish Water Lily to some degree. But bare minimum, we got to get to Starfish tomorrow. Finish Stone Monument and get to Starfish bare minimum. And then that means on, what day would that be up to then? Thursday? Then that means on Thursday we could probably do Jade. Oh, no, that'd be Friday by then. And then by this weekend we'd be at tier 8. And then we really get to see how grindy the grind's gonna start getting. I'm scared of what the tier 8 and tier 9 curve is gonna look like. Because I know it's gonna spike at some point. It just hasn't really done it yet. But yeah, that means by this weekend, we're only going to need 100 levels more by Saturday. We're going to be less than 100 levels away from maxing. Actually, this weekend, I already know our goal for this Saturday then, potentially. Or definitely by Sunday. By this Sunday, we will 100% have Forager as our highest level skill. Because right now, it's mining at level 402. Or sorry, never mind. It won't be by this Sunday. Scratch that. I forgot Bone Right. I AFK'd a little bit longer. Never mind. It won't happen this Sunday. It'll happen by next week's Tuesday. But by next week's Tuesday, Forager will be my highest level skilled. By Sunday, it'll be my highest level gathering skill. But by Tuesday, or even Monday potentially, it would be our highest level skill overall. Not counting combat, because it's used a different system. It's never counting combat. But yeah, Sunday it'll be our highest gathering skill, and by Tuesday or Monday even, it'll be our highest just overall skill. Not counting combat. Because technically our combat level is under level 250 right now. Like, our combat's under milestone 5. It says 19, but it's actually under 5. Because it's scaled really differently than every other skill in the game. Which means combat's actually one of my lowest skills right now, surprisingly. Botan is my absolute lowest, but when accounting for the real level that our combat is actually our second lowest level. Botanist is the only thing we have lowered in combat right now. And then Chef is our third lowest. But we will be working on combat a little bit after this grind. It really comes down to, are we pivoting the merchant to go fill all of our holes, as well as just to go max merchant? Or are we pivoting more into combat? Originally I was going to do combat, but I don't know, we'll see by the time we get there. I am slightly tempted to do merchant before they nerf it, because they just keep buffing it like every week. So I kind of want to go and do it before they run out of room to buff it. They're just almost running out of upwards room, so if they make any changes to it in the future, it might be downwards. Which kind of makes me really want to go do the merchant grind after Forager. Which might sound long, given it's only tier 6, but maxing merchant is probably, or not probably, it is the quickest skill in the game to go get max. The only big downside is I wouldn't be using knowledge on it as we do it. But even with that, I think we're still gaining more XP per hour into that skill than we would be for Forager. Like, we'd still gain more merchant XP per hour doing merchant only and throwing all knowledge into not merchant than we would be if we were doing Forager while throwing all XP into Forager. Or, you know, all knowledge into Forager. Also, merchant doesn't have any sidetracks if we don't do it with detective. Whereas some foragers grab some fish, even more so with these bounties that we've been doing recently. But even without them, there's still like a couple fish we grab here and there. Which take away from forager. Interesting, he's still going for, I'm confused. Is he not max level yet, or is he doing it right now? Why is he still gathering, I thought he maxed. Oh no, he's finishing the last few levels, doing a shell loop. Because shell loop is so broken. That even 3 levels before max, he's still doing shell loop. That's crazy. I wonder if they're ever going to rebalance it. I guess once we have forager bounties and stuff, to some degree would. But he's 3 levels before max, and he's still doing the same method we are right now. Just with a different pathing. Though he does have level 32 starfish upgraded, which we don't have until tomorrow. That'll probably be the main goal for tomorrow, is to reach that. Might stretch a little bit beyond that, but bare minimum, we got to get this starfish to tier 7. But yeah, it's kind of sad that this loop kind of always stays viable. There's almost no level range where the loop we're doing now is not efficient. But hopefully bounties and stuff like that will switch it up in dungeons and, you know, other things in the future. World event. Technically, the most recent Christmas world event somewhat did that. Like, some people legitimately trained their forager up that way. Both to get leaderboard, but also, you know, to actually get forager XP. I don't think I would ever really bother grinding those, though. When it comes to, like, grinding a leaderboard that has no cap, as far as the, you know, how high you can go with it, I'll probably mostly just be doing that for bosses when they come out. I guess maybe dungeons, if it has, like, dungeon completions too, but I'd rather do bosses specifically over dungeons, even if they do have a kill count on dungeons. Just because dungeons take way longer than, you know, killing a boss, generally speaking. Even if the dungeons do have a kill count associated to them that has a leaderboard. No, maybe I would go and grind dungeon kill count. If there's a leaderboard for dungeon completions in a given chapter, or even divided by skill, depending on how they divided it. I'm pretty sure it's per chapter, not per skill, though. There's still so much we don't know about it. But regardless how they're dividing it, we might try going for it. If there was any chapter we would do it in, it's probably chapter 2. As it has the biggest disparity between actively training through current means that exists, as well as what would eventually exist. So it'd probably be chapter 2 if we were to run dungeons. But we'd have to see exactly how they're divided and everything. Because my current understanding is that they're divided by chapter, but they could also be divided by skill. Or it could just be one mega dungeon where every skill is used. But I'm pretty sure they're either divided by chapter or divided by skill. Though I'm curious where they're going to be putting those, though. Because the dungeons are almost guaranteed going to be instants. But, like, where on earth are you putting dungeon? I guess in Chapter 1, you could make it in the Hidden Cavern. Would be an okay spot to go put it. Like, I was just trying to think of, like, where would you even try to insert the entrance to the dungeon, specifically. Chapter 1, I feel like Hidden Cavern would be the best spot. Chapter 2, there's already, like, a bunch of monument stuff over here, so somewhere's in this area I feel like would be the best spot. Somewhere's around one of these two rooms. As the atmosphere there already looks like there should be a dungeon in the next room. Chapter 3, literally anywheres would work just because of how it works. That's just the formation of the area. Like, almost anywheres could be a viable location for it. In Chapter 4, would probably put it in the sewers. Oh no, gosh, this guy. I'm not sure how I've gone so long without ever misclicking on him. Yeah, this stream, that's like the 3rd time I misclicked on him. We've gone so long never clicking on him once. He's just like a magnet to my mouse today for some reason, though. Ugh. Alright, half a level to go and go do some rack. I'm pretty sure I'm not camping rack that long, though. And whatever I don't grab is just going to make our nettle useless. But it's just such bad Forager XP. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Rack says it's under 12k. And even if it's higher, you don't get tool bonus on it. Yep, 12.3k. Or 12.4 if you want to be generous for that little decimal there. That is very, very low. Like, I think almost this kelp, which also doesn't get any bonus, is higher than it. It's literally higher. What is that? Kelp is 400 XP more, yet is also something you have no tool for. It's literally just worse kelp. And if I had to choose between a healing potion reagent or a fire potion, it is definitely the healing, even though it's less XP for the healing. But the healing potion is way better than the burning potion will ever be. Especially at this tier. It's one of the reasons why I'm pretty sure we only care about racks at tier 9. It's one of the few weird potions where every tier below it, we will barely be grabbing anything for it other than tier 9. Just because of how inconvenient it is to get. And how bad its XP rate is. Which makes it a little bit better when we don't need XP anymore, when we're at like Milestone, you know, literally maxed. Like tier 10 technically. Because then we don't really care about that. The fact that it's horrible for XP. The weirdest part is it actually has positive XP meter, yet is still horrific. And they also put a bank a mile away from it. I'm not sure why they put the bank so far. It's not like it already wasn't horrible. Didn't need to make it even worse. But yeah, this will be the last day that we get to see the Res Neo there. He's 3 levels for max. So today's definitely his final day. There's no way he's not maxing today. I'm actually surprised he didn't the other day. I guess he got tired after Monument. Because we saw him doing Jade Monument while we were fishing yesterday. And now he's 3 levels for max. Which, of course, I'm pretty sure what most people will be doing, including ourselves. Like, obviously, we're just doing this only for Monument Grind. We're not doing this to get Max Forager. But by the time we finish the Monument, we're like 6 levels off from Max Forager. Obviously, we're going to go get those 6 levels. There's no reason not to get those 6 levels. If it was like 50 levels away from Max, I'd be like, okay, maybe we'll go do that later. But we're going to be 6 levels off. We got to go get them. Can't just leave it 6 levels short of max. At this point, it looks like next double knowledge meter gets us where we need to be. One thing I do want to hope that we get by then, though, is the bounties reset in about 10 minutes. 12 minutes, actually. Which we can start setting a timer in game for it, too, so we can keep track. I think that's a little overkill. It's always nice to have a timer. Honestly, maybe we'll start setting that. I'm not going to do that today, but maybe tomorrow. I might set up a clock timer so we can keep checking the bounty thingy. The only problem is when we're doing Stone Monument, we're actually pretty far away from it. We'll be back there by the following day, but Stone Monument Day tomorrow, we're going to be very far away from the location. And by very far away, I mean like 2 rooms away. That's 2 rooms where we're just walking, gaining no XP. Actually, that's probably something that's going to save this middle area. Whenever Forager bounties come out, they're probably going to put a Forager bounty board in one of these rooms over in this general area. And when they do, it'll finally make the middle area worthwhile again. Because right now it's kind of dead ever since they moved Bell Plant and what was the other one? What was the other one? Oh, Nettle. When they moved Bell Plant and Nettle, it's been a lot worse to do that area. But they're almost guaranteed adding a Forager board somewhere there whenever it comes out. One of the 3 Forager boards will almost guarantee be around that area. And then you'll have to route there. You'll be forced to go to middle. At least once an hour, if nothing else. Though way more than that if you are doing the infinite bounties. Like if you have one of the shiny bounty thingies. Like Forager level 8, you actually get that for. It's the last level you end up getting it for. There's no way they come out by the time we hit there, though, unfortunately. As we'll be at tier 9 in a little over a week. And there's no way they're doing that within that time, obviously. Unfortunately, we don't get to utilize those. Which means I'm actually never going to be able to do shiny Forager bounties. Because my alts are going to be above this level by then. And they're not going to be close enough to 5 by then. Yeah, it's going to be weird. I'm never going to be able to do them. Well, maybe not never, but... by the time they come out, none of my accounts will be in the level range. Because they'll be past 2, but not as far as 5. And my main account would be maxed by then. Which also doesn't have it. I do find that really weird that max level doesn't have the shiny bounties, though. Where you, like, get an auto refresh. I'm not sure if they're saving that for cape perks or what, but it seems really weird that max level doesn't get the shininess. So that you can get a benefit for maxing. But my assumption is they're putting that as part of the keep benefit maybe in the future. Is what I assume it would be. Just to have a money lock against it. Not like it costs that much. Because what's the most expensive keep? Like 10, 20 gold? Like it's not cheap, but if one of the perks was give infinite shininess on your bounties, that's pretty good. Hopefully it has more perks than just that, though. Because that's the only reason I could think of why level 10 doesn't have it. Is they're saving it for eventual keep perks. Also reminds me, I don't think Combat ever gets it. There's a couple of them that I don't think ever gets it. Combat's actually one of them, oddly enough. Combat never gets the infinite shiny bounty. Actually, what is every skill that does? Let's see. Combat doesn't. Forager does. Fisher does. Though we haven't been able to see it yet. No, my alt accounts can. I just haven't bothered farming on them. Chef gets it, of course. We're already utilizing it for Chef. That's the only one we've been able to do on this account. Alchemy does. Well, so they get bounties really deep in Alchemy. You don't get it till level 150. Arena Milestone 3. Right, what other ones do? So far the only one we've seen that doesn't is Combat. Botanist does. Wood Cutting does. I think there's still some shiny there, yeah. Oh, is it just only Combat then? That doesn't have it? It might be. Yeah, Carpenter does. Well, I guess technically Merchant and Detective don't. But that's because their system was kind of set up before, you know, everything. And they're already broken enough without it. More so Merchant. Merchant doesn't need it. That's for sure. Mining doesn't get it? No, Mining does. It's just at a weird level that we'll never be able to utilize. So Mining gets it as well. Bonewright gets it. Smithing gets it. Unfortunately not our level range though. Stonemason gets it. At a weirder level range, but does indeed get one. Detective doesn't, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Detective doesn't. Let's see, does Leatherworker get one? Okay, so all of the new ones do. The only 3 that don't get the shiny, like, auto refresh on board is Combat, probably because it would be too broken. And you would never train Combat any other means. But Combat, Detective, and Merchant are the only 3 that do not get the auto refresh bounties. But every other skill in the entire game gets it. But yeah, Combat, Detective, Merchant are the only 3. Merchant because it's already broken enough without it. Detective because also it's already quick enough that already almost has it in a sense, especially with a double board. Detective, you generally will end up doing, if you do a whole detective thing, you'll get back there by the time it refreshes anyways. So it kind of doesn't even need the auto refresh in a sense, due to how bounties work for it. And in Combat, I just assume the only reason they didn't do it for Combat is it'd probably be too broken. Like, it might be too much loot per hour or something. If you could just, like, auto-refresh them constantly. That or it's being set up in a way where it's technically, like, Detective. Where you'll get only one task. It'll tell you to go do something, and then you have to do that one task, and then you kind of just keep doing it that way. Like, you know, the Slayer. You know, the skill that he did last time for combat bounties. But, there's a good chance he might just set it up like that, in which case you wouldn't need the auto-refresh. Because you'd only be able to have one at a time, like how Detective is, where you can only have one at a time. Which is realistically probably the case, given that it's the only other one without shininess. Which means you could probably only have one combat bounty at a time rather than a whole set of 6. Which checks out, because that's what he did last time. So he's doing the same thing again, except for a global combat skill. Instead of dividing combat into like 6 different skills, plus Slayer. But their solution to that in the future is doing a skill tree for it. Which actually kind of interesting because one of the other games we played recently is actually adding a skill tree. Not Brighter Shores, Gems of War. They're adding a skill tree either later today or in 1 week from today. Hopefully a week from today. I hope it's not tonight. Otherwise we'll need to go cover that later. But, yeah, they're finally adding a skill tree to the game after like 12 years. A little late, but better late than never, I guess. I don't actually play too many games that actually have a skill tree system in it. But Brighter Shores is planning on getting one eventually for its combat. I'm pretty sure the first game I ever played with a skill tree in it was probably Diablo 2. Back when it launched in 2001, 2, 3? It was 1 or 2, I'm pretty sure. No, it was Diablo 2, but I mean, I think it launched in 2001 or 2. But that was pretty sure the first game I ever played with a skill tree. And that game, the skill tree was pretty decent. Too young to know most of the strategies for as far as what was optimal, but you know, the system worked. Alright, 4th level to go. Double knowledge point will 100% get us there. Then we'll head over to Rack for a little bit, and then we'll probably come back to here to finish out whatever level we still need from Rack. There's just no way we're finishing on only Rack would be here forever. I think if we tried to do a whole level on Rack, it would take over an hour. Whereas if I just came back here, it would take under an hour to get a level. But we gotta do at least some of it. For one, the first time bonus, but also just so we have more than 0 in the bank. As we do have a little bit of an alchemy range where we would have to fill with it. It's not a big one, but there is 4 levels that we gotta get, either from knowledge or other stuff. Where you're forced to have to do fire until you can do strength. Unless you have a lot of supplies for the other stuff. But for some tiers we will, like tier 9. I'm not sure if tier 7 and 8 are gonna have enough without some fire potion assist to get through that area. At tier 9 we definitely will, because we're gonna have like infinite and a half XP pots and infinite and a half healing pots. And probably almost infinite and a half in rage. Or most are for tier 9. But, yeah, 7 and 8. Or sorry, I mean more so for tier 8. But tier 7 in particular, I feel like, is the main one that we're going to need some assistance with, which is the current tier that we're on now. Because 8 is going to be offset by me getting more enrage potions. Tier 9 is going to be offset because all enemies end up dropping tier 9 stuff. So tier 7 is the main one where I kind of have to go get some kelp. So maybe we do it for a whole level. Oh, that's going to hurt. But we might actually have to do it for a whole level. As between tier 7, 8, and 9, it has the biggest hole of how many fire potions we'd have to make instead of other stuff. As tier 8 will be covered by enrage, and tier 9 will be covered by the fact that all enemies drop tier 9. And the fact that whenever we do combat after, we'll be getting even more tier 9 stuff. So tier 9 should be pretty free. It's 7 and 8 that I'm more concerned with. And between 7 and 8, 7's going to need it more than 8 will. So because of that, yeah, we might want to camp them a little bit more now, just for the future of our alchemy grind. It'll save us having a knowledge for a few levels, which could save us a lot of time in the future. So it might cost us more time now, but it'll save us more time when we do alchemy later. Like, it'll basically neutral out. Anytime we lose from gathering it, we're going to gain back when we do it for alchemy at a later point. It'll be a long time before we get to see that value re-obtained. But at least in the current state of the game, unless they overhaul everything again. It would come out to be time neutral, even though we'd waste some time now. But it would save that time when we do alchemy then. So I guess I'll grab a little bit now. Oh no, we'll see. We might do one level. Just so we can get through that one dead zone. But of course the other solution is just use knowledge points, which honestly might just be the way. Because anytime I ever say I'm going to go do a rack, we'll do rack for like 10 minutes and be like, okay, yeah, we're done with rack forever. Until the next tier where we have to do rack some. And it's like, you know what, I'll go do rack a little bit longer, then I forget how bad it is. It's like, oh yeah, let's not. The same thing's probably going to happen again realistically. Like I say, I want to do a whole level now, and once we get there, I will do like 3 inventories. And we'll see what happens once we get there. So we'll do this loop, we'll do one more circle, and then we'll go head over there. Let's go remember how bad it is. Oh yeah, fishing bounty should be ready by now too. Perfect. When I go head over there, I can go grab fishing bounties. How perfect is that? So in my next loop, I'll go head over there with fishing bounties. Actually, I could technically do that now. My next knowledge point already gets me there. Should I go do that? Ooh. Yeah, next knowledge point's already enough. This is tempting. Should I? I guess I should. Alright, let's go check our fishing bounties. The only problem with that is I don't have enough knowledge points. Never mind, let me do one more lap. And then we'll route over there and use the 11% up there. The problem is I'm going to be too short on knowledge. Even though that would align. My knowledge percent just a little bit too low. I know I'm saying that, by the time we get there... Alright, I think we'll be fine. Never mind. Yeah, we're gonna go claim our bounties right now. I was gonna grab every node on our way there. See what's on our fishing bounties. Ignore them, potentially, to go do rack for a little bit. And then at the end of the hour, we'd be able to double up on the fishing bounties to end it out on. Because by then, we should hopefully hit whatever Forager level goal we have. Even if we're doing the slower rack, we should still pretty much hit it within an hour. Alright, let's see what we have over here. Grab a starfish, grab the other starfish, grab the board. Come on, let's see another legendary. We got one earlier. Let's see if we can get another one back to back. Well, regardless of what's here, we're probably taking everything. Alright, we got Mana Ray turn in, catch only, and deliver. It's a really weird combination of tasks. I guess I'll do some of the Mana Ray now. Since we're already here anyways. Because we're heading to rack. So I'll go do all the Mana Ray we gotta go do now. Then we'll go bank everything here. Hopefully get to those in time so we can go poke them. And then we'll go and head over to rack. So we'll go store all this. Both of these are deliver, but we'll deliver them later. But then we'll catch those two. By the time I catch those two, hopefully the next set will spawn. That should be enough of them then. As long as I can catch one of them before they start spawning, we will be able to get them in one more set. Come on, stop moving, stop moving. I need to catch you before you respawn. No, come on. Alright, we should have it. So the other guy I don't need to catch in time. It'd be nice if we did, but it's not required. And we did get him. Perfect. Alright, now we just catch them all one more time, and then we head over to rack. And then we're at the perfect point to go do the thing as well. To go boost up on them. How many more do I need? I need 4 more. I haven't been able to get a double on the last one. No, probably not. It's not going to take us 20 seconds to walk over there. I sure hope not. So we'll catch this one, catch the other one, and then we'll head over to Rack then. I just want to bank all this stuff. I don't know, do we bank? I guess I bank real quick. It's quicker than the other bank. I'll bank and grab the Olympics real quick. Nice, we did get a double by the end. Perfect. Alright, so that's everything I need for the mana rays. These we can get when we go back to the other loop, and this we can do when we turn in mana ray. We'll worry about that later. For now, let's go get our Rex. So we're 1 level short, but obviously we got the knowledge for it, so we'll just go dump it down as soon as we get over there. So let me go store all this junk away. Some of it we need for the bounty, though I already have some banks, so I technically could drop them if I really wanted to, but we'll need them for cooking later, so we'll keep them there. I'll ignore these. And now we'll go do Rack until I lose my mind doing Rack. Which could be anywhere from 3 minutes to until we get a level. Let's see, is there even a single other person doing Rack right now? I feel like the answer is going to be no. They're really bad. Alright, let's go and boost up. We can now do Rack. Let's see, how about that? If I see even one other person, specifically doing racks, not the cooking bounty. If we see even one other person come here in the next, like, 3 inventories, we'll stay here a little bit. If we see literally no one, we're heading out of here by, like, the 3rd inventory, maybe even the 2nd. I think our record is, like, 2 sets. No, we've done more than that at some points, but, really not worth. Even with 11% right now, we're getting less than a shell. We're getting 13.7. Our shell right now is 10% more than this, plus whatever our XP pot is. Which I think is already like 14k. And of course, we're normally not going to be 11% boosted while doing this. We just did that for the knowledge points. The biggest issue with this is the amount of downtime you got to wait for the next respawn, and the fact that the bank is 1,000 miles away. Oh wow, someone does exist. Wow, someone's actually grabbing Rack. Oh no. They do exist. What tier salmon is that? Probably not worth banking. Wow, 17 silver, not bad. Yeah, it's only tier 1, okay. Yeah, realistically, anything we get from a chest that isn't money is just staying on the ground. Because it's very unlikely that they're worth more than 1 Rack. But nice, 17 silver for one. That's a pretty lucky roll, because normally we only get like 1 silver. Let's do some math real quick, though. How much is the base value of a Rack? Well, I guess we'll find out once this potion goes down. But you can also tell by going into the thing, but I believe it breaks my current action. But, or at least it breaks the queue. It's 12,400. We'll use some 5% in there. So we're getting 12,400 per Rack. Let's divide that into how much XP we need. And just hypothetically, if we did Rack only, how many would we need? We also have to factor in the fact that we're going to get double knowledge points, so it's 1.2 million less. So we'll need to add that to the number as well. So let me grab XP potion here. Nice, we got a 1-1. But let me go do some math real quick. So calculator. Okay, I got a calculator open. Let's go do the math on this. If I need, okay, so let's just say 1 million, then 1.2. Let's say we have 2.3 million right now by the time I go put it in. So that means we need, let's just say, 4.3. So 4300000. And we're getting what XP per each? It was like 12,400. We're under 5% right now, but yeah, it was like 12,400. Divided by 12,400. Technically 13,000 if we have the better. Yeah, it'd be about 350 racks. Counting XP pop, probably close to like 330-ish or something. The problem is, I don't even think you can get that many racks in an hour because of all the bank time that you have to do while doing this. Though maybe we should go time a set and see, just for the sake of it. See if we're actually getting over 300 an hour. Because if we are getting over 300 an hour, I guess we could do this. We're filling a big alchemy hole. Which would be the whole reason why we're doing this. But let's go time it from the start. So we're going to start timer as soon as... Let's get a 5-minute timer because there's definitely going to need over 3 minutes probably. But let's go get a 5-minute timer. Pin it. So we'll do it from starting here and then timing it all the way until we start here again. So we're going to move that over. Alright, there we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I got to start the timer. Also, let me give it a few seconds so we can... there we go. Alright. Up. Alright, let me get rid of that pause. Reset. Not loop. Reset. Alright. Alright, there we go. So now we have a 5-minute timer going. I just added a few seconds so we could start at the right time. Since it has the interface thing going. Because it only counts down, so we don't have a way to count up. So the difference between 5 minutes is how long it takes. And timer will stop as soon as we get right on back to that starting tile. After banking. And of course we're banking 24 every single time that timer, or you know, every time that timer goes through. So we'll get to see how long it takes. My guess is this is about 3 minutes. Which if it is 3 minutes, it's 24 times 30 then. Or sorry, 24 times 20. Which, oh, that is over 300. Wait. It seems weird because normally we're not gathering only one resource. That's actually not horrific. Because we're only grabbing one singular resource, so it's not like as bad. We're also grabbing all 8 nodes. That's something I didn't factor in when I was thinking of like how many we're getting. Okay, that's not awful then. It's not great. We're definitely only doing it for one level, that's for sure. However, yeah, we are getting over the 300 something we need per hour. I needed about 340-ish, give or take a little. Probably a little bit less because I didn't account for 5% potion. But, yeah, we'd get it in under an hour. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. Not only is this a level an hour, but we're getting over 400 an hour. Depending on where this timer goes, potentially even 500. But now I'm seeing the timer go down. Yeah, it might be closer to like 400-ish. But it's still over a level an hour at this level range. Which I'm actually really surprised by. I wouldn't think that this would. But it is. Somehow this is actually a level an hour at this level range. Like barely, but it is a level an hour. And who knows, maybe we'll win the chess lottery and get like a platinum in it. That'd be funny if that was an actual drop. It definitely isn't. I'm not sure what the highest gold drop I've ever seen from a chest. I know I've gotten over 100 silver before from one. I don't think I've ever gotten a gold piece though, and there's no way they would ever give a platinum. I'm not sure if you could ever even get close to a gold from a chest. Like a full gold piece. And if you can, it's like absurdly rare. And also based on your total level, I believe. Is it based on your highest level in the chapter or your total? One or the other. Okay, it's over 3 minutes for a set. So we'll do the math in a second to figure out what our actual number is. Because it does look like one full set looks like it's taking about 3.5 minutes, which means we're only doing about 400 of these an hour. But we'll get the exact number in a second. As long as this number is higher than 340, we are getting a level an hour from doing this. Which means I guess we will do this for 1 hour then, if that's the case. I don't know, we'll find out in a second. Timer's still ticking down. It doesn't stop until we're right back at the starting tile. Which is right there. Alright, time stop and boom. Boom. Alright, there we go. Alright. So it took us 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Now I just got to make 47 seconds into a real number. So 47 divided by 60 is 78%. And now we put that into 3, so we got 378. We then take 60 and divide it by 378. 60 divided by 3.78, 0.3 repeating. 15.85. What is this number? Oh yeah, that's how many I can do per hour. So we now take this and times this by 24. We are getting 380 racks an hour. That is not awful, actually. That was less awful than I thought it was. Not only is it a level per hour, over a level an hour at our level range, but it's also 380. That's not a small number of them. Like, it's not a great number either, but it's more than I was expecting. But yeah, we're getting 380 racks an hour. That's slightly more than 1 level an hour. Assuming we're dumping knowledge into Forager. It's still worse than the beach, though. But by a lot less than you would expect. At least at this level range. Once we hit like 32, it'll become way worse because the shell, or the starfish upgrade. But at least exactly at level 22, it is surprisingly not horrifically bad. They are only doing this because of the burning potion, not because this is better than normal foraging loop. One other thing we didn't account for is, I'm not sure how much less knowledge I'm getting per hour. As I just kind of assumed that we're getting 3 knowledge points in the hour. Or is the other methods like almost 4 knowledge an hour? Also, we're not getting any other resource other than rack. We're not getting any fish. We're not getting any other forager supplies. It's just all rack. But yeah, 380 rack an hour is what it is coming out to based on the math I just did. It's actually a lot more than I was expecting. I expected it to be less than 300, I mean. We're getting like 380 an hour. And that's counting drinking potion, using knowledge points and everything. Still be 380 an hour. Because this set actually has some downtime to grab the chest too. Unfortunately, there's not anything else we can grab, but we can grab double chests in between or drink a potion. There's one of the few gameplay loops in the entire game where you can actually grab these with 0 time. Because normally they're a waste of time to grab. The only problem is their loot is pretty bad, and any item drops are just going to leave on the ground. The only thing we care about is the silver drop. Unless we get something absolutely insane from one, but it's very unlikely. The chest drop table is pretty generic. It's actually set up the same way as, of course, we got to compare to old school RuneScape. It's actually set up the same way that the mazes work in old school RuneScape, where there's a bunch of chests that you can get for a bunch of loot, but more so how the contribution works at the end. Because the contribution at the end of the maze, based on the rewards that you get, is based on your total level. And Brighter Shores does the same thing. It scales it based on, I forget which one it does on the current state of the game, but it's based on either your highest level skill in a chapter, or your total level skill in the chapter, or your total level in general. It's doing one of those 3, and I don't know which. But I know it's scaling based on some amount of levels you have. Like the chest loot that you're getting. Or is an old school RuneScape, it's just based on your total level. I just find it funny because the maze that you do that a random event in an old school RuneScape also has random chests just like this. Obviously with a drastically different drop table though. Also, those chests, oddly enough, in old school RuneScape don't scale on your level, whereas these do. It's actually the inverse, where the maze scales on your level, but the chests don't. Whereas these don't have any kind of event related to them, but, you know, they scale for your level then. But there's no kind of, like, mini-game that goes with it. You just grab them in the open world. I do like that chests are actually worth searching in this game, though. It always feels weird in RuneScape where you go buy like 100 chests and like never bother opening a single one because you know all of them are empty. Whereas no chest is empty in Brighter Shores. Their loot might be horrifically bad, but they're not empty. At least they got something in them. There's also different tiers of chests in Brighter Shores as well, where the better chests have better overall drop rate. Like the ones that we're taking now are, I believe, a mid-rarity chest. Not sure exactly how they have them all tiered. But this isn't like one of the lower chest tiers. This is like a middle tier chest. As far as the ratio of loot that it has. I say as we get 21 copper. Oh, that's because we got a femur thing on the ground. It gives you a lot less silver when you get an item drop. The problem is a lot of these item drops are just too low level to bother with. Same as any gear drops you get from them. Because I believe it can only roll 1-star gear. And it's very likely to roll 1-star gear at your level range. So we really just care about the silver from it. Which is not a lot, but how many times we have to take it during this grind? We can grab it 4 times per the 3-minute set. So we can actually figure out, based on the number we had earlier, 15.85. We can actually figure out roughly how many times we're going to take it. Which the answer is 35. We're taking roughly 35 chests per hour during this loop. Feels like we should be taking more than that. But yeah, it's 35 per hour we're getting. The only loop you can do that gets more chests than that, I would think, is Detective. Mostly because every detective room we pretty much go to while doing investigations has a search location. It isn't 0 time to do all detective, but you're next to so many chests that you might just take them sometimes. Whereas for this loop, it actually is 0 time to grab 35 chests an hour. There's not a single chest that is 0 time for detective, but they are like 1 or 2 tiles away, so they're not that far away. As well as some higher tier ones that actually have better stuff in them too, or at least better rate of it. I still can't get over how bad this bank is, though. Out of all the locations you could have put this thing, why is it like the furthest possible tile you could even think of? It's like 1 tile off from literally being the furthest possible tile you could put that on. It's even further than that one, because at least that one's near the end of the set. But as 1 tile off from the furthest possible tile you could physically put that thing. Is exactly where they put it. That is so bad. Is when the patch notes mentioned, I think it was last week's Tuesday, that they put a storage rift in the rack room. It's like, yeah, you can finally bank them without having to go all the way across the ocean. And then they put it there. It's like, okay, well, that's not much better. I still haven't timed it yet. Like, this is quicker, obviously, but not by much. They put it so far away that it is barely quicker. It is very barely quicker. I think it's like 15 seconds quicker, which I guess is quite a bit. Just because the other one is so far, absurdly far away. I could have grabbed 1 chest here. Give me a chest. We rolled 5 silver. What's our best roll so far? I think we got, our best roll today is 17 silver. Let's see if we can beat 17 silver before we get a level. 17 point something silver is the best we've gotten so far. And right there we got like a 5.3. It's not a lot, but if we're averaging about 3 silver per take, let's say, which I think that's fair. If we're averaging about 3 silver per, we're getting about 100 silver per hour just from taking those chests, while also getting our 380 rack an hour. That's not a lot, but, you know, free 100 silver is a free 100 silver. That's pretty low, but it's more than 0. It's better than just standing there. If nothing else, it pays for our XP pots. And some. Also, oddly enough, I think they could drop 5%. So technically they could even give me a 5% potion too. It only saves like 2 silver though. I think they can give higher, but the higher ones don't really drop that commonly. And the problem is it's hard to tell what's in the stack. You can only really see the top item. Oh, we got an item. Pretty sure it's like way out of my level range though. And by out of my level range, it means like level 50 or something. Like something absurdly low. Yeah, it's level 12. Wait, what was that other resource there? Oh, we got a lobster. We got one of the, what tier is this? Tier 5 lobster? Interesting. I'm not keeping it, but it's interesting that you could drop that. Yeah, tier 5 lobster. I'm actually above the point where I would ever do that ever again. The only problem is only one. If that was a stack of like 10, I'd probably bank it. But the fact it only drops them one at a time is not worth. Given that the venture gives you like 50 or 100 or whatever it is. I think it was 50. In the new format that they changed it to last week. So one isn't really worth. If that was 5 or 10, I'd probably bank it. One is just not worth banking over one rack. Which is pretty much the case for anything those chests drop, honestly. Is that the one rack that we'd be getting out of whatever our level range is at this point would be better value than any one thing that could be in that chest. So if it's not silver, it's not anything then. Since we can't cast a high alchemy or something on it. Which I do hope they eventually have some kind of feature like that in the future. Something that you can remotely just convert something into money instead of just dropping it all on the ground. Because currently there's no way to like scrap for gold feature in the game. Where you just pick up an inventory of stuff and just scrap it all but get some gold in return, like instantly or something. Even if they have to make it like a new lower value. We were talking about that earlier. Like if you could mass sell something to a shop so you could add an even lower value. Like half the low price or something. But similar to half that low price, I wish there was a feature. They just click a button and it just consumes your whole inventory into gold. But it sells it at a price that's like half the gold of low price. Or even lower than that potentially. So if we did it on these racks, it would only give us like 1.5 silver. But it would do like your whole inventory instantly or something. Without needing to go to a shop or anything. Obviously we wouldn't use it on the rack, but you know, for other junk items. It would also beat just drop all button. Because right now it just feels so bad having to drop stuff on the ground for a better XP rate. It'd be nice if you could convert it to, you know, something at least. Even if it's a small amount of silver. So instead of dropping your whole inventory, it would just become, you know, a small amount of money. It wouldn't be a lot, but, you know, it'd be better than just dropping on the ground. We're getting somewhat close to our next double knowledge. The problem with this is it's definitely very noticeable how much less knowledge points per hour we're getting. Just because we're touching so many less nodes with so much more downtime. So even though the EXP isn't that far off, the big issue with this method is the knowledge difference. Very noticeably less knowledge per hour. But at least when we do the alchemy grind later, hopefully this will cover us for a couple levels. One less level or 2 less levels that we'll need to use knowledge points on. And while I don't currently have enough nettle to go with these, we will by the time we finish tier 7. As I will be back at nettle for trout later. Though we don't have any trout here, but you know. In the future, we will be going there for trout. But also, when we do the bone zone at the final 3 levels of the skill, we'd also get quite a bit of nettle. And between those two things, that should even out our rack and nettle stack a little bit. We're still going to have more nettle than rack, but at least they're going to be closer together. Rather than our nettle stack being like 20, 30 times bigger, if not bigger than that. But this will make it a little bit more even doing this for 1 level here. Even though it's a little bit of a slower level than if we were just on the beach. But after we go get that level, I guess we'll go clear out all the bounties we currently have. And then after that, we'll probably take 1 last set of fishing bounties, and that will probably be it then. I'll go get the +2 boost potions from the shop and go to our AFK, since we'll be able to boost to the 25 thing at level 23. And then after I grab dinner in like 2 hours from now or whatever that's going to be by the time we finish this grind, we'll go and, you know, I'll go manually get the rest up then before I go to bed and have the better AFK without the boost potion. This is pretty much the best AFK we get throughout the entire thing. It's boosted by tool and it's one of the good potions. Whereas the other 2 that are really good are not boosted by tool. It's the only one that is both tool boosted and is a good potion out of the entire Forager grind. The only one is the Enamine all the way in the middle. It's by far the best thing to passive in the whole skill. Because it makes the XP AFK potion and it has 10% tool bonus, or you know, whatever your net is at. It's the only one that's like double benefiting. Because some of them also have 10%, but they're not a good resource. And then some of them are a good resource, like the scrap metal, but they don't have any bonus. Now we're a little more than halfway there, counting knowledge point. So yeah, this grind's not that bad. We're probably going to mostly skip it for tier 8 though. And for tier 9, I'm not sure what we're doing with it. Because I might just get all my racks other than first time bonus after we already max. I'm just not sure how willing I would be to constantly keep picking up racks post max though. Knowing that we're getting 0 XP. Because at that point, I'm not sure if it's worth the savings and XP that we'd get towards alchemy at that level range. I don't know, we'll see. It's just gathering anything where we're getting 0 XP just seems so bad. Other than the few that we'll grab right next to combat. Because I'd consider it more so combat than anything. Like the wall plants that we'll get on crows when we come back for combat post-max. The water lilies that we get from here bee, stuff like that. The potatoes and or the hogberries that we get from the plant. Because those won't feel as bad because it's mostly a combat and we're just grabbing the double node that are like right next to us. Or triple if we want to grab the third. But 2 of them actually have a double right next to each other for almost no time use. Wall plant on the crow and water lily on here beast. Both have a double spawn 1 tile away. So they have the least amount of interrupting your combat while still gaining a really good supply you need for something. In case of the wall plant, that's healing potion, and in case of the water lily, that's our best in slot blue potion. For Cryo Knight's best combat potion. Which of course affects us since we're Cryo Knight. Hammer Mage can still do the yellow potion, but it's a little bit more awkward to grab them. Like, you gotta waste more time walking. You still can, but more time is spent walking rather than fighting. Because none of the 3 hogberries are near each other. Whereas double water lilies 1 tile away, right next to each other. The third's a little bit of a walk, but you just grab the double. At least post-max anyways. Pre-max, I would probably grab the third, but post-max, 100% we would only grab the double. Since we're getting 0 XP for it and only the resource. So in order to fill up slower but still do more combat, we'd only want to grab the 2. And technically, you can only camp 1 resource for a lot of other things as well if you wanted to. Like for hogberry, and that's pretty applicable for trees in Chapter 2. If you're doing combat synergy with trees. There are quite a few trees where you might only want to take 1, since there's no, like, trees right on top of each other. But yeah, it is really noticeable how much slower knowledge is here. I almost kind of want to use this double knowledge point and then bail. And just finish the rest on beach. I don't know, we gave it a good solid half a level. That's more than we've ever done for rack so far, I think. Plus, we already have like 100-something banks. That's nowhere near enough, though. Even if we did this for a whole level, it still wouldn't be nowhere near enough. But I don't know. Knowledge points are a thing. We could skip it. It's not like there's much of a use case for plus, I don't know what potion is this. Plus 90, I want to say? No, 90 fire? Isn't this 90 fire? Yeah, this is 90 fire. Like, we only care about the XP. We don't really care about the potion. And the whole reason we're doing this is because they're not buyable from a shop. This is one of those few that, got removed from every shop in the game. But I think we tele after this set. And then go start clearing out some fishing bounties. I'll probably start with double eel and then move around to everything else. Because the mana rays I already caught. I just need to go and bring them in. The only problem with that is we have to come back one more time for flounder. Ooh, that's kind of awkward. Okay, I guess I gotta walk over to flounder then. That's a little bit awkward. Because I gotta do 12 flounder, then do 12 eel. Then go back, turn them all in, and then bring the mana ray out. Unless I want to drop off 6 eel and 6 mana ray. I guess we could do it that way too. Also, should just tell it. I'm not sure why I took the scenic route, but here we go. Could just tell it and got here way quicker. You would have tullied over there and then just walked south. But, here we go. We're almost there. Alright, mana rays we already got earlier, so we don't need to worry about them. Let me go get the flounders. Oh, it's been 6 hours? Oh, no, it's because I logged on earlier. I was gonna say, no, we've been going for 6 hours already. 6-hour log on old school right now. There we go. Go back to that tree. Keep getting that woodcutting XP. I think we're at like 120 million right now. We're like 80 million for max. I'm not trying to max woodcutting. It's just the most AFK thing I could do while doing Brighter Shores that gives us clue scrolls. Once I run out of woodcutting XP, I might have to go do fishing next, but that's way less AFK, unfortunately. Because they keep moving. Just like these fish. Except way more AFK. Alright, let me go grab all the flounder we need. And I think we telly and go grab eel. So we can grab it from the other side. We can also technically drop 6 eel and drop 6 flounder in order to not need a bank twice. Not sure if that's worth it or not. I think it might be, though. We'll be losing a little bit of value, but it's barely anything. So after I grab this one, we'll drop 6. And now we'll have exact inventory. I'm just gonna wait here instead of grabbing the thing. We'll grab another set of 6. We'll turn those in. Well, technically 5 at this point. We'll turn those in. Do the 2 sets of eels. Drop the first 6 eels. Do the same thing we did with flounder. And when I'm there, I need to grab the 12 mana ray while I'm in that area. Because I need to grab that from Town Square Bank. And then we should be good to go. And that should be every single turn in then that we have. There should be all 5 of them completed. Well, technically all 6, since we just finished the flounder one right here. That would be all of them completed in one go. At the cost of dropping 6 flounder and 6 eel, but I think we can live without them. Oh wait, did I accidentally grab 1 too many? I think I did. I need 6. Oh yeah, we already got it. There we go. Alright, teleport to Hopeport. And then now I need to grab 12 mana ray from the bank. Then grab 6 eels, drop those 6 eels, and then grab another 6 eels. And then we turn in flounder, mana ray, eel. And that should be every task completed. And one thing I can do too, since we're going to a bank, let me go grab some supplies here. Just to grab some free cooking supplies. Give me some pastry dough. Since I'm already going to be in the interface, might as well grab it. Any less cooking supplies we have to manually go get later is the better. So let me do this. Bank it this way so I stay in the interface. Then we would draw 12 mana ray. And now we grab 6 eel, drop the 6 eel, then grab another 6 eel. And then that should be every bounty completed. Easy. And we'll drop a 5% here too. Should be able to use on all of it, hopefully. So first 6 we drop, second 6 we turn in with everything else. Gotta remember to do it in between, because since we get that weird number, gonna have to do it before we grab the final one. So right here, we gotta drop. Then we grab that. Okay, now we keep all the eels. Just so we can be on spawn, we'll come over here real quick. Not sure which one will spawn first, but they should spawn in this pool before that pool by a couple seconds. And then hopefully we can get all of them in by the time this 5% goes down. There we go, perfect. I don't think we'll be able to get another double in that time, but that's fine. I go grab the other set. And then we got the 4 turn in. And that'll be all 6 tasks completed. For the 2 catch onlys and the 4 turn ins. Pretty convenient that we only had 4 turn in. Otherwise, obviously, we'd have to make 2 trips. We got pretty lucky having 2 catch onlys. It's allowed cycling it with, oh yeah, I forgot. Wait, what just happened there? That was weird. But yeah, we got our 6. Should be everything. Turn in item. Turn in item. A few more. 1 more. Okay, good. We got them all in time. Perfect. Oh, nice. We even got knowledge. Overhit a little bit then. Whoops. Well, I guess I technically could have used 11%. I didn't realize I was that close to a knowledge with all those. Whoops. Probably overkilled a little. Alright, and now we go back to our normal loop. And we'll do that until we get our final level in. And then I'll go buy those few boost potions and then go head over to the anemone. You know what? Oh, I should have grabbed them while I was in town. Did I grab any spear earlier? I don't think I did. Honestly, I'm going to go grab some spears right now. It's a little bit out of our way. I should have already done this when we were over there. But I'm going to grab like 50 of it or something. Because I do use these occasionally, and I kind of want to have spears so we don't have to go to the shop every time. I don't want to grab too many, as whatever we're not using is just no value. I'll grab like 50. That way if I ever need a +2 boost potion for short duration, we already have it so I don't have to come here every time. We just go to storage rift. Actually, so much so, get rid of this luck potion. I'm just going to put it on us. I'm literally going to keep it on us so I don't even have to bank later. Deposit. And give me like 50. Give me like 24 twice, sure. Alright, there we go. Wait, what happened? I thought I put you away. I did something wrong. Alright. Oh, I tried to do it to reagent, I think. Alright, now you're put away. Alright, there we go. Now we have it for later. So once we get to level 23, we'll be able to go and do the 25 activity. Which is perfectly conveniently, because they put quite a few of them in really good locations for the new loops. but is very conveniently exactly in the same room. Right over there in the middle of the room is our AFK location, which is the exact location where we have to train right now. There are quite a few of them that are placed perfectly like that, and that is one of several of them. So the second we're ready for the AFK, we can literally just go on it. So that's pretty much our goal at this point, is get to the point where I can AFK that. And then off stream today, I'll get the rest of 25. And then first thing tomorrow, we do stone. But the main goal tomorrow being bare minimum to hit starfish. Hopefully a little higher than that, but bare minimum we gotta go to starfish tomorrow. Well, let's go do this loop for half a level. Technically a little bit less since we have the boost right here for the 11% for double knowledge. Put that right in there. Also, I will grab one more fishing bounty board before the end of stream. I think we'll be able to get it by then. Because next bounty board's in, what, 20 minutes? That's about how long it'll take us to get half a level from where we're at right now. So I'll go to one more set of fishing bounties. See if we can get one more legendary today. Because I'm at a really good level range where every fishing bounty is actually really good. And quite a few of them, like the bass, we could literally 0 time. We're already grabbing it every time anyways when doing our main forager cycle. So it's just giving us more value of what we're already taking. Also, they called this one the giant bass. Oh, you couldn't do something as creative as drop the bass for tier 4? It's such a generic name for it. But yeah, then today, or tomorrow's game plan then is basically start with stone. Then probably do this loop until we can get the upgraded starfish. With the upgraded starfish being the main thing then. And in between, we would keep grabbing bounties from that board over there and do them whenever applicable. But after we finish that stone, we only have 5 upgrades to go. We are very close to completing it. And by very close, I mean we're still like 3 weeks away. But very close. And the main 2 things that will slow us down a little bit is when Slay the Spire 2 comes out from March 5th to through that weekend. So that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm probably streaming that instead of Brighter Shores for those days, which means we'll be passiving heavy on those days. I'll still be grinding a bit off stream, but the main stream we'll be doing during the day will be the launch of Slay the Spire 2. And then after that, the only other day that would kind of be off are just Mondays, because it's my catch-up days for a lot of stuff. And also, for Brighter Shores related, if we are doing a stream those days, we'll be doing whatever the update is, rather than, you know, focusing on Forager. It'll be whatever the update is, more so. Which in 2 Mondays from now is smithing, and 4 Mondays is stonemason. So both those days would mostly just be doing those bounties then. But otherwise, yeah, we'll be here every single day then, grinding it out. Until that number says 10. Until that monument's completed and we have max Forager. However many weeks it takes, which at this point should be less than 3 weeks. I think we could do it under 30 days. We're at day, what, 15 right now, I think? Whatever the title says. I think it's 15. Technically it says 14, 15 because we didn't do one yesterday. Well, we streamed Brighter Shores yesterday, but, you know, it was a fishing-only stream pretty much. Like, we were grabbing a little bit, you know, like some kelp and some shells here and there, but, you know, it was mostly fishing. Trying to do all the new bounties. Which, honestly, I've been doing every bounty we've gotten so far today. It's mostly because I'm at a level range where there is no bad fishing bounties. There are definitely level ranges where there are, like, pufferfish. I'm pretty sure sardine would probably be pretty bad as well. Like, there's a handful of them that are kind of bad to do. Trout technically would be if you didn't have a good forager route for it. Luckily, we're at perfect level range for it right now. But, yeah, there are a few that you wouldn't do, but all the 5 that we have right now are worth doing. So we got kind of lucky with that. That pretty much as soon as the patch came out, we were at, like, the perfect level range for bounties. Unfortunately, we don't have the auto-refresh bounties, which would have been better. But at least at the level range, within the level range, the bracket. Eel, flounder, bass, ray, trout is really good. Eel is right next to where you turn them in. Flounder is pretty close. Biggest downside is you can't bank them. Bass, we're literally taking even off task. Ray is close to the bounty board and pretty easy to turn in. And trout is also on another forager loop that's really good to do. The one we were doing earlier. With the nettle at level 20. And we're at a really good range to be doing it as well. For forager. At least for today and tomorrow. After that it would be a little bit worse. But then I guess the femur gets upgraded, so it'd still be somewhat okay. It's just it's better to do it at the nettle range because you're taking way more nettle than you are femur. Or whatever that one bone is there. Because you're always taking the nettle more because it's in the same room. Whereas you take the bone on your way to and from banking, but you wouldn't really need it much beyond that. Like you're getting way more nettle than bone there. So it's way better for nettle to be around level 20, which we're actually at the perfect range for it. So if I get any trout tasks off stream, get some really good synergy there later. Because I will still be checking them pretty much every hour. Not to mention our AFK location is also very close to where you check. For both today and probably tomorrow. Is the anemoline thing or whatever the thing is called. It's in the room right there. Like it's right there. The pole is literally right there. Is that pole right there, which is only 2 rooms away from the board. And our other spot is... Actually, where is the other spot? I'm not sure if the other spot is nearby. I think the... Oh, yeah, it is. Because there's a bounty board in the other area. Because I was going to say, that one's a little far away, but no, it's not. Because the spray are right over there. In this room. But you know what's in this room? A bounty board! So yeah, both the AFK locations can check the bounty boards pretty conveniently for fishing. Hopefully the forager ones are pretty convenient too. But yeah, both the 2 fishing boards are pretty close to our AFK. For the one that we'll be doing today, it's 2 rooms away. Actually 3, I guess. But it's pretty close. It's like half a room there. And the other one is only 1 room away. So that's not too bad at all. I think the furthest one is probably scrap metal. Where you'd have to go all the way over there. But it's not that far. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, pretty much every forager AFK is pretty close to a fisher bounty board. There's not a single one that's like way too far away. Like I think every single one is in 3 rooms or less. Because ribs, 2 rooms. The thing we're doing today, 3 rooms, so kind of a half because of how it cuts through the other one. Actually, there's 2 in there. There's also the sea slug, which is also about the same distance. All the ones over here, all pretty close because the bounty board's right in the middle. So yeah, I think scrap metal's the furthest one away. As far as like total distance to a thing. But maybe not, because that one's also only 3 rooms. Yeah, there's not a single one over 3 rooms, is basically the bottom line. There's feather over there, which is also only 2 rooms. Well, actually 3, but it's like a straighter line than the other one. It's not bad at all. It's actually kind of funny. Because some of the fisher passives are further away from the fishing bounty boards than the forager ones are. I just now noticed that. That's kind of funny. But because they're on the docks, but none of the foragers are, fishing passives, some of them are further away from the fishing bounty boards than forager passives are. And hopefully whenever they release actual forager bounties, hopefully those will be in pretty good places as well. If I had to guess where they're going to be is, one is going to be in front of the store. In that like empty space right over there. Another one would hopefully be somewheres around the monument. Either literally in the room or in the rooms adjacent to the monument. Like over here or over here, you know, like somewhere's in this general area. Maybe even like over there in that foraging route up on the rocks. And then the other one is probably in the same room as the fishing bounty. Probably like right smack in the middle there. It's just such a convenient place for all this fishing and forager spot. They kind of have to put it almost in as like a little hub room. It's just in too good of a spot to not put the other bounty board there as well. But that's probably the 3 spots they would put it if I had to guess. One either in or adjacent to the monument room. One in front of the forager shop, obviously. And then the other one, probably in the same room as the fishing one. It's just too good of a room to not put it into. Hopefully those will be the 3 whenever they add them. Assuming they also do 3 for that skill. Which I feel like they will for most gathering skills. For most production skills, they'll probably only have 1 bounty board in 1 room. But it's very likely that most gathering skills will be the same as Fisher and have 3. And it'll just spread it throughout the chapter at places that make sense. Which means Botanist would probably have 3, Woodcutter would probably have 3, but if someone has a hub, Carpenter would probably have one, because obviously just put it in the carpenter place. Same as like alchemy, one will only have one probably in the alchemy room. Mining will probably have 3 throughout the place. 1 in each of the 3 main sections. Obviously bone wright, blacksmith, stonemason would probably have it in their production room. And leatherworker will likely also have 1 only in, you know, around that leatherworker area. Unless they put 1 near all 3 of the shops, because there is 3 leatherworker guys. But I don't think they would need to do that. They'd probably just put 1 near the main leatherworker hub area. So the only other skills that are likely to get 3 bounty boards then would be, what, Forager? I guess technically combat might have 1 in each chapter, depending on how it works. But combat, Forager, obviously fishing because it already has it. Botanist, woodcutting, and mining are the only other skills that would probably have a triple board throughout the chapter. Everything else would just have 1 in the main production area. Most likely. Oh, you're mentioning about the episode 2 thing from earlier? Yeah. We got to episode 4 in 2 days, I believe, yeah. I think it's realistic to do 1 per day. Obviously, we're, like, mega rushing it. But we were talking about earlier, if we got to, like, you know, if they had, like, 20 chapters in the game, you could do that in a month. Like, that is doable within a single month of time. And basically just allocate it to, like, 1 chapter a day. So the game's pretty much never going to have enough chapters that you couldn't complete in a month if you had enough time. Like, if you put a realistic number of, like, let's say, like, 4 to 6 hours in a day, rather than, like, you know, 8 to 16 or something. But if you played for about 4 to 6 hours a day for a month, there's no amount of chapters this game will likely ever get that wouldn't be able to do all chapters within 1 month. Obviously, if you were playing less, it would take longer, though. But allocating it to, like, 1 chapter a day would pretty much always be realistic, as it's very unlikely this game would ever have over, like, 30 chapters. Maybe, like, way, way down the line. But we're talking, like, decades upon decades, if it ever even gets close to that. Alright, we're almost there. I think next double knowledge actually gets us there. And that's perfect because the bounty board resets in 5 minutes for fishing. So at this point, we'll keep doing Forager until we have our double knowledge point. Or at least until our knowledge points will get us to max, or, you know, to our level. Which I think is about 900k XP. So once we're within 900k XP, which I think is 1 more trip after this. So I'll do 1 more set after this. I believe by that point, the bounty board should be ready to go. And then all the knowledge we get from fishing should be enough to get us to the goal for Forager. And then we just come back here to the thingy. The only problem with that is since we're going to be ending on the fishing thing, I might not be right next to this, unfortunately. I don't know, maybe I do 2 laps right now. And then go check the board just to make sure we are. Yeah, I'll do 1 more foraging lap after this. We'll do 1 or 2 more foraging laps. And then we'll go check the board. Because I'll bring our knowledge at a much better number. I'm just concerned that 3 bounties isn't going to be enough to get us over. Especially if they're all 1 star. If some of them are like the legend and some other stuff, it probably would. But if it's 6 1-stars, I don't think that would get us from here. So we'll do 2 more laps, then go check our fishing bounties. Do our 11%, double dump it into Forager. And then we'll go set up our AFK and we'll be good to go. And hopefully we can get 1 more legendary fish. I've only seen 1 all day. And now that we have the bait in the bank, so we should be able to really quickly source it if we need it. Because there's a bank right next to that room. Because every single, actually, it's actually furthest away from the fishing shop room. But both the 2 other bounty boards are only 1 room away from a storage rift. The one in town is actually 2 rooms away. But every other one is only 1 room away. Actually, technically, one of them is 0 rooms away. The one all the way north is in the same room as the storage rift. It's like 5 or 6 tiles away. So if you got one there, that would actually be really good synergy. Especially if it was in the salmon room. Like if you got a golden salmon or whatever they call it. Shiny salmon, whatever they're calling them. Legendary salmon. If you got one of those shinies in that room, then you would literally get the bounty next to the room. While picking up the bait that is 6 tiles away in the same room. And then catching it in the adjacent room. That'd be like the most perfect scenario. Like a legendary salmon that's in the room adjacent to this as you get the task right there. Is you get the task right on that side, then you go get your bait over there, and then you just go catch the fish right over there. That'd be so quick. Like, you'd get the full cycle of everything in like 30 seconds. Like, it would take longer to go deliver it to him than the full process of getting the task and actually catching the fish. Alright, one more lap after this one, and then we'll go do fishing bounties, as they should be up. Which is perfect, because one more lap will get us exactly to that time then. And then we'll do this fishing bounties, use all the knowledge onto Forager, and then we can go right over there. And then after I grab dinner, we'll come back and start doing this again. And if I ever need to go back onto this, it's already right there. So really easy just to come back for like 30 minutes, go back to AFK and keep going back and forth if we need to. So that'd be great while going through the rest of the night. Is there some stuff I want to go watch tonight? The best comedy show of the entire year is on tonight. AKA the Americans' State of the Union. As well as all the coverage related to it. So I'll be watching all that tonight while getting our fishing XP, our Forager, I mean. But it should be pretty funny. And depressing. Alright, let's go check the bounties. I think I'm just going to loop up to top and just store drift at the other area. And hopefully we get some good ones. So the main ones we want to see here are basically zero time ones, like bass or trout. Like something that's really good for our current Forager routes. So basically I want to see like 2 legendaries, 2 basses, and 2 trouts. Would be like the most optimal thing. Actually, the truly most optimal, well obviously other than 6 legends, would be if we saw like a legend, 4 bass, and like 1 other one. That's like not horrible. Because the bass is by far the one we're doing the most zero time. We're literally claiming it without even having a task. It's just so worth getting on this route. So the more bass we can see, the better. Alright, and we'll just keep routing all the way up there. Grab the fish that's blending in. Little starfish. Grab you, grab you. And then tomorrow's goal is to make this starfish tier 7. So we can start getting really good XP whenever we grab these. I'm still going to be grabbing at every tier because we need the cryopots. But, the higher we go, the more relevant each one will end up being. And oddly enough, particularly on tier 9, I need to really make sure I prioritize these. Because tier 9 might be the only tier where I actually get more water lily than starfish. Due to the fact that we'll be doing a lot of combat on tier 9 water lily. Whereas the only starfish I get are from level 32 to max. Which is not that many levels. Relative to how much we'll be getting on the other thing. Okay, so all these tasks, not the greatest. Almost none of these are catch only either. But I guess we'll grab the mana rays while we're here. Bass will get automatically. The eels will do when we turn everything in. Alright. So let me go grab the mana rays right now. We'll grab, we'll drop, I don't know, drop a bass, I guess. Let me go grab our mana rays that we need. We'll leave 1 spawned for the next reset. We'll grab these 6. Bank everything. You're 3 hours behind. He still hasn't found a legendary fish. Oh, he'll find out. We did eventually get one. But yeah, so far we're like 30-something checks and only found 1 legendary. And by check, I mean like checking a full set of 6 on a bounty board. And we've seen only 1 legendary between all 3 of our accounts. I am so dry on legendaries. I'm not sure how common they're supposed to be. But I definitely feel like we're getting unlucky. Because I feel like we should have seen more than 1 within 30-something checks. How many more mana rays do I need? I need to have enough to be able to do the bounties turn-ins. Because even though I have enough bank to turn them all in, you also have to catch them. Same thing for cooking. You gotta cook them. Like, even if you already have them banked, you still gotta cook them once. You're allowed to keep them stored for however long you want, but you still gotta do both steps every time. Being able to bank them is convenient, but you still got to do both steps. You know, I'm gonna re-grab this bass. I'm already in the tile for it, might as well. Alright, how many more do I need? 1 more set? Yeah, I just need 5 more. But if we overkill it some, it's fine. We just bank the spares. Now we'll go for 1 more set of mana rays. I only need 4, but we'll grab them all while we're here. Need them for cooking eventually. I'll grab a second thing just to give it some more time to respawn. And then they should be good to go by the time I head back. We'll go store all of this away. Then I think we go do Forager loop for 3 sets. So I'll do 3 Forager circles. Doing that would give us the bass that we need, while still getting our XP that we need for Forager. And then after that, we go teleport over with all of our deliveries. And then do grab 6 eel and then drop 6 eel. So I'll move the eel one so we can get the better synergy there. I mean, love that you can move them now. That's so nice. So now we can catch 6 and then drop them. And then catch 6 again and then turn them in. Oh, there's only one problem with that. Never mind, I can't do that. I have 5 deliveries. No! I have 5 delivery instead of 4. I can't do exactly what I want to do. That's fine, though. The solution is we just have to immediately go to him with the first set of delivery and then do eel. But yeah, that's not quite what I wanted, but that's fine. Alright, so what I gotta do now is do 2 sets of bass cycles. Or 3 sets, actually. So we'll go do our normal Forager loop. We'll do a partial one and then a full. Oh, but then it's gonna put our timer at a weird one. How do we do this? I'm just gonna walk over there. I'm gonna waste a bunch of tiles. It's gonna annoy me that it's not in the proper loop, so I'm just gonna put it into a proper loop. Even if it costs us all these tiles, it's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna start it from here so we can do the full loop. It'll just drive me crazy if it's not, like, perfectly set up. Oh, yeah, that reminds me, though. I do gotta drink at 11%, though. We're gonna over-encumber here. And then we'll just grab the bass 3 times while doing Forager loop then. But I do have to drink at 11% here. Guess I'll do it right here. Let's see. Put that into Forager. There we go. We hit our level that we wanted. But I still want to finish the rest of the bounties while we're at them. So we'll do 3 loops of this to grab the 6 bass we need, grabbing double each time. We'll then go and grab, we'll then go to the shop. We'll teleport over to the shop, bring every single one we currently have completed, then we'll just do the double eel and we're good to go. And then we'll head to this AFK thingy then. So work out perfectly. The only thing that was slightly off is we did have 5 turn-ins instead of 4. Ideally, though you have no control over it, ideally you would have 4 turn-ins and 2 catch-onlys is what ends up working out best. Ideally, you'd have 2 catch-onlys on something that you would already have to do a task for. And then you'd only have 4 turn-ins, but that isn't quite what we got, unfortunately. But that would be most optimal. 4 turn-ins with 2 catch-onlys, with both of those 2 catch-onlys being something that you have to turn in anyways. But since you don't get to choose your task, yeah, it doesn't always work out that way. But when it does, that's the most ideal. Alright, there we go. Go complete the last epic task. Well, we don't have it done in Gems of War. Someone will get it done. I'm actually really low in gold at the moment. I really need to go grind more. I think I have like 7 million left. You want those stats so you can try for your purification? If I remember, I'll try to do it after this set, I guess. Or, you know, after we finish the Brighter Shores thing, before I eat. Also, we're 2 off because I didn't grab the 2 kelp at the beginning. Because we were in a weird spot when we started the loop. Alright, so let's go do this loop 2 more times. We'll go turn in everything that we can. Then we'll go turn in all the eels. And I think that would be everything we need then. Alright, so this is lap number 2 for the, where is it? The bass. I could technically make this the final one if I go grab these other ones. You know what? I think we're going to. I normally wouldn't, but just to cut off 1 more just so we can get the rest of the set done. So we'll grab this double. I'll grab the other 2. It'll be a little bit of a weird pathing compared to how we normally do this. But it makes it so we need to do 1 less lap for now. Alright, there we go. And that should be all the fish we need for the turn-in. The full catch condition has been met. And one other thing we could do with this too, I forgot, I could just tele away once we have full inventory. I don't even need to go to a bank. We just keep grabbing nodes until we have a full inventory. Because we'd have to tele there anyways, and we'd have to bank anyways. So let's keep grabbing stuff until it's full. At this point, honestly, I might go a little bit of a wide potato here. What level is potato? No, we're not level 30 yet. We're still grabbing the previous potato. Oh no, I'm kind of still low in the potato. Let me grab 6 potato real quick. Or some combination of weird stuff. Because it doesn't matter where we end this set. Because I'm teleporting anyway, so our end location literally doesn't matter. So we'll grab this. We'll grab a little bit of this. Grab a little bit of that. We'll teleport from triple potato location. And then from triple potato, we'll go to the bank. And when I get to the bank, I gotta grab 18 mana ray and 6 bass. I think the easiest way to do that would be 6 bass, then grab all mana ray. Just so we don't have to do a really weird number. So do the 6 bass, then just grab all on mana ray. And then from here, we just tele and go to the main storage and the main hub area. Alright, there we go. And now we just go bank in the town square. And grab 6 bass, then all the manas. Turn in every last one of them. And then we go to the eel task real quick. And that should be everything completed. And then we'll go ahead to the AFK activity. And let me go store away all this junk. I said, hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome, my husband, well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, store all that away. Good to go. Well, I'll use the XP pot right in front of the thing. Oh wait, I forgot the fish. Wait. I forgot the turn in. About to go turn in my non-existent fish. Wait. Hold up. Forgot to actually withdraw them. I need 6 bass. And the rest is mana ray. Alright, there we go. Now we can go turn them in. And then we go grab all the eels. Alright, drink a potion right here. Turn in all 4 of these. Use item on, have a bass. Use item on, have a fish. Use item, fish. Final mana ray. Alright, now we grab the eels. Hey, it looks like we're almost gonna gain on end on a fishing level too. Which means we gained like what, almost 3 fishing levels today? Between our adventure and everything else, that's not too bad. Or was it 2? Never mind, we gained 2. I think we started at like 26s. It's still not too bad given that it hasn't been like a main focus. It's hard to tell exactly how much time we spent fishing today though. But I'm pretty sure it's under 2 hours, so we're getting at least a level an hour from bounties while also getting the extra cash and everything. But I'm pretty sure if you break it down, it's closer to an hour and a half. It's just hard to get down to the exact number because we keep alternating activities. Where we'll do like fishing for like 10 or 15 minutes and do all the other stuff. Yeah, I think it's about an hour and a half to get 2 levels is about what it was today. Which is not that bad. Would normal fishing have been quicker? Probably. But I'm pretty sure this is giving us slightly more knowledge per hour as well. Like slightly more money and slightly more knowledge. Though it is making it so we're banking less fish is the only problem though. We're banking less total fish by doing this. Especially compared to just spamming 1 fish. But also because the bounties keep consuming the fish, like the 6 that we're about to put in there right now. Which hopefully is a level. Well, hopefully we get there in like 10 seconds. Alright, 15 seconds remaining. Go, go, go. I think we make it in time. I'll find out in a second. We should make it. Yeah, we did. Easy. Is that a level? No, that's not a level. Luckily, it's not an important level, so it doesn't matter if we go get it right now. How short are we, though? We're like a few sets away from getting it. Should I go for it? We're like 3 laps away from a fishing level. It's tempting. You know what? I might just go for it real quick. Okay, final goal. We're gonna go do the fishing loop until we get a level. Which I believe is 3 loops. Let me see. We're catching double each time. 2 loops? 3? Somewhere around there. I think it's 3. But we'll do a couple loops real quick then. Just to get our fishing level off the thing. We can't end without... Oh, what just happened there? That was weird. What was that? Misclick. But yeah, we'll do 3 Forager loops right now then. And then we'll go to the passive. And then we'll call it there for today. So if anyone still has any other questions or anything want me to go over, let me know. Otherwise, we'll be back around the same time tomorrow, around noon Eastern Standard Time. And main grind for tomorrow is Stone Monument plus get to at least bare minimum Starfish. Let's see, how many levels did we do today so far? Obviously, I'll still be gaining at least 2 more levels later today, but as far as on stream, we started at like, what, 15? So we end up gaining 8 levels on stream and about 10 levels total today, roughly. As we're getting 25 later. So that's not too bad. 8 on stream today and 10 throughout the day. Counting like passive and everything else. Alright, 2 more laps of this and we should gain our fishing level. Then we'll call it there. That also gives me my knowledge point I need for later, so that works out perfectly. But then again, I'm probably going to get more knowledge as I train, so... Never mind. So I would have to train some anyways. Is I want to make it so we don't have to use the potion. Because every hour that it goes by that we don't have, that I don't train those other 2 levels, we're spending 28 silver. Which is not a lot, but you know, if we could spend like an hour or 2 to go get those levels, and more so 2. But we can spend those 2 hours and make it so we're not burning 28 silver an hour, which is obviously better than burning 28 silver an hour. But for now, for dinner, it shouldn't matter. But I will do that later tonight. Alright, so is it 1 more fish catch or 2? It is, yeah, it looks like 2 more sets. 1 inventory after this one, and then that inventory after that will get us the fishing level. Which means we would have gained 3 total fishing levels today then. Between bounties, the venture, everything else. That's not too bad. Given that it's not really a priority, that's quite a bit of fishing levels. Thanks almost entirely to fishing bounties. And the buff that they did to the lobster. Now that it's a 23-hour venture. As it's giving slightly more than our oysters did. Not by much, but we got about 250,000 more XP today. Compared to if we were still stuck on oyster. So that change that they made is kind of nice then. Like, it's not a lot, but it starts adding up if we're getting like 250 more XP per, or you know, 250k more per day. When we end up needing like, you know, 3.8 million. Like, it's only helping some, but it's still making it so like every week we gain an additional fishing level. So it's not that bad. Like, basically every single time that we're now moved to this lobster, we'd be gaining 1 more level per week than we would have been before. Like, when you put it that way, that's actually a lot. Like, that's just extra XP. That's not even how much XP we're getting. Just the extra XP is giving us 1 extra level a week. From the difference between oyster and lobster. Yeah, eventually fishing is going to be maxed entirely from venture. Even though we're doing the fishing bounties now, the second I hit 500 Forager, aside from the ones I will grab whenever I go to the daily, you know, lobster or oyster, we were pretty much never doing fishing manually again. Until maybe in Tier 9 when we go make like the best dishes in the game way back, you know, in the future at some point. The only problem with that is Tier 7, 8, and, Tier 7 and 8 cooking might be really annoying. But worst comes to worst, we could always just do, you know, the stuff that always gives you XP. That you just buy from the shop, like the eggs and stews and stuff. I might have to sell them instead of keeping. But no, we'll find out. I mostly just need to know what the chef dishes are going to do in the future. Because that really helps determine how we're going to go about it. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to wait before we get the chef too high. Because obviously for alchemy, we kind of know what all the potions are going to do unless they add a few again. But for chef, we don't know what any of the foods are going to do, so we don't know what ratios we should be doing, what should prioritize or anything like that. So I kind of want to hold off on doing chef for a little bit because of that. Oh, so this is our final lap? I believe this is our final lap, right? Or do we have to do one more after this next set? Yep, this is our final lap. Not the one we're doing right now, but, you know, the next one. Like, the one we're about to go do will be the fishing level then. Which means I'll probably do a partial set and just go straight to here then. And then that would be our objective completed. We hit the Forager level we wanted. We got all the things we needed. We got like 2 fishing. We got a legendary fish for the first time. We got to see that. Nothing too over the top. Hey, I'll take the free XP and everything. I just wish it was used for like a special unique dish or something. Rather than just turning in for some money and everything. That or start like a shiny fish collection. Well, unfortunately, it just gives you a little bit of XP and everything. Oh yeah, before I queue this up, let me go drink the potion. No, actually, I'll wait until after the thingy. Because we could technically just queue up the entire room if we wanted to into the AFK activity. If we truly wanted to. But I'll wait till after we grab the fish. Or until we're right in front of it. Though wasting a few seconds on that potion doesn't really matter given that it lasts for an hour. Alright, this should be a level. Which is the whole reason why we did a few more laps. There we go. Level 28 fishing. Doesn't unlock anything, but we gained a solid 2 levels today. Plus whatever scrap we did of 15 to 16. Forget how much it was. But like 2.5 levels of fishing. While mostly just doing Forager. Not bad. Good old fishing bounties. But anyways, I will be AFKing here for now. Gonna go grab dinner. We'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow to continue the grind. With the main thing being Stone Monument and getting to the 7-tier Starfish. Beyond that, we might be doing Gems of War stream tonight if they do an update. Otherwise, that'll be next week's Tuesday for that, the major update thing. And beyond that, yeah, we'll continue to grind. Our guy will keep doing this. Sometime after dinner, probably go and grind the other 2 levels so we don't keep wasting these potions. But until then, I'll keep consuming 28 silver an hour. While we're going to be getting the really good AFK 12% XP pots. Is this one right over here is what we're getting from here. And our net gives the 10% bonus on it. So we're getting the thing for the 12% hope port, but also getting the 10% bonus from the net, which is pretty good over XP. It's even better than the next thing I think that we'd be getting, though I'd need the other resource in order to go and actually make this potion, so we'd still move over to that at some point. But for now, yeah, let's leave him here. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.